B&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the snap. Here's the hold. Here's the boot by Loop. And that kick is no good. No good. He's dying right. No he good. Missed it. Loop missed it. And your Pittsburgh Steelers are AFC North champions.
Hey, it's not a great sign when your first show of the new year starts with somebody else's highlight. Good morning, Metroplex. The entire morning crew is back together again here on Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt back from the Meadowlands. We got Peyton. We got Aiden. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on DFW Sports Station.
And I didn't think we were going to have the whole crew here after Choppy's vicious attack on Friday night that we'll hear about at 7:40.
Vicious.
I mean, the most egregious, violent act I've ever seen in public.
Pretty bad.
I didn't think you'd be here because you were still hiding in the bathroom. Like a little,
I cannot wait to discuss this and hear about how y'all wanted me to squat up against a 90-pound woman. Like I was avoiding a fight that was about to happen. I was avoiding awkwardness of Choppy calling a woman a cow as she tumbled to the ground.
I never said
you
that.
heard it, Peyton, right?
Yeah, you definitely went murr.
7:40, best and worst of the weekend. But we start off with the Sunday night football game that gives the Pittsburgh Steelers the AFC North. Wow.
Yeah, basically, and I thought, when Boswell missed the kick, it went to the right. Okay, the wind pushed it to the right. But then on the other side of the field, the guy's kick went to the right. Is the wind different on that side of the field? It's so swirling there in Pittsburgh.
That has historically been the toughest place to kick in the NFL because it's considered to be like a swirl. There was a time
Meadowlands was like that for a while.
I'm trying to think. There was a time like Pittsburgh went years without somebody making a field goal longer than like 50. Like, I mean, the 50-yard kicks, like, it was something like the first 20 missed there.
The Steelers' offense was dead, was stagnant, was dormant, but Baltimore was not pulling away. Lamar ends up with 3 touchdowns in the air, but Aaron Rodgers with a nice fourth quarter, and there's Pittsburgh pulling this thing out.
And Cheeto is the one that fell. He's the one that slipped. Cheeto slipped on that last play, that touchdown pass. Because that kept going back and forth. Like Ravens score that Pittsburgh, then the Ravens, Zay Flowers is wide open. Like nobody's within 30 yards of him.
He wouldn't have turned around anyway, Cheeto, even if he didn't slip. But it's this is the that was it got.
I'll take him back here.
It got explosive in a hurry. Like that was dead, and then all of a sudden you're just trading blows back and forth. And I did think last night when he's lined up for that game-winning field goal, I'm like, all right, this is it. Like, there's no way. This is lined up dead in the center. It's under 50 yards. There was I'm trying to think. I think it was Michael Lopez last night, who's one of the NFL researchers. He had posted an article that talked about research basically says in cold weather, you add like 6 yards to whatever the kick is to like determine the difficulty level. So a 45-yard kick should be thought of as like a 51-yard field goal when it's cold. And so it's 44, but I mean, we talked about this right before you left, I think, or maybe it was right before you left. I don't remember, but we had talked about it with Hagee of like, what's the distance of a field goal these days that you actually feel like he might miss this? And we were talking about it's like
60.
At this point, it's like 55. Like, is what you start feeling like just blindly with kickers. I mean, 44 in this day and age feels like a bad miss.
So Mike Tomlin does it again. Another postseason run. And Aaron Rodgers, if he chooses to, can now retire with a division championship as the cigar smoke was supposedly billowing out of the Steeler locker room.
Billowing now. And look, I mean, they've gone a decade without a playoff win. A full 10 years. And they were obviously, outmanned in a lot of those games, out-quarterbacked, I should say, in a lot of those games. But, Rodgers hasn't been awful. I mean, he can still make some throws. He can still read a defense. I mean,
he looks really old sometimes, though.
Sometimes he does.
40,000 screen passes a game. Like his seeing the defense is like looking between the guards to like dump it off to Gainwell or a running back or some type of smoke screen to DK.
I don't know what
McCarthy's dream offense, man.
I don't know what the over-under in this game is going to be. It looks like it's 39.5. Them in Houston. I think I might play the under.
So that is the thrilling finish to the AFC North and the regular season last night.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers rushed for more than double the yards that Lamar Jackson did last night. 9 rushing yards for Lamar, 20 for Aaron.
I don't know whether it's injury, but that Lamar burst is not there.
Lamar's just like trying to do anything he can to get Harbaugh fired at this point. Just like, all right, I'm gonna start pulling up.
The Dallas Cowboys defense pulled up and brought their usual embarrassing selves, and there was no better play to sum it all up than this.
3rd and 16. Dart
16.
back looking. And here comes pressure. And he has to dump it off at the 30. 2 tackles missed. Bellinger to the 20, 15, 10, into the end zone. Touchdown Giants.
3rd and 16. Jaxson Dart with the little pitch to Bellinger. He takes it 29 yards for the score. James Houston had missed the sack. That makes it 16-10. And I think that is when Bobby Bell tweeted, I think if Flus wanted to stay back in New York with family after this game, the Cowboys would probably let him.
He could ask 10 minutes before. They would have given him approval. They would have been like, yeah, you can stay. Don't worry about it. Don't bother coming back.
Well, he'd be there for a 10-day vacation the way they're talking after the game. Here's the Falcons firing their head coach and their general manager, and Shot is like, it'll be about a 10 to 12 day eval.
So I think that one, and let me see if the cut's on here. I think that when he answered it, I think Shoddy was intentionally being vague.
I would hope so.
So, because it was Shoddy who said it. This wasn't Jerry. But Shoddy said he was like responding to, he had been asked about the process of decision making, about big decisions of people who could come back like Matt Eberflus. And he was just like, well, we're going to start doing our meetings. We're going to look at this and this. About a 10 to 12 day process, blah, blah. And so I think he's saying 10 to 12 days, but that doesn't mean that somebody's evaluation isn't done by day 2 and they're fired. I think Eberflus is fired at the end of this week. I don't think we're getting it today. I think it's probably Thursday or Friday.
You said this was like the deadest stadium and atmosphere that you had experienced at a Cowboy game?
It started getting like...
Nick Harris said, I think, the emptiest. He took a shot of the stands.
It was really empty in the first half. There were some like late stragglers that came in, but... It got a little bit of intensity a little bit as things went along, like when some of the fights would happen or there were like different pushing and shoving. But for the most part, most of the stadium definitely felt like they were watching a preseason game, that they were just kind of like, there's really nothing at stake here. And, we're kind of going with the ebbs and flows of it. And, that call went our way. Okay. All right. Well, that sucks. But all right, next play. Like, I mean, it just felt like the least consequential thing I had ever watched.
If it takes 10 to 12 days...
You're still stuck on that.
I'm still stuck on that. I still can't. If it takes 10 or 12 days, that would actually be... That would be the Cowboys really kind of committing to the bit.
Would it take 10 to 12 days to evaluate just overall the organization? I think that's what he was... I think he was avoiding talking about Eberflus directly. Yeah. And he was just saying the process of wrapping up the season is 10 to 12 days.
For the first time since 2002, the Cowboys finish with back-to-back losing seasons.
Yeah, and really this is the first time in that time frame they did it with a healthy quarterback. All those other years, somebody, Dak or Romo, got hurt for a significant amount of time. Even like 2008, Romo missed a couple of games, right? With he had a thumb or something. He missed a couple of games. It wasn't a lot, but
he missed 3.
Yeah, they were still like 8-8 that year. This is a bad year. Like there's no way to sugarcoat what this year was. I mean, this was disappointing.
Yeah, I mean it's bad, but we knew it was bad by the end. It's just it was fitting yesterday to lose to the Giants, where you actually tried, quote unquote, in terms of who you put out there in the first half, and you still lost to them in the first half too. Like it was, you were trailing with all your guys in there. Like you had Pickens and Lamb and Dak and everybody, and you had Dak fumbling a snap where it looked like he tripped on nothing, and you had the passing game not really able to go vertical, even though things were blocked up. Like, I mean, it wasn't like Dak was under a whole lot of pressure. And you kept giving up big scores. It was just that Bellinger play that we played is such a perfect summation of everything that's wrong with the Cowboys. That's just if you were making a highlight reel or a low light reel to show the Joneses to say, hey, we got to fire Matt Eberflus, you would end with that play. And here it was.
Cowboys defense allowed 500 plus points for the first time in franchise history in a season. 500.
Sound good. Doesn't sound like you. Now listen, 17 weeks.
Nope. We made sure to note through 16 games they still set the record for most points allowed. So they made sure that there's no asterisk. There's no Roger Maris here.
But look, the good thing is that they lost. I just wish that they would have lost against Washington and would have had Joe Milton play the second half in that game or the entire game like they had Milton play the second half yesterday. But they lost. That's what is important for Team Tank. And as of this morning, they have the 12th and 20th picks in the NFL draft taking place in Pittsburgh. And number 12 is locked in. Number 20 will be determined by the Packers and their playoff run.
And their last two selections at number 12. Micah and Tyler Booker. So 12's been good to him.
Could have ended up like 18th, 17th. Could have been worse.
Yeah, I think they could have gotten down. Things would have had to break in there against them or to fall down to the first non-playoff team.
Oh, it's wonderful that they lost yesterday.
Yeah.
Because if the Giants lose that game, the Giants are picking 5th. If the Giants lost the game, they were picking number 1. The Giants went from 1 to 5 with that win yesterday,
and they would have traded down to 1
because the Raiders ended up winning. If the Raiders didn't win that game, Raiders end up winning the game, and New York winning that game loses 4 spots. I feel like they've done this 3 different years.
So in their last 38 games, they're 8-30, and 4 of those wins have been in the last week or two, last 2 weeks of the season.
That's such a waste. Like that's such a waste of resources and the way to stagger things. I did feel a little bad last night. We're sitting in Shotty's press conference. And Clarence was right out of the gate. Clarence starts talking
him about a ski trip.
He asks him about it. How do you? I did go up to Clarence. I was like, "You and the coach doing okay?" He's like, "What? Why wouldn't we be okay?" I'm like, just asking. But he, I think it was Clarence that asked right out of the gate. He was like, "So, how do you create momentum going into next year off of this?" It's like, dude, you gotta stop.
A lot of fans were like, hey, we know you wanted to finish 500. We know you wanted selfishly for your own little purposes not to finish under 500, which they ended up doing. Well, then you end up not playing your quarterback in the second half. Did they just assume that they were going to have a padded lead before they went to Milton?
Yeah, I think so. Because they probably thought we're playing our starters. They're depleted. We'll get up and we'll be able to have a big lead. I knew. So I was telling Broadus this on the pregame show yesterday. I knew they were planning on playing him a bunch, Milton, because I have not seen him on the plane once this year. Like, he's been on the plane, I know, but he's in a separate section. I never see him. We were in the air, I saw him twice. Because he walked to the front of the plane with an iPad. I'm like, oh, he's playing. He's going to check on stuff. Or he could be going to the bathroom with an iPad, but I think he was probably going up there going hey, this right here. Generally, when guys start walking to the front of the plane, they're having coach talks.
Brian Schottenheimer on ending the season 7-9-1.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. And again, the question is why? We need to look at and figure out why. Did not think that we would be 7-9-1. I didn't think that we wouldn't be in the playoffs. I expected to be in the playoffs and competing for Super Bowl. We did not do that. That starts with me, and I understand that. But I can promise you this. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to work our asses off to figure it out, and we're going to adjust and make changes that we need to do to help us get there.
I promise you.
Yeah.
So many promises.
So many promises. We're going to figure it out during the course of the year. Why are you guys questioning Matt Eberflus? Man, a successful coach. He's a damn good coach. He's, Bible-loving man. And he's been around here for a long time. And it's almost comical that you guys are questioning him to this degree. And then at the end, Jerry Jones basically pushed him to the edge of the plank, pulling him back. To the edge, pulling him back. It's like, putting someone's head underwater for 6 seconds. Waterboarding them. Is waterboarding when you shove the head under, or you have to strip?
Waterboarding is when they put a burlap sack over your face and they pour water over it and simulate the feeling of drowning over and over again.
Oh,
yeah, it's pretty awful. It's banned now. You're not allowed to use it.
What the Venezuelan president's probably going through.
Yeah, no, this is to an extent. It's like whenever I hear discussion about. If I hear Shotty weighing in on anybody like Eberflus or anybody else during the season, I'm just going, okay, he's not going to say anything like, yeah, he's an awful coach. Like, I know what that is, which is just like, okay, this is a press release, basically. But, there's zero chance I don't think that he's coming back. Everybody keeps worrying about it. He's not coming back.
For the final time this Cowboy season. Star up, star down. Brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. You can make it serious. You can make it sarcastic. Star up, star down. For the Cowboys' final loss is next.
But let's get you over to Underdog Fantasy. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back.
an American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Hand off inside. Blue pops it to the 5, streaking into the end zone. First professional touchdown for Jaden Blue, and the Cowboys have their first lead of the game.
Brad Sham with the call on your official home of your favorite football team. I'm assuming it's the Dallas Cowboys. Maybe you're going with an actual playoff team. This is Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Belt and Peyton all together to start off 2026 and you on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for the final Star Up, Star Down of the season, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. The nice game and touchdown run by Jaden Blue could not even be fully enjoyed because of the thoughts of RJ Choppy and others saying, where's this been?
That's right.
Why has Jaden Blue been bottled up and benched with some explosiveness, some speed, some elusiveness? 16 for 64. Only ended up 4 yards a carry, which is surprising with the way you think about it. Had the long run of 27 and that touchdown. Phil Maffa had his first career touchdown, but Jaden Blue, star up. Where was it?
Where was it? Big. That's my first star up. It's like the main one. But yeah, he's been on the bench. It's a good thing. Good thing. This is why I hate the term doesn't love football, because I don't care if he loves football or not. What I care about is, can he play? That's it. I don't care about does he love football. I don't care if he loves practice. Can he play?
He had 22 carries entering this game. He averaged 2.6 yards per carry. So I don't think that doing this against the Giants somehow makes me think you F-ups. Why didn't you play him all year?
Yeah, but 22 carries is not a lot to judge off of.
Neither is the 12 or whatever he had yesterday. So I'm saying, like, what you see is you see them opening holes against a half starter defense, which is good. He showed burst, but there's sincere problems with the way that he plays the game right now that they're still trying to figure out. And they would have been a worse team this year if he would have been playing more.
Oh, okay. I mean, look,
that's as a Longhorn fan.
What are they trying to figure out?
He's got to figure out. He's got to figure out protections, and he's got to figure out how to set up blockers. So, like the carry I always go back to that people complained about well, Jaden Blue was in there. It's that carry against Philly where Miles Sanders broke it off for like 58 yards and then he got caught. And it was like Jaden Blue runs through that. It's like Jaden Blue probably gets -2 yards because Jaden Blue does not know how to patiently set up blocks. He just, for a guy who is as fast as he is, he loves running into defenders. He's just a straight line runner. There's not a lot of wiggle to what he does. And so if it's blocked up and it's cleared up, it's great. And he sees it and he hits the hole and he can go. But if there's anything that needs time to develop, it's a challenge for him.
So this didn't change anything for you in terms of what you do about Javonte Williams for next year?
Nope. I would still firmly have Jaden Blue as the third best running back on this team right now.
Well, in terms of the money it's going to cost to keep him.
No, because I don't think he's ready to play full-time snaps.
Okay.
The biggest star up for the entire game, I think everybody would point to this man.
At the Dallas 21, play action. Dart rolling right, Clowney chasing, Clowney diving, Clowney got him. That's going to be sack number 3 for Jadeon Clowney, and he's got a fumble recovery.
Wow is right. And Clowney, Moose Johnson wanted to win this game more than any Dallas Cowboy. My God, he was black. I can't explain. I can't understand. Is Moose joining us tomorrow, by the way?
They have not responded. It was the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, he was on with the pregame show yesterday, so Tim got him first, I think.
What's new? So Clowney is sitting there dancing, and he's all smiling during the game and after the game, and people are like, oh, that's someone who just, he loves it. He's got the right spirit. No, Jadeveon Clowney's most important games are the final 2 or 3 of every season because he is a mercenary, and Dak Prescott said it in the postgame, man, you just drove that damn price up. Jadeveon Clowney, have a day.
He was, even the stuff where he didn't make plays, like he wrecked shop, made a bunch of different plays, but then there were other instances of just like he was always being disruptive. Even stuff that he wasn't finishing. You could tell right from the opening side. It felt like the first 10 plays he was in their backfield. And so
I think these are the final stats. 5 pressures, 3 sacks, 2 tackles for loss, 3 run stuffs, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. He might win Defensive Player of the Week.
He might save Eberflus's job. I mean, what a great job by Matt Eberflus. That wouldn't happen if Flus was on the sideline, but he went up to the booth. They corrected some things, and Jadeveon was ready to play. He was their best player defensively this year. Like, if you want to just talk about a guy who consistently produced, and it's hopefully a nice reminder to the Cowboys, to these veteran free agents that they're always being pleaded with to sign, that are just out there on the open market, like, you know, Tyrann Mathieu or Clowney in previous years, or whoever it is, where they're just like, well, they're old and do they fit our scheme and blah, blah, blah. Just take a chance on some of them, because Clowney was one of the lone consistent good players you had defensively this year.
Star up, star down, here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
We're going to go star down to Brian Schottenheimer for accepting a penalty to wipe out a sack from Donovan Ezeraku. We're going to go star down to the stat keepers who didn't give half of one of those sacks to Jadeon Clowney. In fact, I was going to wait till I got in here, but I think that this needs to be under protest, because he was ejected from a game without being able to actually finish it up.
Empty gun, snap to Dart. All kinds of time. Now he's rushed. Now he's sacked by Ezeraku. There is a flag in the pocket. Ezeraku, this would, I think, be only his second sack of the year.
Third, Brad.
Ezeraku was the first one saying, decline it. I want my sack.
Personal foul, tripping, offense, number 71. 15-yard penalty, remains first down.
There goes your sack, easy.
And there goes Bobby's hair. Choppy, you were out for this, but the Tolos brought up on the fan text, brought to you by Franklin Frankel. Bobby, earlier in the season, saying, if Ezeraku does not get 6 sacks, I'm shaving my head. I'm not buzzing it. I'm fully shaving it.
Okay.
And then the bet ends up in spectacular fashion with Easy ejected.
Yeah, and I thought that was like the win total. I could never keep track of the team win total head shave bet.
I didn't have one on that one.
Okay, I thought you did. Well, it was just a bet. It was a bottle. That's right.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the head shave bet. That confused me in our group chat. I didn't want to sound stupid, so I didn't comment on it. I do often sound stupid. That's why
you just admitted on the air over 100,000 watts.
I know.
I don't think that we can.
What are you protesting?
I just, in good conscience, don't think we can turn me into Jada Pinkett Smith when he didn't have like a full game to actually get the. I think it was clear he was getting the 4 sacks.
Well, you got to
4 extra sacks.
He was clearly on a path to it.
You got to put faith. Y'all vote if you think we should overturn this and Bobby should get to keep his hair versus.
I'm doing it. We're gonna have to find a day that Tommy Arish can come in here with one of those old like barber blades and just.
I just bought one.
Did you really?
One of those blade things? Yeah.
Why?
My face.
Oh,
yeah, my face.
Has it been on your balls?
Hasn't even opened it yet. haven't even opened it yet.
No, a lot of people go with the dual use.
I do. On the one I have. Yeah.
That just sounds.
I even let people borrow it.
That sounds painful. No, but I mean, honestly, not just Ezeraku, like that's part of it, but it's honestly start down to the first team offense and defense as a whole. Like if they get up in this game 14-0, Joe Milton gets in there immediately. And that didn't happen because they wanted to keep it competitive, and they let the Giants keep it competitive as long as they did. The fact that the Giants were able to, what were they yesterday on third down? Like 8 of 13? It was something insane. And so the fact that you made the Giants look like a competent, complete football team that wasn't competing for the number 1 pick and didn't just fire their head coach 2 months ago, that's just a really, really bad look.
Star down to allowing another football team to break a streak.
Third down, snap to Dart. Got all day into the end zone. He goes wide open. The running back, Tyrone Tracy for the Giants touchdown.
Now that was a pass for the touchdown with the history, right? Because Russell Wilson is sitting on over there. His last great moment on a football field was torching this football team. The New York Giants had the longest drought in the league of not having a 100-yard rusher in a game, and Tracy broke that with 103.
Yeah, and look, it's like the New York teams just shattering records this year with the Jets not having an interception, and that absurd stat there. I mean, look, this is what happens when your defense is that bad. Your team is I don't want to say they quit. They didn't quit yesterday. They did play selfishly. I was disappointed. Start down to Shotty's culture yesterday. You got guys getting kicked out of the game. You got guys doing late hits 6 yards out of bounds.
Well, they show more fight in this game than others.
Yeah, I mean,
scuffles. You have the easy ejection, Quinnen Williams personal foul, Kenneth Murray personal foul that had Todd Archer questioning things on the sideline.
I don't know why 3 plays earlier, Solomon Thomas jumps off sides, they pull him out. He gets benched immediately. And that's one of your leaders. Kenneth Murray gets a bad late hit penalty.
It was 6 yards out of bounds.
It was bad. That was a clear, like, you earned that one. And he stayed out there. I mean, that's Matt Eberflus's guy. I don't understand why, but
Kenneth Murray had to have been the only one behind the scenes telling him, hey, it's the personnel. I love this system. He must have had his arm around Eberflus throughout the entire year behind the scenes.
So Shoddy got asked about it post game. Like Archer just asked him directly because Archer tweeted about it. He's like, I don't understand why you're pulling Solomon Thomas for an offsides call and then you're leaving Murray out there. So Shoddy said offsides, they rotate you out. That's just their policy that they have. And he said that typically if there's a late hit penalty on the opposite sideline where they cannot see it, because from their sideline they can't see it. So he goes, you don't know if it's ticky-tack game enforcement or if it was an actual late hit call from their perspective. So they said they tend not to try to punish those until post-game when they can look at them. So they said from their vantage point, they can't see if Murray's hit was legitimate or not.
I had a star up for Kevontae Turpin and the 84-yard return to the Giants 11 that led to the Jaden Blue touchdown to make it 10-6. But Bobby came in and swatted my star up.
Star down for Kevontae Turpin for his 84-yard return where he got caught. I thought he was the fastest guy in the league.
Yeah.
But B, that's nice. I'm glad you broke an 84-yarder finally in the last week of the season after not doing diddly S all year. He finished the year 21st in yards per return in kickoffs. And he let another punt just dribble back to the 1-yard line. That's 8 times this year that a punt was downed inside the 5 that he had let bounce at like the 15.
That's the one of the major disappointments is
there were 3 touchbacks all year. 3. And 8 times they were pinned inside the 5.
Oh, God. That's one of the disappointments is like...
But how could his judgment turn that much worse this year?
I mean, if you look back at his history at TCU, he doesn't have great judgment on or off the field.
Return judgment, his spacing, his awareness.
You've got to... It brings up a ton of questions about your special teams coordinator, Nick Sorensen. Why did it get so much worse?
Yeah.
And Nick Sorensen was directly 100% a Shoddy hire. That was Shoddy's call. So, I mean, that's if you want to put that on trial, because I know there's people who say, well, Eberflus was more Jerry, and they want to, figure that out. If you want to talk about directly, that was a hire from Schottenheimer. That's somebody that he knew from previous years and had brought him in. But, I mean, I'm walking away from Kevontae Turpin in the offseason. I'm not doing that anymore. I understand he's fast and he's explosive and everything else. I'm not paying a return specialist to get me 21st and have me like 32nd in starting field position for the year. Why am I paying that?
Because they should have 2 cheat codes. Because Aubrey's a magician with the football and being able to land it in that zone.
Was.
I was going to say they should be walking away from 2 specialists this offseason.
And Turpin,
Bobby,
because of the rule change to get more returns with his speed, I mean, he just runs into the ass of his own players. Like, it's disappointing because they should have 2 cheat codes there.
All right, so there's a little star up, star down. Pepe, what are the Tolos coming in with?
So we have a few star downs to Brian Schottenheimer here for the 972 and 817. 972 star up to Phil Maffa and Jaden Blue. Star down to the entire Cowboys defense. And 817 star down to me for believing this season would be different than last season.
All right, let's look at the rest of the playoff picture, or the actual playoff picture. The rest would imply that we were just talking about one. That's not happening around here. And that NFL draft order. The playoffs are set. We'll let you know who's playing where next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But start the new year off right with a game-changing financial plan called Trajan Wealth Today to figure out how to make your New Year's resolution stick. Make sure you have a game plan for your retirement. Find out how
is free. For more information, go to Rangers.com/FanFest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And Dave Canales and Dan Morgan and Mr. Tepper and Bryce Young and Derek Brown and Ted McMillan and all those other guys in Charlotte, you are welcome. Good luck in the playoffs. 1917 is the final. The Falcons are going to finish at 8-9, 3-3 in the NFC South, and 7-5 against the NFC.
And 4 straight wins to end the season. What does that get you? Raheem Morris and general manager in Atlanta? Fired. See you later. Black Monday does not even wait as Sunday Arthur Blank pulls the trigger on the head coach and the GM despite that 1917 win over the New Orleans Saints. And the storyline of that is supposed to be that the Carolina Panthers now win the NFC South and get in, eliminating Baker Mayfield sitting at home and the Buccaneers.
And I hate losing record teams hosting playoff games. It's the only thing the NFL does that doesn't make sense. Everything else is just pretty based on wins, except for that. You know, like we had such a problem with the college football allowing Arizona State and Boise State to get byes because they weren't as good. Well, the problem with this, they changed it. This is the one thing the NFL does wrong. I hate it, and they're already a 10-point dog. Already a 10-point underdog at home.
And Bobby pointed out on social media, it's the third time in 4 years that the NFC South champ has fewer than 10 wins.
It's the last 3 times three of the last 4 times that a losing record has won a division. It's been the NFC South. And the other time it's happened 5 times in a non-strike shortened season. The other time it happened, it was Seattle, and it's the only time that one of those teams with a losing record has actually won the playoff game. And they beat the NFC South. So the NFC South is just tied to this in a lot of bad ways. But it's the most mid-division ever. And I mean, honestly, it's 4 years now. Even when they got to 10 wins, that's all they got to. It was like a 10-win season where Tampa Bay won. So, I mean, this is basically a 500 division, has been for 4 years, and it shouldn't exist anymore.
This win
relegate them.
This win also helps the Cowboys move up to 12 with the Atlanta victory. It's Carolina's first division championship in 10 years. They had earned a top 8 draft pick in 6 consecutive seasons heading into this year. And this is one of these things when we do our 5 in, 5 out. This is one of those. That's why we do it, because of the prediction of Carolina making the playoffs or even winning the division.
And you got to account for the NFC South. You got to cover bad divisions, a worst to first. It's sometimes like, the way you do the scheduling. Sometimes the third place team is more beneficial because the way the schedules break out than fourth. But man, like for Carolina, they were going to run Bryce out of town. They want to run Bryce out of town. It's not like he's been great at all, but he gets himself a little stay of execution.
How about the firings?
So, I mean, here's the thing. Part of me thinks it's too fast and it's a little ridiculous because Raheem Morris, I think, is a good coach, and I think they've got a good staff there. And there are times you'll watch Atlanta and you're like, that should be a really good football team.
Yeah.
But the problem is what we just talked about. It is a division where for 4 years it's been a 500 division and they haven't clicked the way you need to. So that's the other side of me that goes like, you're finishing third in a bad division like this. You're not even playing for anything on the last weekend. I understand how that could leave a bad taste in your mouth. But, like, universally, like, if you look at social media yesterday, there weren't a bunch of Falcons fans that were like, yes, Raheem is gone.
But
like,
when did Arthur Blank make this decision?
4 weeks ago.
In the midst of a 4-game losing streak, right?
Yeah, he made this thing 4 weeks ago.
They lost to Seattle 37-9. They lost to the Jets 27-24.
Or it could be it's not even about Raheem specifically. There was reports from Diana Rossini and others that he had done an internal audit. Like he had hired an outside organization to do an internal audit of
Sportology?
I don't think it was them. I think it was somebody else. But they brought them in to like just do an internal review. And then this is what they do. Like they had done this with Chelsea Football Club back in the day. And so what I'm guessing is the recommendation is like, you got to rip this down to the studs and start over. And so I'm guessing that's why if it was just Raheem, that would be one thing. The fact that they fired the GM, it's like, all right, you're just blowing this up.
Jordan Schultz says Matt Ryan is being considered strongly for a high-profile front office role, and they did hire Sportology, don't doubt me again, Bobby, to do a full organizational eval.
Over under $50,000 he paid for that information?
Jordan Schultz.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Imagine that.
So, Carolina.
I don't have to. It's real.
Is your NFC South winner. Let's look at the 1 seed in the NFC.
Purdy out of the shotgun, steps up, gets hit as he throws, falls short. Seattle is going to win this football game. The defense holding the Niners to 3 points, and Purdy stays down on the ground. He's hit as he threw that ball. This was one heck of a performance by the Seahawks.
Seahawks radio with the call. How about this? The number 1 seed in the NFC after they go into San Francisco and totally shut down Kyle Shanahan's offense.
So that is 3 points. 3. The defense is nasty.
And they were going off on everyone, the 49ers were.
Yeah, 3 points. And if they had,
oh, baby.
They should be, with that defense, they should be just favorites beyond belief to win the. They had a competent quarterback.
They were the top pick in Vegas last week from BetOnline. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe the Seahawks were the favorite to win it all. I was shocked.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't
Vegas
know that.
knows what they're doing, Chop.
They do. They generally do. Those buildings are there for a reason. But man, it's just I got Mother Football, Shereen Williams chastised me on Twitter over the weekend.
I don't know. You may be the first person who's ever gotten in a fight with Shereen Williams.
It wasn't a fight. She just said, "So you're not going to watch?"
What happened?
Because I said the playoffs are going to be unwatchable. When you have all these great quarterbacks you're going to have Lamar, Mahomes, and then the 2 of the 4 best offenses, the Lions and the Cowboys, all at home. All at home. And it's going to be just unwatchable because I hate bad quarterback play. And I was like, no, of course I'll watch. I watch a lot of things that are unwatchable, like the NBA. But it's like, it's just that's Seattle. If they had Dak Prescott as their quarterback, if they had Brock Purdy, if they had Jared Goff, they cruised to the Super Bowl.
Most of the quarterbacks in this year's playoffs have been better than Mahomes has this year.
Mahomes is not. Yeah, he was
not the last 2 years, really.
And Lamar didn't even throw for 200 a game.
Yeah, and so to me, it's just. It's new, but I mean, arguably, like Drake May's a top 5 quarterback right now. The way he's playing.
Love Caleb can be fun. Purdy hurts. It's always fun to watch Hurts and the Philadelphia media after what they do offensively. Stafford against Bryce. I'm not convinced on Bryce. Herbert, May, Allen, Trevor, your boy, and then Stroud, Rodgers.
I mean, there's really good quarterbacks in there. Like Stafford is gonna the top 2 MVP candidates are Stafford and May. They're in.
It's May.
It's going to be May. That's why I just said top 2. But I mean, if you look at it, it's and I know you said Darnold's not very good. They had the note over the weekend. Second quarterback all time to have back-to-back 14-win seasons. Him and Tom Brady, and he's the first one to do it with 2 different teams.
History made
to do what?
To win 14 games. Back-to-back years with 2 different teams.
Oh, yeah, because there's 4 guys that have done it with 2 different teams total.
Yeah, but back-to-back years.
Back-to-back years. But it doesn't count because it's a 17-game season.
Well, speaking of not counting, segue into RJ's point about history in Ohio.
Bengals have it first out of the Browns' 45-yard line. Burrow shotgun. Burrow to throw. Here's Miles. He got him! He got him! There it is! Myles Garrett! Sack number 23! The new single-season sack king! And the Browns defense mobs their man at the Cincinnati 45-yard line.
And Cleveland and Shador end up winning this game as the Bengals were not happy that they stopped things down to celebrate.
Well, what do you want? Of course they're going to stop things down. Everybody, Cal Ripken ran around the stadium when all he did was show up to work.
Zach Taylor was like, no one told us pregame. The referees and the officials did not tell us that there would be game stoppage.
You're 6-10. Nobody really gives an S about what you want. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it was a meaningless game. That's all anybody watched for. So anybody who's watching that game was watching for Myles Garrett. So sorry, Zach Taylor. Like, I mean,
they should have fired his ass too. What's his face? Half the time I care, half the time I don't. The quarterback.
Joe Burrow?
Burrow.
Yeah.
Burrow's just like, we need to shake things up. We need Zach Taylor. Get him out of there.
Yeah, I mean, but the reports are that Burrow loves him. And, like, Burrow has defended him and wants him to stay. And
he's got a fossil collection like Jimmy and Troy looking at fish tanks together in a bedroom.
it's like
weird.
Luka fighting to keep Dwight Powell around. Like, it's like, why? Why is that the guy you're fighting for? By the way, I still can't. Every time I hear a Siciliano highlight, I'm like, why are we playing Followell? Every single time. It's like an octave higher than Followell, but it's the same voice.
Yeah, but you don't have like a 90s rap hip-hop reference to try to stay cool in the 60s like Skin, having Skin next to him.
I got plenty of 90s hip-hop things to fit in, so I could do it.
They asked Jamar after the game, so now what? He's like, I'm going to go to Cancun like everyone tells me to do.
Right.
So
yeah,
the Bengals are a packing, but Michael Strahan sounding like RJ Choppy in the NFL Fox Post for having his record broken?
I mean, I hold the record for 16-game season. They hold records for 17-game season. That's the way it works out.
Still claiming the title.
You can't compare records from 12-game seasons to 16 and 17-game seasons. It doesn't work. But I look at it like this. There's always generations that I love the fact this young man's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I know that he has so many more sacks left in him. 30 years old. I think I had just as many, if not more, sacks after 30 as did Bruce Smith, as did Reggie White. I think he's just getting going. He's just finding his stride. And you don't know how hard it is to do that on a team that isn't always in the lead, a team that isn't always competitive. I think that is the most amazing thing about it. He's done it on a team where he's the focus. He's the guy that gets doubled and tripled every time, and it never stopped him from going out there and putting up numbers
not
year
playing
after
with
year.
the lead, yeah.
Without playing with the lead. I mean, this kid is amazing.
Who's the record holder, Chop?
I mean, look, it's the NFL. The NFL doesn't care about nuance, and they don't look back. They don't care about the record at all. They never talk about it. The NFL
stop the game down.
The NFL looks forward, not backward. In truth, Miles did it in 130 fewer snaps than Strahan. So yes, he did get it in an extra game, which you look at it sideways. And you joke about the Sam Darnold doing the 14 wins when the other three guys had it in 16 games, or they won 15 games in a year, so they already got it in the 16th game. But the NFL doesn't care about that. They don't care about nuance.
It's
so who's your answer to it?
It's Miles. It's Miles.
Okay.
Because you start going there, then you got to worry about, well, how many games this guy play? It's just the season.
I mean, and so they'll say, I'm sure he wouldn't ding it if it was like a game missed due to injury. And so, well, he played it in 15 games, and this guy got this record, and so then I broke. Nobody ever, like, there was a little bit of discussion at the time about it, but whenever it's like, who has the most touchdown receptions in a season? So, well, Randy Moss with 23. Yeah, okay, he did it in 16 games in 07. Rice had 22 in 12 games in a strike-shortened year. So, like, I mean, it's nobody really talks about it in those terms. Nobody really looks at it that way, but, I mean, Strahan's got to do anything to hold on. Good Morning America's not enough relevance.
Is President Trump causing panic in Lubbock, and all the local college quarterbacks are leaving? A CFP playoff college football kegger is next.
After we get you over to Zerez and get that carpet professionally clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zerez Way, best carpet cleaner in the business. They don't use soaps, they don't use chemicals, and they don't use detergents. It's just the RJ Choppy fan special from Zerez. You got to get it taken care of, and you got to get it done right now. Again, that RJ Choppy fan special, you're going to want to do it over at Zerez, because right now you walk in there and you get to start the year off the freshest and the cleanest right out of the gate. Start the year off right. Buy 2 rooms, get 2 rooms of carpet cleaned for free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. It's only going on with Zerez. It's a great offer to start the new year.
FM Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First down, Oregon at the 6. Davison beside Dante. Snap. Pitch to Davison going right with some blocks. Inside. Touchdown, Oregon. Davison with some blocks. Had a big hole. Ducks with the first touchdown of the ball game. And an extra point away from making it a 13-0 ball game.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
That was Oregon Radio with the call. That was not a good game for Texas Tech. 23-0. They lose. And they just continued the trend of these teams that had a bye lose it. I think they were the 6th straight. They were the 6th straight, and it went to 1-7, but it started 0-6. You had, obviously, Ohio State the night before, then you had Oregon, Texas Tech lose, and then, obviously, you went Indiana, and they just completely obliterated Alabama. And then it went right back to normal at the very end with Ole Miss beating Georgia. But these teams having a month off, and it was bad offenses. I mean, outside of Indiana, and Georgia obviously scored a lot, but I mean, Tech didn't score, and Ohio State barely scored.
Indiana didn't score in the first quarter. It was nothing at the end of it. They still were slow coming out of the gates.
Did y'all think Oregon was going to win this game?
I thought Oregon had a good shot to win. I did not think they would just 23-0 blank them. I didn't think the game would be like that. Yeah. So I thought that one was the biggest coin flip game of the day, and it wasn't.
Because there was we didn't know a lot about, Tech in non-Big 12 games, right? They played at Arizona State, they lost, but they didn't have their quarterback. So there was a lot of things that we didn't know. There's still an unknown with Tech. Oregon's defense has been very, very good. I think they've been a little bit underrated as the year's gone on.
Tech's run defense was great. Like, there were people who were saying, well, Oregon's going to be able to run on them. Tech hasn't had to go. Tech's run defense did what it's been doing all year. So I still think the aspects of Tech that were good. It was their quarterback didn't come to play.
Whose season gets called out more, which is justifiable, over A&M or the Red Raiders, where you're like,
A&M. Yeah, A&M's bad. A&M, you were at home, too. Like, you got a home game and lost. Like, you couldn't put up points against Miami. Now, Miami's defensive line is so freaking good, but Marcel Reed was bad in that game and kind of blew it up. I mean, A&M, or Tech has gone through whatever they needed to do to prove that they were legitimate. They were one of the best teams in the country. Oregon was just better the other day.
Yeah, Miami has shown these two games how, like you said, how good their defensive line is. Saying that, they had no answer for that D line in that game. But A&M as a home game, I mean, it's tough because home teams they completely blew everybody out last year, and then this year, two of them wind up losing. But A&M was the bad loss. I mean, you're scoring 3 points. But circling back to Texas Tech. Is there going to be a problem now? It doesn't look like it because of yesterday. Sorsby commits to the Red Raiders, and he's that big, high-priced quarterback that everybody wanted, and it remains undefeated. You know what I'm talking about? Because his girlfriend already had announced that she was going to transfer there to play volleyball. So he goes, and it was it came down basically to Tech and LSU with Lane Kiffin, and he chooses. Apparently yesterday, Texas Tech, so he's going there.
And Cody Campbell, the money there in Lubbock, says, we're doubling down.
Doubling down. Well, how much longer are they going to be able to double? He's got unlimited funds, but there is concern because oil prices might drop. And, because if you watch Landman, they want that oil between like $75 a barrel. Well, it's already in the 50s, and it's moving even lower than that, which is great for us. I will never sit here I'm a guy whose school is run by big oil, too. We're Pilot Flying J. So I want all the money. I will be damned if I'm going to sit here and say, I will take less win. I'll take more wins on the football field for $2.80 a gallon. No, you give me $1.50 a gallon, and I'll gladly go 0-14. I don't care.
I think he should be more scared of Washington legislation than the oil prices. They're going to start. It's clear they're going to start tamping down some of this stuff, like his ability to just be able to throw money at everything. But I mean, I don't think his resources are going to dry up. He's going to have money. It's just he knows. I think that's why he's doing the spending that he's doing. He knows, like, hey, a day's coming where we can't do this the way we need to, and we need to get it set up now.
And Hoover goes to Indiana to replace Mendoza, and then Messermaker goes to Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and that's a lot of people predicted that, and there were some questions about what Oak State's NIL budget is in the post-T. Boone Pickens era. But they were not going to go and hire the coach, Morris, if they didn't have any money.
Yeah, I think it's already like 3 UNT players have already committed to go to Oklahoma State.
Which makes sense. I mean, that's you follow the coach. How many guys did James Madison that were at JMU with Coach Google Me, with Coach Sig, they all went to Indiana?
Just this year, there was the note, what is it, JMU is going to have like completely new starters on both sides of the ball just from graduations and transfers. Like, they're going to have nobody left next year.
We had Josh Pate on last week. And we asked him, is there really any way that this team had a chance in Arlington?
Ohio State with the ball at the Miami 22. Low snap. Saying throws. Left intercepted. Jacoby Thomas. It might go all the way. It's a drag race to the end zone. He's at the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Touchdown! I'm making Keontae Scott. It's Keontae Scott. He jumped the route. 78 yards for a Miami touchdown.
And they jumped on Ryan Day and the Ohio State Buckeyes early. This one blew me away. I didn't think Miami had a chance.
Where Lou Holtz is right
and
now.
We saw more of Michael Irvin's abs than I cared to as the belt got brought out again. Dominance at Arlington.
Any normal human's heart would have exploded by now. But Michael Irvin has, the amount of energy that guy has. And again, the Canes did a great job of embracing their superstars from yesteryear. Ray Lewis was there on the sideline.
Jason Taylor.
Yep.
Warren Sapp.
It was fantastic. I love the story. I love the story that Miami has right now. And now you've got like a really even better story with going into the next game because they're going to play Ole Miss. And like Ole Miss, do they have their coaches?
Is that a better story, or would it have been Georgia winning and you could have gotten Carson Beck playing Georgia?
That could have been a good one.
Ugh, get Carson Beck out of here.
I can't stand him. And he's such a bus driver for what they're wanting to do. We did have nominated for worst take on Friday, Urban Meyer, who had gone on with Colin Cowherd and said, look, I just don't know how Miami's going to move the ball. If Ohio State scores 14 points, they win this game. They scored exactly 14, and and Miami covered what Ohio State's spread was, which was 9.5 or whatever. Their defensive line was so dominant, and look, Ryan Day, when he's been in control of that offense, they end seasons really poorly and really disappointing.
That's the truth about that. And because last year was Chip Kelly.
And it was Hartline up until this game.
And Hartline obviously leaving and taking the job. And he's like the wide receiver whisperer. All these receivers that have gone to Ohio State, large part have gone there because of Brian Hartline as a lead recruiter. But will Ole Miss have any? They're not going to have the running backs coach. He's already gone. All these coaches' contracts started the first of the year at LSU. All the coach that Lane has taken with him.
Yeah.
And Pete Golding, the interim, or now the new head coach, is like, if you think this is going to matter, it's not. Like, you're not paying attention. And I'm like, well, if it doesn't matter, then what's the point of having coaches? How's it not going to matter?
He said it's not going to matter if they leave?
He goes, if they leave, you think it's that big of a deal. You guys are making way bigger of a deal than this. He also said it's not up to him. Like, so he's just like moving forward with all that.
What's Lane going to do?
Lane's probably going to be petty, I would guess. And, keep pulling his coaches back. I don't know what they're going to do.
What's your best guess, Choppy?
Weiss is...
Why do they need them there for the transfer portal opening up? Can't you still make phone calls throughout the...
They got to go on a lot of, in-person trips, or it's players visit, and you've got to be there ready to, woo them.
So with, let's say Sorsby, right? He went to Tech. He apparently went there, and he fell in love with their message. Messages from the OC, messages from the head coach, the boosters, the facilities. That's part of. That's why they're all coming to town.
If Lane really wants to be selfish, he'll let them stay at Mississippi because he can make another $500K.
Yeah.
Because that's what that fool has made so far, with LSU saying, since you're leaving, the games that they win, we'll pay you the bonus for it. He's earned $500,000 in bonuses, and it grows to $1 million if they win 2 more.
Was it weak of him? He had been complaining about, I want to be there for my players so bad, and he had been threatening, I'm going to go and I'm going to be there at the game, and then instead he decided to go to an LSU basketball game.
Yeah,
was
which
that
they
weak
lost.
of him?
No, I don't think. I think it would have been a distraction for him to go. I would have advised for him maybe not to be there. I think maybe he lets Weiss stay there.
Yeah.
Maybe one or two of them. But Golding should not have opened that up and said, it won't matter if you're not here.
Well, and there's also talk of Weiss going to the Giants, right?
I don't know. I hadn't
With
seen
Dart,
that.
as an OC.
Speaking of Lane Kiffin, by the way, what did y'all think of this photo of him and Kim Mulkey?
She walked him out.
It's really weird watching them. So somebody on the fan text said it on Friday. They were like, they look like a couple who's already divorced privately, and they're just keeping up appearances for everyone.
I'll tell you.
So it's like Lane's real ex-wife.
Yeah.
She's holding his hand, walking him out on the court. I thought it was nice.
The personalities.
Which I never say about Mulkey.
The personalities of those two. In one. I mean, you want to talk about being like a local media member?
Who's made more college girls cry, Lane Kiffin or Kim Mulkey?
Stop it. Mulkey. definitely Mulkey. It is the college football kegger here on 105 through the fan. Nick Saban. So Nick Saban is all up in arms.
By the way, the right thing to do is to let the coaches coach.
1,000%. Yeah, let them coach. The
right thing to do. Saying that in the same sentence as Lane feels very wrong.
It does feel very wrong because Lane never does necessarily the right thing to do. But this is completely unprecedented. I mean, you've got a coach that left in the middle of the season. You've got coordinators that he's letting coach another team. And this team just inexplicably, Trinidad Chambliss put on a show in the fourth quarter in that game.
Yes.
And if he gets a waiver, he might get a waiver. He's trying to get a waiver for another year. I mean, is he going to stay at Ole Miss? Is he going to go follow Lane Kiffin to LSU? We don't know. Nick Saban they need to make him the commissioner of college football. Another plan that he has. I know Bobby hates it, but another plan that he has makes common sense of all this.
We need to change the calendar.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So chaos in college football starts tomorrow. The portal opens. There's already been 120 starters say they're getting in the portal from big Power 4 schools. Yeah. But unless they make the portal in May, which I've said before, to kind of match up with the academic calendar, change spring practice till after that, so that you can get your team together and work over the summer, just like an NFL team does. They don't have their team together until after the draft, after free agency. It's May. So do the same thing in college football, and you wouldn't have these issues with coaches changing jobs because everybody could finish the season with their team, which is what's best for the players.
Two things. Move signing day from December back to February, and move the portal into the spring. It's not that hard. I don't know why they refuse to do it. It's not that difficult to do. And also, like Dan Lanning said, move everything up and be done by January 1st with the title game.
Have you heard how many players are in the portal this year?
It's over 1,000.
It's 4,000. There's 4,000 kids in the portal.
By the way, that's including all levels.
It is a common sense thing. Whatever else, the last person who's allowed to talk about it is Saban. This was created by people like Saban. Like, the whole avenue of this being able to exist was not seeing NIL coming, or knowing it was coming, and thought, we can dig in and we're powerful enough to make sure this never happens, and we'll just hold people down under our thumb. And then it happened, and instead of spending that time trying to build up what it should look like, they fought it all the way till court, and then the legal system said no, and now it's the Wild West. It's your fault. Your say was the last 10 years. You're an F-up, and I don't want to hear from you anymore about it. I'm tired of it. I'll hear from people who are actually here working in the system still.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy, the entire morning show back together. Thanks for being part of it as we kick off 2026 here on 105.3 The Fan, back inside the Star in the official home of the Cowboys. How did Trayvon Diggs play in his brand new uniforms? Micah Parsons drama and me versus Dez, commercial free in the Expressway, is next.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. Joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be. QC Kinetics has got you covered. I can't tell you how many people have told me that they are able to go play golf again. They are able to go do just general things around the house again because they had knee problems or ankle or back or hip pain that they thought they needed surgery on, but they actually didn't because they didn't have complete rupture. If you have a complete rupture, yeah, you're going to need surgery. If it's just some tearing, like I had in my right elbow and my right shoulder and my left elbow and my left shoulder, I was able to get it healed with QC Kinetics, without drugs, without steroids, without surgery, without downtime. It's natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options, allows your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints. Head on over to QC Kinetics, 4 locations, Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, and Grapevine. It's a free consultation. So if you've been told you need surgery, get a free consultation, a free second opinion at QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610, 972-972-8610.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Now, during the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end January 5th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Look, affordability is the biggest problem.
presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From the 31st and 10,
no.
Prescott got stepped on. Did the ball come out? It sure looks like it. And the Giants have recovered a fumble.
You heard Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, weekly guest on the show throughout the season, say, oh no, Dak Prescott with the fumble from center. And the ball ends up on the Cowboys' 28-yard line. Giants would end up kicking a field goal 3-0 on the way to a 34-17 win to end the Cowboys season. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby Bell back from Meadowlands in the commercial-free Expressway on DFW Sports Station. Do we have any final star-ups, star-downs from the game brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness?
I got one for Fox. They played my own worst enemy after the Aubrey missed field goal on the way out. That was solid. That was solid work by them. It's a good song. Underrated song. Underrated song. That's my star up, actually. I got a star down for Aubrey. I think it's, I think you need to have one. I mean, the whatever that first kick was, the opening kick, they said it was the equivalent of a golfer just chili dipping it or just flubbing it, right? I don't know what that was. It was enough for a star down. Got to have one for Quinnen.
Okay, so you're not going to ding him for the 57-yard miss.
57, outdoors. It is what it is, right?
He's supposed to be perfect.
He's supposed to be. We have found out that he is not. But that first kick, that was worth Quinnen. You can't touch a quarterback. When the quarterback is sliding, get away. You know better. We all know.
You should love it though. It helps the Giants win, helps draft position. That's a big star up.
Yes,
Quinnen.
Absolutely. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. 4th and 10, 4 to play on your own 40-yard line, down 34-17. Why are we punting? We're on a 4th and 10 play for Joe Milton. Let somebody run a play. Why are we punting? We're down 17 points with 4 minutes to go at our own 40-yard. They don't punt. We're not punting there. That's stupid. Start out of Shotty's culture.
Oh.
All right. I mean, it didn't look like culture. It looked like a lot of selfish players playing for themselves, getting stupid penalties, getting kicked out of games. That's not a culture. I'm sick of the culture.
What should it have looked like?
Huh?
What should it have looked like?
I mean, I didn't mind the Ezeraku thing with the helmet. You're fighting, you're angry. But stupid penalties like that, I don't know. It's a dumb team. It's a dumb.
Kenneth Murray's a dumb player. Star up Logan Wilson. He forced a fumble. It was nice that they let him play this week. I guess that was star up for the coaching staff for recognizing they had a rotation and to let Logan Wilson play. But yeah, other than that, no. The whole game yesterday, you have more time to think about these things, I guess, when there's not anything on the line. But it's just every single snap on defense, I was just kind of annoyed that knowing Matt Eberflus was still here and calling plays. So it was just you shouldn't be here. You should have never been here.
What he did in that press conference before the game, I almost tweeted out the F word. I felt like with Eberflus saying, no, there's nothing I would have done differently. I felt like only someone who's trying to really gaslight and tick you off would say something like that. For Flus to sit up there and say that, the amount of stubbornness, and that drove me insane. And I was mother effing my computer reading that. Get out of here. I don't know why Nico was at the Cotton Bowl randomly the other night. Matt Eberflus can get his ass on the same Nico lift out of town and get out of here. Because for him to say that was infuriating. I don't think I would do anything different. That is why the Cowboys made a mistake in hiring him, because that was his attitude and what he did at the podium leaving Chicago when he made some stupid game management decisions. I can't believe he said it.
He got asked in February, what do you believe differently since you were last in Dallas? And he said just really changing, molding the scheme based on the players' skill sets, based on what you have. And then he was asked about Diggs and Bland. And he said, it all starts with being able to play man coverage, I believe, being able to match guys up and stay with your man and then work our zones from there. He lied. He lied in the same way that Mike McCarthy lied and said, I watched every play of the 2019 season. It's equal. And that's the thing is that when they talk about 10 to 12 days or anything else, do you need that long to figure out if you were lied to? And are you comfortable that you were lied to? Or do you feel some type of way about it? Because if you let him back, you're saying that line can slide.
Well, Jerry, right, in the pregame, or I think it was actually on, I can't remember if it was Friday with KNC or with Christy Scales, but he's like, let's not blame everything on Flus, like he told us last week. And then the follow-up was, what does that mean? He could be back? And it felt like in reading it, Jerry was like, whoa, let's not go that far. Let's not take it that far. I think that was the pregame yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think he said it also. He's been saying it everywhere. But, I mean, I know there's this whole bunch of concern from people going like, why hasn't it happened yet? Why? First off, they never do this. They never fire somebody the day after. Every time they've made a move, it's always been like 4 days after the season.
At least we will not be here on Monday with Matt Eberflus employed. That's my prediction.
That's the thing, is that if you go back and look
next Monday,
Jerry has never talked this way about somebody this consistently over the course of 4 weeks and had them return. They've never come back. So there's been no whispers that it's already done or anything else. It's the expectation. I would be so stunned. It would be the biggest break from Jerry's history to bring somebody back after talking about him like
the
that.
Only
he's not going to be here.
More stunning than trading Micah, where we're like
way more. It's to me that this would be like on a level of you traded Luka in terms of how surprised I am that somebody thought they should should be what they should do.
The only thing that would cause me hesitation is he does have another year, and Jerry would have to pay him to sit on the beach. And we know that Jerry has been loath to do that.
Yeah. But I think
there was offset language, though, too, from him getting paid in Chicago.
Brian Schottenheimer, overall season thoughts on the defense and Eberflus.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, as you look at the way the game went today, I mean, we put them on a short field and the time of possession got kind of flipped around. But, again, we're going to look at everything. And, at the end of the day, we didn't win enough games. And that starts with me. I'm responsible for that. And that's where we'll start.
Is there a case to be made, Brian Schottenheimer, for Flus to be back?
Yeah, again, the case is going to be the case that's made when we look at all the stats. We talk through the issues. We get through the exit interviews with the players. And again, I've said this many times. Flus is a really good defensive coach, and but we're going to go through the process, and that's with everybody, starting with myself and to Clayton and to Nick and to Flus and the players. And you take this time that you have now. We have time. And the players understand that, we're going to have these meetings and there's going to be a lot of, real hard conversations in a good way. We try to give them feedback and they give us feedback. That's important. But, at the end of the day, until we get all that information, we can't prioritize what we need to fix and more importantly, how we're going to fix it.
That's no. That's a long way of Brian Schottenheimer saying no. There's not a case for him to be back. Because is there a case to be back? Yeah, look, I mean, the case to be made is the case to be made when you look at statistics. What does that mean? Like, I mean, he usually has such a clean answer. He can't. And Archer was the one who asked that question. It's funny because Todd started off and he goes like, I guess there's not a way to ask this other than just sound really blunt. But like, what's the argument to bring him back? And you see him like kind of stumble through that. And again, I think words are the way he uses words, the way any of these like coaches or players use words can really matter, like what they aren't saying. And again, he says he's a really good defensive coach. He won't say anything about him being a coordinator. He's lately like shifted his because early in the season he kept saying he's a good defensive coordinator. He shifted it lately to say he's a good defensive coach. And the way that he just basically said everybody's up for evaluation. Well, that doesn't sound like a case to be made at all to keep him here. Whereas I think if you say, what's the case to be made for Clayton Adams to return, you can really easily start spitting some stuff out, and he couldn't do that with Flus.
We have not done a show with Trayvon Diggs as a member of the Green Bay Packers. So they are the only team to put in a waiver for Trayvon. He's wearing number 28, and some of the numbers that came out, they're celebrating Diggs in Green Bay. That's the state of the corners with the injuries and the tackling that they apparently have had there at Lambeau. Diggs in the debut, and the Green Bay lost to Minnesota, 2 targets, 1 forced incompletion, 1 catch, 4 yards allowed, 3 tackles, 45 passer rating.
Which, by the way, Next Gen Stats have him allowing 18 yards on the pass that he gave up. So the Packers fans are all wanting to like aggregate from PFF or whoever else their dumb way of doing things. But like, I mean, I saw a couple plays yesterday. He looked like Diggs to me. It just looked like it was against the Vikings.
Yeah, Dan Rogers had like tweeted out how far off he's going to play, where he is when the ball is caught. It looked no different. It was just one play. I didn't sit there and pay attention to that game.
Next Gen Stats had his average coverage separation, not target separation. His average separation in coverage was 6 yards.
Choppy, you have not had a chance to comment on the Trayvon Diggs drama and the way it all ended up here and going to the Packers.
I don't care that he goes to the Packers. I think he's a average at best player at this point. I think it was time. It was time to move on. They were going to move on anyway, I think, in the offseason. And the old, if you're going to do it now kind of thing. That whatever will be done eventually must be done immediately. The old, the AD at Florida said that, and Henry Kissinger said that. I mean, everybody has said that line. So I didn't have a problem with it. Do I have a problem with the situation coming back from D.C. on the team plane? Look, rules are rules, man. You got a team rule. You go out there, you got to tell them prior. If you don't tell them prior, however long the notice is, whatever the team rule is, whatever the team expectation is, that's what you got to follow. If Shoddy had allowed it, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. But I also think that you can't expect him to just say, yeah, go ahead. Like if you don't follow the protocol of the company, I don't think you can really have a major issue with it.
Well, it's like I said last week. If it was Wednesday and I wanted that Friday off because my parents were coming to town, I can't.
You can try.
You can try.
Yeah, they offer to you.
The protocol here is 2 weeks before vacation.
2 weeks,
unless you're Mike Bassick.
Right.
2 weeks before. Otherwise, I didn't plan and submit the paperwork the way I was supposed to. It doesn't matter whether my grandparent or mother is coming.
Right. Now, and if they let you off, then fine.
Yeah.
But if they don't, I don't think you can get mad about it.
Schottenheimer said Diggs asked him to stay in the D.C. area after the game. Schottenheimer declined. Diggs stayed. Shoddy said other players asked the same and were told the same. Quote, it was one of many factors. It was not the only factor. I'm not the Grinch that stole Christmas. I love Christmas. I love my family, but at the end of the day, we have a protocol that we go through, and the process was not followed. We go up as a team, and we come back as a team. Trayvon decided to make a different decision.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Trayvon approached it the way he's approached everything else here the last 2 years. That's what he did. And so is it like I'm honestly a little surprised they didn't tell him fine. Like sort of thing I was joking about with Flus yesterday, just because they're annoyed with him. Like, yeah, sure, fine, stay back. We don't want you on the plane. Or we don't want to deal with the headache.
But then with everyone else who makes that request, you got to allow it.
Yeah, now they could have said, look, it's Christmas. We're going to grant all these requests. It's Christmas. You know, you got to hear. It's because what does it really do? It's an extra 6 hours.
It was Christmas Eve. I thought I was off on Christmas Eve this year. I wasn't. Like, I thought I put in for it, and then I went back and looked and realized I hadn't. I realized on Monday I hadn't. I had 2 days, and I still was like, well, that's too late. I can't get it off now. Like, and so, because that's the way, I can't just all of a sudden, I'm going to go like, by the way, find somebody to cover for me on Wednesday because I forgot to ask you earlier.
Right. Jerry Jones, for the first time, was asked about Trayvon publicly by the KNC Masterpiece on Friday.
Did you get the sense that Trayvon Diggs loved football, and did he love the Dallas Cowboys?
Listen, I thought Trayvon had one of the most impressive beginnings in pro football and with the Cowboys that I've ever been associated with. And I personally think that there's things that Trayvon did back when he first came in the NFL that he physically has been compromised with to do.
So that is Jerry saying publicly what Bobby has heard and many people have kind of known behind the scenes. This, I think, first and foremost was a physical thing. Like, Trayvon sold to them that he was better off physically than he actually was. And then all the other stuff was an annoyance. But it basically came down to you are physically compromised. You can't turn and run the same. Brad Sham dropping a little bit of insight and fire yesterday on the official pregame show, only heard right here on the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
This is the truth, and a lot of his sycophants don't want to say it. Oh. Diggs began to orchestrate, not intentionally, but Diggs began to orchestrate his departure from the team 2 years ago when he had the first big knee injury, and he did not rehab here with the team staff, and they didn't like what he did in terms of his rehab. They didn't think he worked hard enough. They didn't do the things he... Now, were they right or wrong? I don't know, but they're the boss. Yeah. They're the ones writing the checks. And frankly, I think that they think that Al Harris babied him a little bit and did the same thing with Kalen Carson last year. And that's one of the reasons that they let Al Harris leave, not the only reason, or that maybe Al wanted to leave.
Sure.
But your question's about Diggs. Diggs started to separate himself 2 years ago when he just wouldn't do what they wanted to do. They've got a lot invested in him at that point.
Yeah.
Just, they're entitled to say, this is the plan we want you to follow. And he didn't want to follow that. And so that's when the fissure begins to develop. And then it happened again last year, same thing. And then with all of the Parsons stuff, they're joined at the hip and they're talking. And so whenever Micah got butthurt, Diggs got butthurt. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
No one else will want to. His water carriers won't want to say it, but that's a fact. And so by the when they traded Micah, and then his knee wasn't right, and then he's got the concussion, and he hasn't been physically healthy to be able to be the Trayvon Diggs, Eric, that we would have missed. And he hasn't been that guy in 2 years.
Brad Sham on the pregame show.
Going off. I think that's right. I think that's pretty much everything that they had issues with. And then in addition to that, I think it's also just, like we've talked about, he came back a different player. He came back a different person, or a different personality type. The demeanor was different when he came back from rehabbing, and they felt like he lost an edge.
Now, is Green Bay a heavy zone team?
Green Bay will play a lot of zone. Yeah, I mean, the league is a heavy zone league. But, I mean, the reality is that he yesterday, a lot of what I was seeing that they were playing yesterday, they were playing off-man, prevent zone coverages, essentially, and just having Minnesota run the ball in what was ultimately a meaningless game. But he's a guy who, his numbers say he's been better in zone throughout his career. That's man coverage is where he's given up way more of his touchdowns. Now, it's also easier to gauge who gave up what when somebody's in man. But, I mean, this is just, his whole process changed. He was no longer the guy who was going to be chippy at practice. You were lucky to get him at practice. He would leave team meetings early. He would just float in and out of the facility during the practice week, and people were tired of it.
Trayvon said Micah told him things are different in Green Bay than in Dallas. Quote, he told me, it's work. It's a lot different. He said, I'm going to like it a lot, and I'm going to enjoy it.
I don't know if there have been two players in Dallas recently who want it to be less about just football than those two, though. That's what I don't get. You can say, you get to focus on your work here. Really? Because you guys, Micah wants to do the podcast, then that's fine, whatever. You want to do all these different things. You guys have never been the, I just want to focus on football, don't have cameras around me guys.
Right.
I think it is there's some of it that feels like when you're here, you want to be in the limelight. You want to, because you want to accentuate.
Micah Parsons benefited greatly from the star, and vice versa.
And Micah knew it. Micah would always talk about it. And Micah, I think, just got to a point where he obviously dug himself a hole and couldn't get out of it.
Yeah, when people were putting out next-gen numbers on Trayvon over the weekend, well, Micah responded to a few different things. He had time. He has time while recovering from injury. But Eberflus is basically... Did Eberflus admit that he disagreed with the Micah move in that press conference, Bobby?
I don't think that's exactly how he did it. He said, we thought we were going to have somebody here, or pass rusher here, who didn't end up being here. I can tell you, Flus is one of the guys who gave them the thumbs up, yeah, we'll be good. So Flus 100% told them they would be fine.
When Flus is things are different when you lose all-pro pass rusher, Micah responded to that with a bunch of emojis. Then Cowboy fans go at him. Then he basically is hey, Jerry Jones slandered my name around here for months. What do y'all want me to do? I'm going to go ahead and comment if I want to. And I was at Dave & Buster's, and they have a $5 margarita special on Thursday, and they're very good margaritas. And I was sitting at the bar waiting for the second margarita while watching Texas Tech get shut out. And I just saw Micah's tweet, and he's going off, and I just had enough of it. And basically said, just tell everyone your role in trying to play Jerry Maguire. You watch Jerry, I know you remember the Titans? Well, you can play that clip for Jerry Maguire, because I just want Micah to stop playing 100% victim, because I believe that Micah initiated the negotiation with Jerry, agreed multiple times, and then kind of stepped into too much. David Mulligano's like, what the heck is going on? Why are you agreeing without me? I get you 47, not 40, and then things blew up. But Micah just wants to act like a 1,000% victim all the time, and I just had enough of it. Like, just admit that you didn't get locked in a room, that you didn't get enticed and lured into Jerry's office, and then Steven put up the 2x4 so you couldn't get out, because that's the way Micah has portrayed it. And I just got sick of it like that and tweeted that back to Micah, and then Dez had to stick his nose in it, of course, with his happy Twitter fingers, and he's basically like, oh, you must be taking money, you know, this is what ticks me off about Cowboys media, blah, blah, blah. Right. So then, you know, I'd asked Dez Bryant nicely, don't sit there and suggest that Jerry Jones writes us checks, because I would dress a little bit nicer than this. So that was Dez, of course, and I like that Dez, you know, pops off. It didn't get ugly or anything, but that was our whole back and forth with Micah's brother and Dez Bryant off of Micah's Twitter account.
Yeah, and I think that it's definitely shared responsibility what happened with Micah here. Like, Jerry did try to...
I disagree with Jerry's tactic in the way he negotiated. I disagree. I think that with Micah messing up, Jerry should look at a 25, 26-year-old kid and give him a pass on that.
Right.
And not capitalize on the situation. But I just want Micah to own his part with what he did in engaging, and he never has.
Yeah, I think Micah engaged more than he's publicly admitted. And Micah had these these little bit of back and forths, and I think that I still probably
I don't think Jerry should sit down with George Pickens in an office. I want to make that very clear. We can separate these things. Like,
he's gonna
talk with the agent.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that Micah has a role. I still don't think whatever we talk, and you're not saying this, but I think whatever his role was, it doesn't absolve how Jerry, I think, handled it wrong. Like it was approached wrong. And if it isn't approached that way, if it doesn't happen that way, he's probably still here. There's probably something that works out, and ultimately he's still here. But because I know Jerry's line has now been like, well, no, we needed the 4 or 5 players more than the one. It's like, no, if that didn't go sideways, you were signing him. So it was going to happen. But I mean, I'm surprised that he's still
going
wants
back
to talk about it.
Yeah.
Like I'm surprised Micah's wanting to talk. I would have figured.
Are you really surprised? He loves this. He can't stay quiet either.
I would think during the week or like during like a lead up to a game against the Cowboys, maybe he'd chirp some or do something like that. Just randomly at the end of December, you're sitting at home, you start popping off a Twitter. That just seems a little. I'm surprised he's circling back, because I would think he'd be like, "Oh, I want to see him above them on this."
Jerry was asked about Micah's accusation of slander on KNC.
Well, I wish Micah the very best. Micah just got to where he outgrew our ability to pay, and he's a great player, and he's going to make great plays. But we just couldn't afford him, and we wanted 4 or 5 players more than we did him. But he's outstanding. I understand his sensitivity and can even understand these comments. But the facts are the facts, and when you just put it on one player, that player can get hurt. And if you've got it on 4 or 5 players, the chances of all of them getting hurt are not there. And so you often don't have those players when you put that high dollar on them. That goes with the risk of
cut it off.
Putting all that.
Bad phone line. Jerry's ultimate end game answer is the price was 40. We weren't going above 40.
Right.
We got outpriced.
And look, he's, I believe, correct in the sentiment that, look, I get 4 players for this, and that's better than 1. Because on defense, especially on offense, maybe not, but on defense, especially, like, you know, if I had 4 B level players versus 1 A and 3 other C minus, I'll be better off. I agree with that. I believe in that. But the problem is that they don't always do that, and it was too late in the game to do it anyway. I mean, they didn't build their team properly.
All right, let's get to RJ Choppy accusations. Bobby Bell leaving us high and dry. It's best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
877-881-1053 to let us know how you broke in the new year. Happy 2026 to everyone. Got the entire morning show here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and we got Aiden on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I suppose you should start off explaining the chair incident, and then we'll let Bobby defend himself.
All right, so I'll set the scene for you. We are in a very small, narrow bar. It's a narrow bar.
All of us. Morning show dinner on Friday.
So right behind me, I'm standing basically with my back to the bar. We're at a little cocktail table. Sean is the only one seated. He's in a stool, high top stool, to my left. Bobby, Peyton, and Aiden clockwise around. The girls are at the table right behind Bobby and Peyton.
A little booth.
Little booth. Sean gets up, uses the restroom. There's a chair. His chair is now empty to my left. This group of about 8, 4 and 4, right? 4 couples comes in, and the girl just grabs the chair. And I said, whoa, someone's sitting there. And she says to me, he was saving it for me.
Like I was saving it for her.
You were saving it for her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for saving this for us.
Yeah, grabs the chair and goes to, moves it goes to sit down in it. And I said, no, he didn't. And I grabbed the chair and I flipped it around, just spun it around like I was going to AC Slater sit backwards and say, no, he did not. He wasn't saving it for you. Well, as I did that, she was not sober. She was not 100% sober.
Right.
She goes to sit and she falls right on her butt.
Oh, not
right
on her butt.
And her back.
On her back. She fell flat backwards.
It was a head bounce, too. That head bounced and hit the ground.
She was
like Tua.
She had turned the chair over, and she had, gone to hop up in it because it's taller than she is. And so she's hopping up and kind of throwing herself back when then the chair's gone, and she just...
So... She gets right
fell.
up. She gets right up after the cobwebs cleared. She gets right up, gets in my face, and goes, "You're an effing a-hole." And I was like, "Was it your chair?" And at this point, Sean had kind of walked. You were coming back from the bathroom.
He was walking back towards the table as she fell.
Aiden was dug in. I look up. Bobby's gone.
Hell yeah,
gone. Peyton, I think, was still there. The guy, the boyfriend or husband, and this is when I knew everything was going to be okay.
Boyfriend, she's not going to get wifed up.
He comes up to me and he was like, "I'm sure that wasn't your fault."
There we go.
And shakes my hand. I was like, "Of course, man. All good." And it's just, and look, I'm on edge when I come to Dallas anyway. All right, it's
Greenville Ave.
It's like, we're not on Sunset Boulevard. This isn't. You're not in Soho. We're in Vegas. We're on Greenville Avenue. We're surrounded by Tudor homes. It's not that special. Okay? This is not that special. You are the one who was never. She was attractive. You have never been told no, ever. All right, I'm on edge when I get there anyway because I just don't like the uppity Dallas girl or the guy, the bro. Yeah. I don't like it either way. Yeah. All right, again, we're on Greenville Avenue. We're not even in Uptown. It's not even Uptown. Okay, it's East Town. We're not even in Uptown. All right, you're on Greenville again. Tudor homes are everywhere. Craftsman. These are 100-year-old homes that they have 1-car garages.
Yeah.
1 car.
Yeah.
And
I got back to the table. I heard the thud. I looked to the right. Amanda and all the girls kind of put their heads down because it was a thump. And I get to the table, and the guys start walking. I'm Choppy's to my right, and I'm like, all right, let's just see what happens here. We're ready. We're ready just in case. Because 9 times out of 10, I would think that the guys would come over for a confrontation.
Sure.
And I said, let's just see what the guys say. Here we go. Let's buck up. And the guy, to his credit, diffused everything. He's like, she's drunk. It was her problem.
He goes, it's probably not your fault.
I appreciate you, Choppy, for doing that. And, we're all giving high fives to each other. It's a little guy victory. Peyton, myself, Choppy, Aiden, and missing in action.
MIA.
Is the scurrier, soon to be bald, Bobby.
They call me that. They say Steve Scurrier. That's my name. No.
Well done.
So I love the suggestion, the image. I'm glad you guys put this up, because literally the suggestion is that, hey, you walked away from us squadding up around the 90-pound drunk girl. You should have been there to beat her up.
It was in anticipation of the 4 dudes.
I saw the dudes. They all put their heads down, and then I went, I'm walking away. This is awkward, because it was clearly going to be you're an A. That's what it was going to be. But no, I absolutely saw it and then went, okay, this is just going to be uncomfortable. I'm walking. I don't even want to be around for us potentially being told by.
So why should we have to stand in the discomfort? Why should we have to deal with the discomfort? It's supposed to be all for one.
You should have all walked away. And gone, you deal with that.
Then they would have taken all our chairs.
Right. We literally walked away right after that.
Pepe, give us your vantage point of Bobby rolling out.
Yeah, well, Bobby, he just was uncomfortable with the whole situation. He saw the girl fall and was like, okay, I need to get out of here. I thought he was running to get back up from his car or something. I thought he was going to get the gun or something in his car. I was like, okay, we're ready to squat up. Okay?
I was Ubered there.
But no, and I'm so proud of RJ for doing what he did, because she was being a total B when she walked in.
RJ was right.
Assuming that, you were actually saving the seat and we were just going to give her the spot. She's entitled, like Bobby said, never been told before in her life, so I'm proud of RJ for doing that. And look, I was surprised RJ did it. RJ, wouldn't hurt a fly, and so I think whenever he saw her fall on the ground, bust her ass, I thought maybe he said sorry a little bit.
I felt bad. Yeah. I felt bad that she fell.
But you got to commit to it. You got to commit to it. You did what you did, and you did the right thing.
You should have stood over and got a taunting penalty.
Yeah, he did.
He like Kenneth Murray.
He was like, aren't you supposed to be in the kitchen? I didn't even know they allowed women in Dallas bars. Yes, he did. He said every single one of those things.
So
I heard it.
What do y'all think on the fan text? Aiden, were you a little disappointed maybe in Bobby? Were you thinking Bobby should have stuck around there? He's nodding his head yes. For Aiden's disappointment.
All right, now you guys are pissing me off because this is such bullshit. Whatever. I don't get. Whatever. This is another garbage representation. All right, y'all want a G check? Fine. We'll do this in the future.
Stop it.
877-881-1053. Best and worst.
Oh my God, we got 3 minutes left.
No. Best and worst of the weekend, Choppy.
Well, the best I gotta say.
Bobby's left the room. He's left the studio.
My son did get his driver's license.
He
did get his driver's license. He passed it. I got an 82. By the way, is it
an 82?
I think you were allowed to get like a 75 or something like that on your test. But is it a rule that everyone that does these driver's tests, that is the person in the vehicle with you, is just the most miserable looking person in the world? They're just so rude. Want to get they're scared. They're petrified of being in the car. Well, do you have insurance? We're going around a course here, ma'am. We don't need insurance for this thing. That was the best. The worst, of course, is the insurance. Literally, the insurance that I have to pay. Now, I've put it off. I haven't done it yet. I've called up. I've got to give them the driver's license.
Did you get the quote?
I've gotten 2 quotes. I've gotten one. I got to change the coverage on the vehicle because I'm not giving him full coverage. He doesn't need full coverage.
Right.
He's getting the bare bones minimum, but it's going to wind up being, I think, around $100 more a month, which isn't that bad.
Yeah.
Because the other one is like $300 more a month, so it could have been worse.
So is he just scurrying around driving everywhere since? He got
everywhere. And the younger one rides with him, and he says that he'll text me every now and then. He's being reckless. Music's too loud.
Oh, he's ratting him?
Oh, yeah, he's ratting out on it. He's ratting him out big time.
Best and worst of the weekend. Bobby has left the building, just like he did at the bar.
Yeah.
This is rolling out on us here with DFW. Now he's going to double down the next public event.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to go reach across and punch someone.
He's going to square up big time.
We got to start a fight. Next time we go, we got to stage it a little bit where we start a fight with someone and say, hey, we're going to start getting in your face. Yeah. We want to see what Bobby does next.
I think the Aiden disappointment truly broke him. That snapped him right there in half emotionally. RJ Choppy used yesterday's Giants loss to make some Cowboys decisions for the future. Let's get into them. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
57. Kicks away from 57. And the kick is no good. Missed it to the left. He has missed 6 field goals, and 5 of them have been of over 55 yards.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
And we start off with breaking news here on Sean and RJ. It is not the breaking news you're waiting for or anticipating when it comes to Matt Eberflus. Yesterday, of course, the Atlanta Falcons blew out Raheem Morris and their general manager. Well, as expected, another head coach is gone. Have you seen it? And who are you guessing?
I have not, but I'll guess. I will guess it's Todd Bowles.
I would guess it's Kevin Stefanski.
It is Kevin Stefanski. So Stefanski is out in Cleveland, and the insiders have already said he could be a potential fit. He could be kind of a hotter name. In New York with the Giants, maybe Tennessee, and then Florio was speculating that Matt LaFleur is not locked back into Green Bay yet, and maybe Stefanski would be of interest there.
If Green Bay fires Matt LaFleur, that's insanity. That's really bad if they do that. But Stefanski's a guy who gets a ton of credit for, he may be one of those guys.
He won 2 Coach of the Years.
He may be one of those guys who's better as a coordinator, too, because his, a lot of the stuff he does with run game design, people think is really, really good. And so, I mean, he could just be a better coordinator. Now, if he takes a head coach job somewhere else, I'm sure he'll get opportunities. This will not be his last head coaching job, I wouldn't think. He just may need to do coordinator rehab program for a year.
Do they have one? It used to be Saban.
No, I think for a lot of guys around the NFL now, it's just go take a coordinator job in the NFL. Coordinator rehab is good for a lot of college coaches. But, Bill O'Brien did it. Sark did it. They've all got those things. But this is, I would imagine, a better thing for Stefanski to just take an OC job with some contender.
It's a big loss for Cleveland. Big miss, okay? Because he's the only good-looking person in that entire city.
What is up with that? Is he, considered, conventionally attractive?
Yeah. His beard, his facial hair is really good. I don't know what his hair looks like.
I don't either, but, with the hat on, it looks like a bit of a daddy.
I think Jane has called him a zaddy before.
Well, that doesn't take much. It's like John Gruden picking quarterbacks, Jane being like, that person's
I love this guy.
Sportsbetting.ag before the weekend had the over-under on how many coaches would be fired before the Super Bowl.
Before the Super Bowl, and this was when? When did they put it out?
Last week.
Okay, so this would have been before Raheem. So,
5.5.
4.5.
3.5.
Wow.
You could go ahead and take the over on that.
Holy cow.
Schefter said it feels like there will be less this year in terms of the speculation.
I wonder if they had it at 3.5 and we're not thinking Raheem would go.
Yeah, we're always going to be surprised. There's always one surprise.
3.5, man. So you've already got 2.
How many first-year coaches will be fired before the Super Bowl? Over/under is 0.5, and I assume Pete Carroll's first year.
I think Pete Carroll's getting fired.
And real quick, did they count Dayball?
Probably not.
And the Titans guy?
Probably not.
No.
Okay. Yeah, because we're already at 4 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, who else? You got McDaniel in the AFC East as they're bringing in Troy Aikman to advise on the general manager and head coach picks.
Right, and if I'm not mistaken, didn't Troy in that Pittsburgh game just destroy McDaniel and Tua?
I don't remember.
I thought it was them.
He destroyed Caleb Williams. I know that's the guy that he went after this year.
Aaron Glenn as a candidate. What about John Harbaugh? It sounds like Zach Taylor is okay. Tomlin may leave and go into TV, according to Florio, but that would not be a firing.
That would not be a firing.
That'd be done, quote-unquote, the right way. We know that Steichen is back in Indianapolis, of course, with the untouchable general manager, Chris Ballard.
So it sounded like Gannon's going to be given another year. It sounded like Aaron Glenn wouldn't be one and done. So, yeah, I guess at this point we're waiting on Carroll, who's likely out, and then...
I think McDaniel's probably gone. And they said McDaniel could be of interest in Cleveland.
And didn't they think he, who's
his agent?
Weren't they talking about him as though, like, oh yeah, as soon as Chris Greer got out of the way, like they started fighting, and I thought that it felt like they were going to give him one more chance because of how they played down the stretch.
I can't see Aikman being like, yeah, Mike McDonald, he's my guy.
I can't imagine. He seems he wants like a tougher guy, like just like a more hard nosed.
You would think.
Type. You would think. But I mean,
stereotyping.
It would not stun me if all those guys you mentioned, wind up getting run. I am a little surprised.
Todd Bowles, maybe.
Bowles is the one. I don't think
Bowles is getting fired. It sounds like they're going to give him another shot.
Yeah, I don't think the ownership wants to fire him.
They blame a lot of what happened this year on injuries. They think that, like, oh, you lost all your receivers, and we had Bucky Irvin was out most of the year. What we were supposed to do.
But I mean, you were 6-2 at one point,
and then they got hurt basically.
Yeah, and you want to go 2-7 on this. That's tough.
What are the other insiders saying? Whether it's Diana Rossini, Graziano, Fowler.
So the general thought now is it appears that Rossini was one of the ones who referenced this too, that Aaron Glenn is going to get another shot. He's not going to be Gerard Mayo. That had been Armando Salguera, who's the Miami reporter. But he's very connected around the league and is generally thought of as like a pretty strong reporter. He had said that there was a thought that it was going to be a Gerard Mayo situation and that Glenn would go one and done. That looks like the Jets are going to give him another shot. The buzz has been that Bowles will get another year, and everything seems to be trending towards Pete Carroll's out with the Raiders, which would open up a job that I don't know who wants to take the Raiders gig with just how much that has been a disaster since Mark Davis took over.
I mean,
number one pick.
If you like Fernando,
number one pick in a draft where it's not like generational talents like that. It's not very top heavy.
No, it's not. But I mean, it's got a quarterback.
There's
if you like him.
Some reports that Tom Brady is interested in. Oh, now it's going to Flores is the head coach,
and the one
Daboll. Daboll's the OC. And he's trying to go ahead and put together that staff first.
Weren't they both guys who he had worked with in New England?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I mean, he loves Josh McDaniels. Boomeranging back to the Raiders. Figure things out.
I don't hate that getting Flores and Daboll. Like that's.
Man,
I don't think I'm not trusting Brian Flores to work as the head of my organization. That's just me. Mm-hmm. I feel like he's just too rough around the edges. Something's going to happen. He could sue me. I don't know. I'm keeping him as a defensive coordinator, as great as I think he is. I would love him here. I don't know, but Brady may think he can control him, knows him very well, and Brady may want a hard ass.
Wasn't that their problem too with McDaniels and Antonio Pierce? They're kind of jerks or whatever, like they're too rough around the edges.
I saw Antonio Pierce's name circulating like giant rumors. I'm like, get out of here. Yeah, right. Are you kidding me? Please.
Name is
he was a captain. He was a captain for the Giants. They love their New York guys.
Ian Rappaport saying teams are doing Phillip Rivers head coaching homework. Riley Leonard looked good yesterday, by the way, starting for Indy. He looked pretty decent.
You know what Rivers was able to do at just off the couch and just go out there and play serviceable.
Oh, totally surprising to me.
Absolutely.
Stunned me. That cost me money, too.
To me, that shows a level of intelligence of the game. This guy could coach it. Like I don't care that he's coaching high school. I mean, I don't know that I would just hire him.
Right.
But I don't think it would be like crazy to say, oh, I could see him being a good football coach.
And this is just making Cowboy fans more and more irate with the names that kind of trickle out. The fact that the Falcons did it yesterday. People wanted Eberflus left in the Meadowlands, in the swamps of New Jersey. Yeah. And then, do we have the clip from Brian Schottenheimer saying 10 to 12 days? I actually have to go ahead and hear this. I need to hear it for myself.
I hadn't found it in the list of cuts yet. I was playing them during one of the breaks.
Were you there in the presser?
Yeah.
You there? So go ahead, describe it.
Yeah, so basically he was asked about when he'll be making some of the big decisions to end the year. And Eberflus was mentioned to that, but it was a discussion of, hey, when are you going to be making changes? So he basically started saying, the review process, we do player interviews, we do this and that, the whole process of figuring out who's back, who's not, we'll probably complete that in about 10 to 12 days. So I think he was saying just the whole process of evaluating the organization is 10 to 12 days.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that people aren't getting fired on day 4.
Shotty was asked what the priorities are for this 7-9-1 team.
Again, I think there's going to be a number of them. But, again, at this time, I'm going to, think about the guys in that locker room. I'm going to go love on them some more and tell them how much I care about them because I appreciate how much they put into this season. And then, we have time to get into that. And like I said to Clarence, we're going to start that on the plane. And but there's a number of issues that we need to address, and we'll do that.
So these are the names coming out. People are talking about Stefanski getting another job quick. 2-time coach of the year. Didn't work out with Deshaun. And then
he's a 2-time coach of the year?
I think he won it twice.
Yeah, he did.
He's a good football. If he gets another job in a heartbeat, it wouldn't bother me. It just didn't work there in Cleveland for whatever reason. And of course, I know what the reason is. Quarterback wasn't any good.
Well, it's Cleveland. Cleveland is just kind of one of those organizations that it feels like there's nothing that's shifted enough in terms of the way that they approach things for you to consistently win there.
He didn't handle the Shedeur thing right. Maybe he did. It didn't seem like he did.
Let me how so?
He didn't give him hardly any snaps in the preseason even. In the preseason.
He played preseason games because everybody's talking about, oh my gosh, look at him.
He played that one half against Carolina. Right?
He was the third string quarterback. Other quarterbacks came out and talked about you don't get any practice reps. People forget. People have conveniently forgotten that he was taken behind Gabriel.
I know.
They just were.
Absolutely.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 about RJ Choppy going back to the Cowboys. Breaking news, Kevin Stefanski is out. You were making a running back decision based upon this game?
Yeah, it wasn't even based on the game. It was based on one drive. It was one drive of Jaden Blue, the two big runs. I'm ready to say, nah, to Javonte Williams for next year. And just let him have it. Now, it's risky. I get it because, as Bobby has mentioned, Blue does not pick up blocks very well. He's not a very patient runner yet. He's got a lot to learn.
Doesn't sound like he's been the best pro.
Doesn't sound like he's been the best pro. I don't really care about that. Are you talented? That's it. Are you talented or not? I don't care if you love the football. I don't care if you're a good pro. Now, listen, if Javonte goes on the open market and nobody, because I think I saw his market value, whatever it's worth on Spotrac, was like $7.4 million. All right. Is that about what you expect Bobby him to get?
Say it again. How much?
7.4.
No.
More?
I would think I like maybe with some incentives he would get that. I would think he's probably going to be more in the range of like 6.
Okay. I mean, if he doesn't get that, if his market isn't there, and you could bring him back for $4 million, then I would absolutely bring him back because that's not a crazy amount of money. But this is a team that needs to have they need bodies. They have a lot of things they need, and do they want to spend $4, $5, $6, $7 million on a running back? If you can get them back at 4, I'd be into it.
They've shown, as I said last week, with Rico and Jaden Blue, they have practiced and executed the running back replacement philosophy that you've been talking about for years. They did it. It's just you fall in love with someone like I'm in love with Javonte, and then my feelings start to get in the way.
Right, absolutely.
He's young.
The Rangers did this with starting pitchers for years. From Mike Minor to Lance Lynn to, God, who am I missing? I mean, they did like 6 guys in a row the Rangers did this with, right? Starting pitchers.
Yeah.
Gibson. They just kept doing it, and they kept getting these pitchers at the very end off the scrap heap. They did well. You could flip them. I think you could do that with running back. Especially, I like Malik Davis.
Man, he's got a case for $8 million, I think.
Javonte?
Yeah. I'll give you some running back salary starting at 10.
And do you want to pay $8 million?
No.
Yeah,
I don't want to pay 8.
The question is the running style and how he's already had injury history. And so that's why I think people are going to ding him.
Aaron Jones is at 10. James Conner's 9.5. David Montgomery's 9. Ramondre is 9. Genty is 9. Mixon is 8.5. Chuba is 8.3. DeAndre Swift, 8. Pollard, 7.25. Jalen Warren, 5.9. Singletary, 5.5. Bijan, 5.4. Najee Harris, so now we're in the 5s, and if you talk about Devin Singletary, Najee Harris, Tony Pollard, Chuba Hubbard, Joe Mixon right now, we're talking north of 7.
If he were to get 8, his contract would be structured to where a team could bail after the first year, I think. Because teams will look at it and they'll just say, all right, if we're going to give you this money, though, you got to be able to show it to us a little bit because we don't know that you can stay healthy.
877-881-1053. Let's set up the rest of the playoff picture. Bobby has some developing college quarterback news, and RJ Choppy thinks that one of the greatest Olympic injustices of all time has happened to the Dallas Stars. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-323-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Voilà Hudson, il y a de l'espace. Le tir! Lane Hudson sur la mise en jeu gagnée par Philippe Dano. Ma parole, le Canadien l'emporte et complète un voyage exceptionnel.
I got exceptional. I heard exceptional. That's one of the words that I heard there. Exceptional.
I think you know who they played and who they lost to. Canadians TV. Peyton Russell finding that clip as they lose in overtime to Montreal 4-3. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again.
One of the best logos in all of sports, the Canadians logo. That's fantastic.
Great enough that your high school stole it.
Yes,
the Colleyville logo.
Colleyville Heritage, the C and the H. There you go, right? But Stars lose in overtime 4-3 to Montreal. But I mean, this is still one of the best teams. It's going to be such a disappointment when they've fallen behind Colorado quite a bit.
They've lost 5 straight.
Yeah, they've fallen behind quite a bit. But they're
5 straight. Every single game, they've allowed 4 goals in the 5-game losing streak.
They're still second in points in the entire league.
They had won
by a wide margin.
They had won 4 straight, and now they've lost 5 in a row.
Yeah, they've only tied with Minnesota, but Colorado just doesn't lose. I mean, they've got 3 regulation losses all year, and all their other losses are in either the shootout or in 3-on-3. Which, in a related story, I don't even know this, they don't do a shootout or 3-on-3 in the playoffs. So you've got to beat them in regulation. People don't beat Colorado in regulation this year.
It's tough, too, because Money Puck did say they deserve to lose. So that's the problem, is that it's not just losing games, it's now you deserve to lose them, too. That's tough.
Are you upset about the Olympics?
I am. Jason Robertson did not make Team USA. Now, I'm not totally upset about it because I don't even know that they're going to have the Olympics this year for hockey because the rink isn't even ready yet. Okay, 75 days out from the Olympics, I saw a video
you can freeze ice in 70 days?
You could freeze ice in 70 days.
They didn't even clean the river at the last Olympics. What does it matter if they got ice?
But it looked like a building that was probably 6 months away from being finished. I don't know. Are they going to have no seats? And they also tape measured the ice. It's not even regulation size. They screwed up the ice size. It's wild. Like if I'm the Stars, I'm actually happy that Jason Robertson didn't make it. But what happened is that basically the Rangers coach chose just 58 of his players to make this team, primarily Miller. And Robo, the number 1 American-born goalie, American-born scorer, right? Number 1 in goals and points from an American, not making the Olympic roster. It is a crime against the Olympics. It is one of the great travesties of team selection. This is worse than Isaiah.
Michael.
It's worse than Isaiah because Isaiah by then.
I mean, Robo wasn't though. He's not Isaiah Thomas.
Right? No, he's better. He's better than Isaiah. Yeah, he's better. He's not. This is worse than Isaiah because Isaiah was washed. 1992, he was washed. He had been in the league for over 10 years at that point. Robo is a snub. It's a big time snub. Now I'm okay with it. Give him a couple of weeks to rest. Give him a couple of weeks, but this is why it just doesn't make any sense. Bill Guerin, the general manager, he was like, "Oh, we can just take the team, play with the best stats." Yeah, that's what you do. Are you Herb Brooks out here saying, "I'm not looking for the best players, looking for the right ones"? It's Canada have that problem?
Isaiah was 18-7 in 1992.
That's bum. 18-7. That's not even a number 3 in today's era. That's what Clay isn't. Clay 18-7.
No way. Clay scored 18 a night.
No, he's not.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Cooper Flagg has apparently hit the rookie wall.
Yes.
And Jason Kidd is saying, you got to touch it, you got to embrace it, you got to feel it up.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said with the quote, but
I follow a lot of those rules.
Be careful looking at Cooper's last 3 games. It's kind of ugly. And then we're getting Anthony Davis updates all over the place. The Mavs are expected to trade him before the deadline, according to Chris Haynes. Also an expectation Kyrie returns in the second half of the season. And then whether Zachary Risache is involved or not involved, this keeps going back and forth and back and forth. The Hawks will not include him in a trade for AD, according to The Athletic. Zach Lowe says, I'd keep an eye on the Bucks and the Clippers for Anthony, just for the desperation factor, as he plays well yesterday, and they beat the armpit.
He played well, which means he will miss the next 3 games probably, because that's typically how he does things.
Who does Milwaukee have that you would, other than Giannis? Who do they have that you want?
Yeah, I don't think they're trading you Giannis. That is the funny thing, though. Yeah, because it's been Risache, it's been Jonathan Kuminga, like that's been rumored around there. And it's like, boy, if you really turned Luka in his prime into Jonathan Kuminga and Max Christie, you are the dumbest organization in history of sports.
Let's go, baby.
By the way, you said Cooper hit the rookie wall. The Mavericks also hit the wall. The Great Wall of China, that is. They're going to be playing in China against the Rockets in the preseason game next year. So there you go. That's news fresh out this morning.
Ambassador LeBron. 877
John Cena.
877
John, stop it.
88.
Yeah, that's one of the great all-time videos.
877-881-1053. In order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, we got developing college football news, Bob.
We do. This is something that we referenced earlier this morning. The idea of, well, Ole Miss, they look good, but if Trinidad Chambliss gets an extra year, what's he going to do? What he's going to do is he's going to return to Ole Miss. He has an agreement, according to Ross Dellinger, on a new deal with Ole Miss. This is hilarious that it's being reported as he has a new contract with his team.
I hate this.
Trinidad Chambliss agreed to a new deal with Ole Miss contingent on him having his eligibility waiver request granted, sources tell Yahoo Sports. School officials are hoping this week for a resolution to the waiver seeking a 6th year. His dad told us that he's, quote, confident. But if Trinidad Chambliss goes back to college, it will be with Ole Miss and not with LSU.
Man, did y'all hear his post-game on field after the Georgia game?
No, I only listened to Fernando post-game.
Did you? I after the Rose
I want him as my son-in-law.
He's a great. He sounds like
champ. Boy, what a conglomerate of players coming together. He's hilarious.
She asked him, how did you do all this? And he goes, well, I'm a gamer, and I'm also a playmaker. And I was like, hell yeah, I'm a gamer and I'm also a playmaker. Who says that? Nobody.
Let's finish up the rest of the college football kegger before our defensive coordinators lining up for the Dallas Cowboys to choose and select 840 and below the belt.
Shout out to the Pop-Tart Bowl for getting 8.7 million viewers. 8.7. This is a meaningless, absolutely meaningless bowl game.
It's a Rangers-Diamondbacks World Series game.
That is the best since the 2019-2020 Citrus Bowl. It's the top non-CFP game since 2020. It's also the best for that bowl since 1991. The Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl got 7.6 million. The Gator Bowl got 6 million. The Rate Bowl, not the Rose Bowl, the Rate Bowl got 4.4 million. The LA Bowl, which was a complete destruction, got 4 million. I mean, we are talking about numbers that we have never seen. These things, ESPN up 13% year over year, and this was just through those games.
Also a new rating system.
Rating system.
I don't fully trust things.
It starts counting bars differently, and yeah, it's you're definitely getting the balls are juiced here for the TV ratings.
Yeah, they are a little bit. Maybe they're more accurate.
Well,
maybe it's a more accurate number.
But I want to talk about for a second this. I've seen some disagreement with some people trashing the college football playoff. To me, this has been the best one. This has been an outstanding turnout.
Did you like it? So, we got one of the best games. The Ole Miss Georgia game is one of the best games we've gotten ever.
Yeah,
but
we got a 10 beating a 2.
But you haven't felt,
which everyone said. It doesn't matter who's 10. It doesn't matter who's 11. It doesn't matter if you're a double-digit seed. You're getting worked. It's not happening. Now, did they misseed them? But Miami beating Ohio State is fantastic. I'm just talking about from a surprise upset standpoint. Ole Miss, Georgia, a lot of people, I think besides Alec Medford, had Ole Miss. I think at LSU, they were probably sitting there thinking, we're getting the staff back this week. They're not going to beat Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay? And then I know Indiana, Bama is a 1 versus a 9. Josh Pate came on here and picked Bama. I like that Indiana is proving to be true. And then you got to upset 5-4 with Oregon and Texas Tech. This has been the best bowl bracket.
You're talking storylines, then not like quality of the games, right? Because like Indiana thumped Alabama. You like seeing Indiana continue, but they thumped. It was not a good game.
Yes.
Like I mean, and
talking about the storylines and the upsets.
Well, yeah, as a storyline thing, I thought you were talking about as quality games. I've just been like, yeah, these games. Most of them have bored me. Most of the actual gameplay has been like, all right.
Yeah, but people did not think that these upsets were possible.
Yeah, it's not been predictable. This whole weekend did not play out the way that I thought it would.
That to me is awesome. You're getting new blood here in the Final Four.
You are getting new blood.
Imagine when James Madison wins a game over like the 5 seed.
No one thought that new blood would be the storyline of the Final Four. No one did.
No, I mean, we all thought it was going to be Ohio State and Indiana, just kind of marching their way, continuing to go through. But look,
some people like, pencilhead Paul Feinbaum was also probably ready for Indiana to get knocked off to be like, see? Y'all just had to, you had to hype them up and overinflate them as the number one team in the country because you love their head coach with the new GIF that's taken over the way I see if Chipotle is adding enough meat to my burrito.
Yep.
All these types of captions.
But, here we go. We're 1-7. The team's by 1-7. And if you take that Indiana score out, which was a 35-point differential, I think, the teams off a bye were outscored by 38 points this year. Like, we're talking about them not scoring hardly any points in the first half or the first quarters of these games. Even like you mentioned, Indiana was just shut out. I don't know why they can't figure out some kind of schedule so you don't have teams that have earned the 1 through 4 seed being out of the sport for a month.
Yeah.
And not playing. Go look at the NFL. Go look at how many 1 seeds in the NFL get upset, or back when they had 1 and 2.
Yeah.
The teams on the bye, upsets happen when you're not playing every single week.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the next fight because a bunch of these coaches, they don't want to keep. They do want the layoff. They want the bye. Right. They've argued for it, but I mean, it's something that we're like data's showing us it doesn't work.
I think what we might see instead of they keep the bye, but they allow those teams to play home games.
Are the Dallas Cowboys about to have their pick of the litter when it comes to Matt Eberflus's replacement? That's next, and below the belt right here on the Fan.
But
Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Snap to Dart. Inside handoff to Singletary. Cuts left, steps right, pushes, gets to the goal line. Touchdown, Giants.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
6-7, more like 10 to 12. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. This one caught fire yesterday as we all await what we presume is going to be the firing of Matt Eberflus. We were talking about it yesterday just among the media. We were talking outside the locker. We're like, when do we think we're going to hear about this? And everybody was pretty much in agreement like Thursday, Friday. So it is probably, I think everybody feels like it's going to be about 4 or 5 days. But there's some concern in Cowboys Nation after yesterday. The quote from Brian Schottenheimer was put out there that they will be making decisions in the next 10 to 12 days. So we went and pulled the entire clip, and I pulled the question leading into it. So it was Nick Harris asking Shotty a question, but this is the full context of it. I still think that what Shotty's saying here is basically like, yeah, like it's just kind of like a loose timeline and that they'll be making decisions throughout. But this was the question and answer from Shotty.
Are you working on a mental timeline as far as getting the big decisions made?
No. I think you just go through the process. And I think, when you go through the process, my belief is it becomes very clear, what you want to do and what you need to do. And, but, I don't think you rush into any of these decisions. I think, you got to go through the process and you got to do the work. And the work is not easy. The work is tedious. And we're going to be working just as hard, over this week and the next, 10 to 12 days to get through all that stuff just so we feel good about everything.
And that was it. So now hearing the full context, does it make you feel a little like, okay, that didn't sound nearly as rigid?
Well, he said the big stuff.
He said a week, and then he went, 10 to 12 days. Like, I think he's very much just being kind of fluid, open with it.
I don't know if it's going to be his... I would guess it's totally not his timeline.
Right, because it's probably not his whole decision.
I would guess that Jerry Jones... Now, Jerry also has been more patient. He drug Garrett out. He drug McCarthy out. What I've thought with Jerry this year, doing the interviews twice a week with us in KNC, is that Jerry has kind of bowed down, is for lack of a better term. He's kind of admitted to falling on the sword in front of the fan base a little bit more. We messed up in the secondary. It's not all on Eberflus. I think he knows that people want blood. And I think the longer this drags out, now maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he's saying, it'll be a talking point on all the shows for a week or two, however long we take. And if we lose other candidates and other hires, so be it. The 2 weeks worth of exposure is worth it. I hope he's not thinking that way. I would not put it past Jerry to do so. And he also may be thinking, even if we brought back Eberflus, that stadium's still going to be filled. We're still going to be the #1 talking point. Bringing him back would cause people to erupt and have us in the headlines even more. I still don't think any of that is happening. I think Jerry tells Schottenheimer by tomorrow at the latest this week, we're announcing that we need a new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, and they may have made the decision internally days before they announce it publicly. I have no doubt about that.
It should have been made during the course of the season.
I think they made the decision in the minutes after the Minnesota game. I think that's when he was done.
Minnesota game?
The Minnesota game, I think he was done.
So refresh us on that.
So they went on the 3-game winning streak. Jerry has said publicly, he said with KNC, I thought we turned the corner, and then the Detroit game happened. I think that shocked him. When Minnesota the next week, it happened again. That's when he was done.
And he should not have shocked anybody that the 4 NFC North teams put up ungodly numbers on this team. They all scored, 31 or more?
I mean, everybody scored 31 or more against them this year, it felt like.
First time giving up 500 points.
It's the only time, I think, out of all 17 games, their opponents scored less the week before and week after the Dallas game in every like all 34 of those possibilities or whatever it is, scored more, except in one instance, Washington scored more the week after. But that was it. Like the week after last week. Otherwise, it's just been that.
Listen to what Jerry did say, that they do kind of want him back just for Bobby's meltdown.
This is what Jerry had to say about it again over the weekend. Don't blame it all on Flus. This took 5 or 6 years to get here. I can make a case for you. We have not had a satisfactory defense for 5 or 6 years, really. Shots fired, Dan Quinn, and the reporters followed up. What about DQ? He said, we were porous when we got in the playoffs. We were porous when we had to buckle up and stop the run. Dan did a great job. We really wanted to keep Dan. So, in one sentence, it's, I can make the case we didn't have a good defense with Dan Quinn here, and then at the end, I really wanted to keep him.
I think if Shoddy walks in to the office today and tells Jerry, we need to fire Matt Eberflus today, and I need to start talking to people, then I think Jerry would do it. I don't think he's going to just walk in and say that. I think they're going to.
Why not?
Because they got player exit interviews today. I think he probably wants to focus on that. I would imagine that they're going to get through. So they've got these different exit interviews they're doing with players, coaches, staff, different things like that. I think he wants to get through all that and then make like the announcement. I don't think they want to just blow somebody out and then deal with everything that comes with that while they're trying to get through their exit interviews. So I think that they're going to wrap that up. That's how they've typically approached it.
Well, the names are lining up.
Yep.
The names are being added to the list as we speak. You have now maybe Jim Schwartz with Kevin Stefanski getting run out of there. Raheem Morris got fired yesterday. Is one of the names you mentioned his DC?
Yeah, so Raheem Morris, his defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, and then I think somebody else to watch
was
there.
Was Ulbrich the Jets intern?
Yeah, he was the Jets defensive coordinator. So on the Hard Knocks Jets stuff, he was the like really passionate, like player-driven defensive coordinator. The defenses got worse in New York when he left. The Falcons got better this year when he got there. Like, he's been a solid defensive coordinator.
They have an interception.
And he's very much the big culture, like, player connection guy too that like Shoddy clearly wants here. But I think that
are you mocking the culture, Calvin Clarence Hill?
I literally want you to point me to a Super Bowl winner that didn't have a player connection coach.
I mean,
other than like Bill did, but Tom Brady was it's Brady. If you go through, Andy Reid is a player connection coach. McVay is a player connection. Like these do exist.
McVay is a genius, like,
and
offensive
McVay
mind.
Still like is a big connection guy to the players.
That. I'm not saying you don't need that. I'm not saying you don't need that at all.
It just sounded like you said that.
It's just like, I don't know. Culture is great when you're winning. Culture stinks when you're losing. That's generally how it works.
I'll tell you, you can run things like Belichick, but everybody has to be like Belichick, and everybody was. Flores, Joe Judge, they all were like that. You can't have Schottenheimer, like if you're going to run things a certain way, whatever your culture is, whether it's hard asses or whether it's like we're all like a family here, everybody's got to be that way. That's why you can't, if somebody's not like that, you have to go find a coordinator who's like that. They're going to need it, and that's why Flus hasn't fit.
Is that true? Because Andy Reid had Eric Bieniemy, and he was the yeller, right?
Right, but he's still somebody who like is thought of as being like it's like, come here, you're like my tough love guy or whatever. Spagnuolo's the same way.
Sure.
Like his coordinators are both like that. But some of the names that are out there, I think Raheem Morris, Jeff Ulbrich, the defensive coordinator, and their defensive passing game coordinator in Atlanta, Mike Rutenberg. Rutenberg is the one that I think might bear watching. He's somebody who trained with Gus Bradley, and Gus Bradley came from that Seattle system that the Cowboys liked with Chris Richard and Dan Quinn. He got his start basically in coaching at the same time as Aaron Whitecotton. He and Aaron Whitecotton were all together in Jacksonville for several years. Then they were in New York for several years together. And he is considered a run game like whiz. And just like they went and got Clayton Adams, who's a run game whiz, Rutenberg is a guy who got all the credit for turning Quincy Williams into an all-pro player. And they felt like their linebackers in Atlanta played a lot better with him this year. So he's somebody who really sharp run game guy, has a lot of because he's kind of a back seven coach, is definitely more secondary minded than he is in the trenches. And I think Aaron Whitecotton's the only defensive coach that's safe. I think he'll be back. He'll be in charge of kind of the trench game, and then what they're going to have is they're going to hire somebody to be really back seven focused, and that to me that's a name that you got right there. Jim Leonard from the Broncos is one.
Wilchuck's guy.
He's been all over it. I kind of wonder if Carl Scott, who's been the passing game coordinator for the Seahawks.
That's not a real person's name.
It is.
Carl Scott.
It's with a K too.
That is zero creativity.
I think another guy to watch, if you want to look at some of the concepts they want, I think they want increased blitz. Like they want somebody who's going to be more of a bigger believer in blitz. They want somebody who believes in late coverage rotations and disguised coverage rotations. I think they also want somebody who's going to play more press man coverage. If you take those three things and say, all right, which teams ranked the highest, like cumulatively in blitz rate, press coverage, and then also in disguised coverages, rolling cover 3 into cover 4. The number one team in football with that this year was Atlanta. And that's the Raheem Morris. And it's not exactly Fangio, because Fangio's not like as blitz happy, but it's kind of Fangio adjacent. There are aspects of it that are similar to Fangio that still believe in things like creepers and sim pressures and doing different things like that. But
we believe in creepers.
I think that it's important to look back at who does Shoddy have connections with from past stops. Who does Shoddy?
Yeah, but didn't want to.
Who does Shoddy? Not necessarily that person would come here. Who has worked under that person? Because he's going to get advice from them in a lot of instances. He really respects Fangio. He respects Dan Quinn. He respects Gus Bradley. Like, I would imagine he's going to hear things from those people. And that would add up to finding somebody who's going to be a little more blitz happy, somebody who's going to play more press, somebody who's going to disguise coverages.
Now everyone's going to ask, whose call will it be? Whose call was Eberflus? Everyone's been trying to figure that out. And then whose call will this be?
I think it'll be Shoddy's. Here's the thing. This was said right after McCarthy left. Somebody with the Cowboys had told me Mike never knew how big his voice was in the building. He didn't know how much power he had to wield. And so a lot of times he just assumed there wasn't power for him to wield, and he didn't understand he did have power. That if he would have just said something, they would have done it. I think similarly, Shoddy last year probably had it suggested. I was like, yeah, sure. And it's late, and probably you don't want to fight on the very first decision. But if he would have said, I think last year, I don't want Matt Eberflus, I don't think they would have hired Matt Eberflus. I think they suggested it, and he was like, sure. So I think if he wants, I think he's probably learned from that, as people do in their first year of their jobs. And he, I imagine, is going to say, I want this. I need this on that side of the ball. And those concepts, then you can start narrowing down what coaches fit that.
If I thought about, like, if I had a 1% chance of bringing Eberflus back and he said what he did the other day in that presser, I don't think I'd do anything differently. I would have had to call him in immediately if I was Shoddy and Jerry and ask, why the hell did you say that? I really want to hear a good explanation from you. But because he's already gone, that sit down, I would not have scheduled that meeting because I already got his stuff packed mentally.
I will say
that statement. I was like, "F you, man, F you."
Yeah. And I kind of wonder.
I think that was kind of his F you.
Yeah, he's
defiant,
and I think he's trying to show like I did everything right. These players weren't right. Well, this pass rusher wasn't there. He's trying to do his own damage control at this point. I will say one name. Just do keep an eye maybe on Gus Bradley too.
Oh. How is Zach just tweeted that? How is the draft setting up for the Dallas Cowboys at 12-20? Final hour. Nick Eatman will join us as well. Back from the Meadowlands. It's all next here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But did you...
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And Dave Canales and Dan Morgan and Mr. Tepper and Bryce Young and Derek Brown and Ted McMillan and all those other guys in Charlotte, you are welcome. Good luck in the playoffs. 1917 is the final. The Falcons are going to finish at 8-9, 3-3 in the NFC South, and 7-5 against the NFC.
And of course, that helped the Dallas Cowboys move up one spot. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got the entire crew back together again, including Peyton and Aiden on DFW Sports Station. The Carolina Panthers win the NFC South. Tampa Bay is eliminated, and the NFL dream took place with the end of the regular season last night, finishing up with a wide right kick, giving the Pittsburgh Steelers the AFC North. Baltimore is gone. And speaking of the AFC North, Bobby,
that is Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin are back.
Dumb.
Boy, it's always
dumb.
Whenever you do this, though, as an NFL team, the Bengals put out a whole statement announcing somebody will be back. And so I was like, all right, well, you're dead man walking. That means this is not going to work out for you. The fact that they needed to release a statement instead of just being like, yeah, of course, why wouldn't they be back there under contract? That's usually a bad sign. But yeah, it is Duke Tobin and Zach Taylor returning. Weren't we asking last year? Like, we interviewed a Cincinnati guest, and we're like, so y'all are going to fire Zach Taylor, right? And they're like, no, God, no, they're not going to fire him.
Yeah.
So he's just got it's the Marvin Lewis thing all over again, where Marvin Lewis was allowed to just sit there for 15 years, basically.
Well, I mean, at the time, if you go 8-8 with that team, you were a god.
Yeah,
they were so bad for so long.
Man, you gotta do something more now. You've been to a Super Bowl since then.
Yeah, you're wasting.
And the slow starts every
year. Every year with the slow. Now Burrow gets hurt at some point every year.
Yep.
But I mean, he just seems as dejected as it gets.
Of course, Raheem Morris is gone in Atlanta, his second stint back. They had a winning streak to end the year. There's a video circulating where he walks off the podium and gives a hug to Arthur Blank and his kid. And then you could just imagine the mafia scene afterwards. They're like, damn, Atlanta, the Blanks are cold-blooded. The GM is gone, and Kevin Stefanski is out in Cleveland.
Yeah, we're starting to get interviews that are trickling. So the Titans are going to interview Matt Nagy, the Chiefs offensive coordinator. So you're getting that too. So there's going to be, teams are out here interviewing now. They're starting to make their requests. They're starting to look around. And Dallas, if you want to do something, you need to start.
Oh, we got player interviews. We have to worry about.
Yeah, exit it. Like no other team does exit interviews.
I know. Friend of the show. Well, they don't have the culture.
That's right. They don't have the culture. You gotta do the culture.
This is a yogurt organization. You gotta
FaceTime everybody.
Friend of the show, Mike Tirico, has gone viral for his call to end the regular season last night.
And they decided Tyler Loop was made of the right stuff for moments like this. He now has a chance to win the division for the Ravens. The final play of the regular season for the final spot in the playoffs. Tyler Loop from 44. Snap good. Hold it. The kick is no good. It is wide right. And the Steelers are the champions of the North.
That could have been the end of Aaron Rodgers' career right there. The last game that Tomlin coaches for them, maybe.
Absolutely. But get another week, at least.
See, I'm sad whenever.
Imagine being Isaiah Likely and you're about to be the hero.
I know. That was a big catch, big
Fourth
spot.
down.
Huge play. Should they have run another play?
Yeah, no, make a 44-yard kick. That's dead center in the middle of the field. Like just make it.
Yeah.
But this is. I'm going to be sad when the Tiricos of the world are completely phased out of broadcasting because, and that's like
phased out by who?
Just in general, their career ends. Like they get to the end of it because Tirico's not. We talked about when the NBA on NBC returned and the theatrics of whenever you'd hear the intros and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm getting chills here. It's like it turned into this big dramatic project. And Tirico really hit that. We didn't have the whole thing there, but it's he did this whole setup of they searched the country, looking everywhere for a kicker to replace and he's doing this whole big grand setup, times it all out. It's beautiful. And you don't get that very often with announcers anymore.
So here are the playoff brackets. The Broncos and the Seahawks are the 1 seeds. In the NFC, Chicago will host Green Bay. Philadelphia will host San Francisco. Carolina will host the Rams. Carolina already this morning, according to Choppy, is a 10-point underdog. AFC, Patriots, Chargers, Jacksonville, Buffalo.
Ooh.
Man,
that's
a heavyweight matchup. And then Howard Point's going to be scored between Pittsburgh and the armpit.
Houston. Let's see. This can't be right. Our boy Jimmy sent the spreads on this.
Jimmy Shapiro?
And it says Houston -7. That can't be right. Because it also says it's in Houston. It's not in Houston.
I got to pick up. I got to pick them.
It's definitely not 7.
I think he sent a follow-up apologizing.
Yeah, he might have.
Check
but
where do your eyes immediately go for these games?
Oh, Buffalo, Jacksonville. That's because both of those teams. It would not surprise me if either one of those teams wins the AFC. And look, I don't know what kind of they don't have a home field advantage. Jacksonville. It's not a great home crowd, but they're playing great football. Like, they really are. Trevor's playing good.
Yeah.
Defense is playing. They take the ball away like they're nasty. And I obviously Buffalo has the quarterback advantage, but I think a lot of the other advantages go to Jacksonville, including coaching. Like, Sean McDermott is not. He's a whatever, right? And I think Liam Cohen is a really good coach. That's intriguing. Buffalo's a 1-point favorite.
The way Philly's played defense lately and seeing how hard San Francisco has played defensively this year in terms of how physical they are, that's going to be, it's not going to be like a barn burner, but that's going to be, I just feel like, really intense physical, like, just, oh yeah, that's the football I grew up with, of like January, just like rough and tumble. So I think that's going to be a good game. I still worry about New England a little.
3.5-point favorite.
Why? They got your guy.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
the MVP. They're the MVP.
They've had this issue. They got both my boys. They got both my MVPs, Justin Herbert and Drake May. It's them going opposite each other. I just wonder if they've been challenged like enough by a team like the Chargers. Like, we just saw the Chargers come in here, and the way they execute defensively and the way they keep things in front of them and the way that, hey, look, we're not going to trick you. Drake May, you don't have to make reads. You just have to make plays, and we don't make it easy on you. I wonder if that's going to be a potential upset.
Nominee for worst take, and I'm going to attach Bobby Belt to this. Your worst media take by far, after a good one on Mike Tirico, has been your endorsement and your support of Cam Newton, who stepped to the microphone on his 4th and 1 pod and took shots at the MVP.
Game manager, when we're talking about the descriptions of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, Drake May is well and capable, has all the upside and skill set. But last year, under his player's status, a head coach was fired. That's not to say, oh man, you can't say that. That wasn't all Drake May. He was a young quarterback. But does Gerard Mayo have a job right now? No, he's out of a job. Offensive coordinator was Alex Van Pelt. Is he an offensive coordinator anywhere in this league? Not a coordinator. Thank you. Now insert Mike Vrabel. Now insert a dynamic play caller in Josh McDaniels. The system is right. So I can't just sit up here and say Drake May is a game changer right now, because we've only had one season of dynamic play.
What a hater.
That's stupid.
What a hater.
It's stupid. Here's the other thing, though. Like, Cam, I did not like at first. And I enjoy listening. Here's the thing. I enjoy listening to Cam even when he's wrong, is what it is. Is that when he's wrong? I like listening to him, like, just because everything is this very, like, it's always like a dramatic setup. Like, who the hell is thinking, like, ooh, listen to him talk breathlessly about Alex Van Pelt being out of a job. Like, nobody's thinking that. But when I really like when he breaks down, like, quarterback play. When he starts talking about, you stay under the line of scrimmage, and he starts breaking down X's and O's, he's really, really good. I wish he'd do more of it, but
wish he did it when he actually played.
He's going to be a rock star on TV for 20 years. He's that.
He already is.
So I'm saying, like, he's going to have longevity.
Yeah, his style's great.
You think he's a rock star?
I think he's awesome. His style's great. Okay. I don't agree with his take there.
I don't agree, like Stephen A. I don't agree with a lot of what Stephen A. says, but Stephen A. is also a TV rock star.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, Cam talks a lot for a guy that had like 1 year positive EPA per play.
Alec Medford sending on over. Ian Rappaport. The Titans have requested to interview Vance Joseph, the Broncos defensive coordinator. All right, let's get to what really matters, and that's Team Tank. The Falcons did us a favor. The Dolphins did not. And hopefully the Chicago Bears do us a favor and beat Trayvon Diggs and the Green Bay Packers, because the Cowboys would pick at 20 and they are locked into 12. The New York Giant fan base melted down yesterday. It was so hilarious watching Jaxson Dart and everyone celebrate on the field for beating down the Cowboys, while the fans, the meatballs, were on my group thread having a meltdown because the Giants just kicked away the number 1 pick. They had the number 1 pick. They end up at number 5. Vegas is 1. Jets are 2. Arizona's 3. Tennessee is 4. The Giants are 5. The Browns are 6. The Commanders are 7. New Orleans is 8. Kansas City at number 9. Cincinnati 10. The Dolphins 11. The Dallas Cowboys are at 12. Atlanta will give their pick to the Rams at 13. Baltimore 14. Tampa Bay 15.
And truthfully, the Giants picking at 5 is where they were going to wind up picking anyway. They just would have
extra collateral.
Extra collateral. Because they were going to trade out of 1. They weren't going to pick somebody at 1 because that's...
I mean, with them, they could take some defensive...
Which would be stupid.
Yeah.
It'd be stupid to do. Trade out of the 1. If you have 1...
You got to have someone that wants to come up, though.
Everyone
wants to trade back.
Yeah.
Every fan base, every Cowboy message board, every trade back. You got to have partners.
You do have to have partners, but...
This isn't a draft where people want to leapfrog to move up. You're screwed.
You need a quarterback. Teams need a quarterback and good for Fernando. And
they don't always make the jump if they don't believe in them.
They don't always, but this is also the thing where if you're the Giants and you're sitting at 1, all right, and you could pay the number 1 salary to an unknown.
If you had 1 real quick, if the Giants had 1, you had Vegas, Jets, Arizona, who are going to move up.
All needing quarterbacks. And there's no rule that you have to take fair market value. If you have the number 1 pick, and now you would normally want like a couple of firsts to move from 1 to 5 or whatever it is, and somebody doesn't offer that, and they say, we'll just give you 1. I mean, you could still take that deal. I would. I would still take it.
The problem is you've got people are going to look at it and go, yeah, Mendoza, Dante Moore. There's a lot of teams who have they're the same guy. So fine, you can trade away your number 1 pick. Fine, I'm sitting here too. I still got somebody. So for the Giants, I don't know that it's there. Last year, even with Cam Ward, who was not great, Cam Ward was the only guy that could have gone there. And so that's why it's there's some sort of leverage if they wanted it. But I don't know. I mean, the best player in the draft will probably not be a quarterback. It'll probably be Arvell Reese, who's a linebacker defensive end from Ohio State.
Probably the best player, but obviously the impact of a quarterback is far higher.
Yeah, the impact on the organization if you're not good.
Are we totally believing they stick with Dart? I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, because just that meatball energy. Which, oh gosh, later I got to tell you guys about the meatball security guard who is the most intense individual I've ever run into. Definitely just retired NYPD or something.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on our final Cowboys Monday of the regular season, but it is not the final time for Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. The calendar changed. The defense did not. Nick is back from the Meadowlands with a Moose Johnson-type record himself. Moose, by the way, will join us tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Nick Eatman is next.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and 16. Dart back looking. And here comes pressure. And he has to dump it off at the 30. 2 tackles missed. Bellinger to the 20, 15, 10, into the end zone. Touchdown Giants.
Brad Sham with the call on this radio station, your official home of Dallas Cowboys football, coming to an end, except for Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. After the 34-17 loss yesterday at the Meadowlands, he was there along with Bobby Roberto Belt, and Nick is joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Was Bobby yelling and screaming about his bald head in the press box?
I never heard anything from Bobby in the press box. I had his headphones on. I think he was trying to also decline the penalty, but that was about it. I think it was too little, too late at that point.
I had my headphones on because they seated me next to Mike Leslie, and I didn't want to talk to him.
Nick, did I write this down correctly? Moose Johnston will join us tomorrow at 8. I think 25 years at Fox, longest football broadcaster that they have, and you
at one network.
Anyone
in history at one network.
514 straight Cowboy games for you yesterday. Is that number right? 514. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm proud of that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that's not easy to do. Everybody misses games for something, family wise, health wise, COVID wise, all that stuff. So,
what's the closest you came to calling out and skipping one and having to miss?
My aunt had passed away in 2012, and I had to do the eulogy, and that's when we were flying to Cincinnati, and it was like it was going to be close. It was dicey, but I made it work. That's the only one I could think of. A couple of COVID scares, but I mean nothing too bad there. And only because I was next to somebody that had it or whatever. Des Bryant almost got me COVID because he had COVID on that Baltimore game, and he was hugging some of the people that I was actually sitting next to on the flight back. So I'm like, oh, I'm screwed. It didn't happen like that.
When did you lose or have any interest in this game yesterday?
Oh, I mean, both things can be true, right? At the same time, I mean, it's a game. I look at things like that, like, oh, let's see what Jaden Blue's doing, and then he's rumbling for 50, 60 yards right off the bat, and I'm over here researching stats. Like, have they ever had 3 100-yard rushers in one season? And so I'm looking at that, and that's the kind of stuff that I like, those stats like that. So I can get into any game like that. But the play you just threw out there when Bellinger, who just running through the defense like that, I was just like, I think I tweeted like, what in the world? Like, what is this? And it just that was one of those that kind of a season defining moment for the defense.
When were you at the Eberflus presser when he said I wouldn't have changed anything? Like, is that coming across the way it's reading?
I mean, it reads bad. It sounds bad. It is bad. I mean, how can you say I'm okay with having the worst defense in the history of the franchise and really I wouldn't change anything. I mean,
that's dedication.
It's here.
That's commitment to your scheme.
I mean, maybe that's not exactly what he meant, but I mean, how can you not? How can you not change anything and just hope that it's better? Hope that some of these guys that are just pulled off the practice squad actually are going to come up and make plays. I mean, it's just there's going to be changes. I mean, there has to be, right? I mean, and so at this point, it's not. I don't even know if you can speculate anymore.
Well, Broadus in the postgame was talking about like 6 or 7 new defensive starters, and some, I'm not doing that stupid 6-7 thing, Choppy. And some listeners are like, what? 6 or 7? He's like, yeah. How could you not think that they need 6 or 7 new players, as hard as that would be to maybe go ahead and achieve? And Nick, you're saying no more draft and develop. It's got to be free agent spending as well.
Yeah, I mean both. I mean the draft and develop part. when you got these 2 first-round picks, I mean, I really think you've got to take 2 first-rounders. And so, yeah, you have to develop them, there's no doubt, but they also should be ready to come in and play and contribute. And that's what I think would be the deciding factor. If I have 2 or 3 guys on the table, I'd be like, which guy can come right in and help us play? So that needs to happen. But then from a free agency standpoint, they have to. I mean, they have to do that. I mean, Dak's window isn't, it's, I wouldn't say it's closing, but it's not wide open. He's playing really well. The offense was phenomenal for most of the year. I mean, they had their issues at times, but for the most part, you could win with this offense. And so they have to help it. They have to protect it. And there's just no way that you can just have the same philosophy. And they don't have the luxury to do that this year, because usually you say, all right, let's draft the second rounders, draft the third rounders. They don't really have those right now. So they're going to have to kind of go get some help from the outside.
Would you trade down on your first-round picks?
To stay in the first, maybe, and
pick up a second or a third or whatever.
Yeah, kind of like they did when they got Guyton, when they were 24 maybe, and they went to 28, I think, and then picked up a third and got BB. If there's a scenario like that, I'm not saying that worked out, incredibly. I'm just saying Guyton was a guy that they had 4 or 5 guys on their radar. He was one of them. They knew they were going to get him. So I'm fine with that scenario, but I still think you've got to get 2 fifth-year options out of this draft. And that's, if not, then you're even watering down the Micah trade even more, by moving and then taking this pick and then this pick, and next thing you know, you really didn't get the impact player or players that you were hoping for when you traded them. So that's why I think they really have to stand pat and take guys in the first round.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, last year when they hired Clayton Adams, Connor Riley, they talked to guys that they want to know, like, all right, how are you going to make Terrence Steele work? Like, that was one of the things they wanted to know. It's like, that's on our books. We can't walk away from that right now. We've just got to make that work. So whoever comes in here and convinces us of that has a real shot to get the job. What do you think they're going to talk to defensive coordinator candidates about, of like, hey, you've got to make this work because it has to. And whoever can make this work or pitch us on this working the best is going to get the job.
Yeah, that's good. That has always been the case when you were talking about, defensive coordinators with Micah. That was the question, was how are you going to make this work and make him a pass rusher or linebacker or whatever it's going to be. In this case, I think that you have to build on the strength and what kind of scheme works the best with these guys here in the middle. So is it? I don't think it would be a 3-4. I don't think they have the personnel exactly, and I don't know if you would want to make those guys, some of those tackles, defensive ends in a 3-4. But my point is one way or another, figure out how to build around what the strength is. And I assume that they're going to keep Kenny Clark, restructure maybe. If that's the case, if you've got those 3 defensive tackles, figure out a scheme that can, funnel everything towards them and let the other guys on the outside eat. And I guess Clowney, I guess that's one. I mean, he's definitely, I thought maybe Gary was going to call down to the booth and say, all right, forget Dak. Make sure and get Clowney out of here before he keeps raising the price.
That's exactly where I was going with this next. Clowney, he sounds like he likes it here in Dallas. He's talked optimistically about it, but we all know like what his approach has been in previous years, which is, hey, I just kind of sit around till the summer and then decide like around training camp what I want to do. Do you think with Steven talking about how aggressive they want to be, do you think there's a real chance for like, hey, he's going to be here this entire offseason, or is it just going to be the same mercenary approach?
Well, he's the one that said it after the Washington game that he wants a full offseason and wants a training camp and all that. That was surprising because I thought that kind of goes against what his MO is. I mean, and that's, you're seeing it, and you saw it in that game last week when he was kind of chasing down the Deebo Samuel from behind. I mean, he's just an absolute freak of nature, and he still is. And think about the fact that he doesn't have a lot of practice in off season and all that. He can just he wasn't the best when he got there, but he was still pretty good, and you're seeing it as the season went on, just how good he really can be. The one thing that I look at his career is there's a reason why teams keep signing him. There's also a reason why they're not re-signing him. So that's kind of what I wonder. Is that just on him? Is it on the team? Is it he plays well enough and then he asks for more money? I'm not really sure how this cycle keeps happening, but it is. And so, I don't know if the Cowboys are different than some of the other teams he's been on, but, they need that player. They showed that they need it. And I think he's a good veteran, for some of the younger guys. I mean, I know what's been talked about, but for the most part, I thought this year he was really good for this team, and you can't say that about a lot of guys on that side of the ball.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Did Jaden Blue's game have you sitting there in Jersey yesterday saying, well, why was he buried throughout the year?
Not really. I actually tweeted against that and said, because I had seen a lot of these. Where was this all year? Why didn't they play him? And I'm like, I think let's be honest about it. Javonte Williams had a career year, and Malik Davis, he resurrected his career. This offensive line, this passing game, this offense is tailored towards having success for running backs. That's what it is, and so it's not. Finally Blue gets in there, and he's a good one cut, quick runner. Had a chance to maybe score on one touchdown, but I thought he really is explosive. But just like what Shotty had said before, I mean, it's some of the other things, and the fact that Malik Davis came in and jumped him on special teams and was just a better fit for them. I mean, I think that's what it was. But I think you saw the flashes there, just like he's had them, at Texas. But he still has to I mean, he had a nice first half. But, I mean, he had 5 carries, I believe, in the second half, and they all went for no gain or loss. So I don't know if they stopped blocking for him or what, but they definitely figured it out.
What does your offseason priority list look like in order?
I think it's pass rusher. I mean, I believe that wholeheartedly. I think that that's what they traded. That's what they need to get back in return, and they need to go for that, and if it's at 12, go for it. If it's a trade scenario to get maybe even higher than that, I don't really want to part the 2 first-round picks, but I think they got to get a difference-making pass rusher in here, and because then I think naturally that just makes all the other ones better. But cornerback's not far behind. And because you really don't have any corner. I mean, you're going to need 2 or 3 corners, I think, for this defense. There's a couple of guys on this team that I just don't think will be on the team, and I wonder about being in the NFL next year. I mean, honestly, I just think that's kind of where they are on the depth chart. They've got guys on the roster that are. I don't know if they're capable NFL players. I really now maybe a new staff, new offseason, things like that will change some stuff. But that's I think who they were been running out there with this last few weeks.
Great stuff, brother. Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
Roger that, Sally.
Chevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece to kick off 2026 here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning. What's up?
Just chilling. How's it going, Sean?
Oh, my God.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get back into the rhythm just a little bit. I think the whole
you were here on Friday.
All of society is not back yet because as I was driving in this morning, traffic pattern was ridiculous. Nobody knew what they were doing, driving slow.
This is why home teams or teams off a bye have a losing record.
Makes sense.
Because
So
you're
you
still
figured out the college football playoff.
No. It's NFL.
Okay.
NFL teams off a bye have a losing record over the last decade, and the reason for that is that you're still on vacation mode.
Don't even know when my kids are going back to school.
Your first week back at work after vacation, it's like your day one is like, what do I do?
Yeah, a little hazy still.
I didn't know where the coffee machine was today.
Oh man.
And
That's the real trick.
and it sucks not looking at the playoffs the same way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my football energy has been gone for at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I was sitting at that said coffee machine just now, and I was like, I wonder if I asked Kevin and Corey, would they trade media markets? Would you trade out of here to go to? Baltimore, you may get shot. But
very bad place.
No, their crime's down 30%.
It is?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic right now.
All right, let's keep Kansas City.
All right. Missouri or Kansas?
Missouri or Kansas?
No, not
side.
Kansas City.
Kansas City doesn't even want to be in Kansas City
because they have a dynasty there.
Yeah.
You know,
you worked in Kansas City. You know that, Mark.
Yeah, it's a good city. It's a good city. But let's keep it in Baltimore.
All right.
All right. Would you rather cover and be in a market where the team is going to win 10 games every year. You're going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
You're covering a playoff team or this team, because when we go to the Super Bowl and everyone recognizes 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, always do.
And they're like, God, you guys are so lucky.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are so lucky. You have so much content. You have so much to talk about. And I was like, yeah, but if the football team actually came close to a title, we'd be living like kings.
Yes.
We'd be living like kings.
And you'd already be prepared from a head coaching standpoint because neither one of the head coaches know how to use their best weapons when they have a chance to win the game or score. Did Harbaugh forget again that Derrick Henry is on the team when they had 3 timeouts and they could have moved the ball down the field or not gotten themselves in a 4th down to begin with, or when they wanted to readjust the ball to the middle of the field, that Derrick Henry probably knows how to run to the right? I think if nothing else, because he did the same thing in the playoffs last year, that's why they should can him.
And you were also bringing up Schottenheimer?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like I've said this for several weeks. I think he coaches scared in certain scenarios, especially in goal-to-go scenarios. He coaches confused. And, yeah, I feel like I've been upfront about that.
So you got a trade to go to Baltimore to cover.
Well, they're not in the playoffs.
A pretty, well, every other year they are.
Yeah.
But a kind of non-headline-y playoff team or this.
Oh, I'd rather winterize windmills in West Texas as somebody who's scared of heights than move to Baltimore. So, yeah.
You were going crazy. That was your best of the weekend, your golf?
Yeah.
So we had seen Choppy at the morning show dinner. What you been up to? He's like, golf 4 days in a row.
4 days in a row.
Texas.
Nice. New Year's, the 30th, on New Year's Eve, on Jan 1, on Jan 2. Just going around, playing some golf, baby.
What about January 6th tomorrow?
No, it's
he stays home
you know
and prays and observes the day.
As it were, I think I am going to take my son to the driving range.
Nice
on January 6th.
Nice.
So which one would you pick?
Invade the rain.
Staying here to cover the craziness?
Yeah, I don't. Baltimore's also like, I mean, I know they won one back in 2012 or whatever, but like Baltimore's also been like a super. I think we'd be beaten down covering their failures in the playoffs the last several years.
I'm probably very biased too because I'm not fortunate enough to have moved all over the country like you guys have.
It's not necessarily fortunate.
Yeah. This is like
in Rockford, Illinois.
Then, like I was born and raised in Dallas, and I've been in this area my whole life, and so I think the furthest I've moved out was Mesquite. So that's about as far as I've gone out. I always wanted to work in this market. So that's where my bias is. I never really wanted to leave here. I like covering 4 teams. I would hate to go to another market and have just 1 or 2.
And then my follow-up was, maybe I should be thankful that we're just talking about back-to-back non-playoff years, because imagine this every year.
Like Cleveland or something.
Yeah. Imagine this misery every year, because I am football miserable. Pro football miserable. Like yesterday, I was downstairs in the afternoon games, and my wife was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I need a little break. I haven't taken a red zone break. I mean, I don't take red zone breaks.
Wow.
I just sit there in front of it. I love it.
Because you watch the most football.
I do. And I rewind it. If I go to the bathroom, I can't miss anything. And
I'm like actual red zone, which does take breaks.
It was a
overblown crybabies.
The Bears game was fun at the end yesterday. What Caleb put on, he made some pretty cool throws.
And that does come down to, like, we kind of discussed this the week Kevin was out, was when do you start picking the team that you're going to pull for in the playoffs if you're in this situation?
Yeah.
And right about now is, all right, the Bears are a team that I'm excited about. They were interesting. There are a couple
yesterday,
other ones.
did you want Tampa or Carolina to get in? I wanted Carolina.
I did
wanted
too.
Carolina.
Because I think Carolina has the weirdest peaks and valleys. Like, if you told me they lose their playoff game by 17, 21 points, I'd be like, yeah, I could see that.
Oh, yeah.
But if you tell me they win, I could also see that. They have some wild swings.
And they're due to lose a Super Bowl. They lose a Super Bowl every 10 years.
They got screwed in that game against Tampa Bay, too.
Yes.
That was awful.
They were getting cheated.
But you have to cheer for Carolina in the playoffs now. You got to cheer for Chicago and Carolina. That is how you maximize the Green Bay pick. Then you're picking 19.
That's a very good point.
Well, definitely Chicago. Why does Carolina come into play?
Because if Carolina loses this weekend, they have a worse record than Green Bay. If Carolina gets to the division round, they immediately exit those back picks, and Green Bay becomes the worst record left, and then you get pick 19.
Who did you want to win between Baltimore and Pittsburgh?
Baltimore.
Pittsburgh.
I want to see Aaron Rodgers. I want to see Aaron Rodgers get in the playoffs. Baltimore, I'm bored with them. I'm just bored with them. Although I would have made the playoffs more fun. I'll admit that. Having Lamar in is more fun than Rodgers. But Rodgers, the age, the respect, Tomlin, maybe they could break a 10-year stretch. And I'm just bored with Baltimore.
I hate teams like when it's 1-4 and like all the analytics are like Baltimore's still going to win the division. And it's like, well, now I don't want you to, and I'm just tired of you. So because it's like, when you're 1-4, it shouldn't be like, well, they're still going to win. It doesn't matter that somebody's 4-1. It's like, well, I don't want that to be right. I don't want that little snotty thing to be right. And Baltimore has done enough to f up their January opportunities that they deserve to have this blowback on them and lose. That was so poetic. That it was like I'm glad it happened the way it did. I'm glad that there is so many people in Baltimore just feeling dead inside this morning. That it was like it wasn't just. I would have hated it.
30% down.
Like each other. Like if Isaiah Likely doesn't catch the ball, I'm so glad he caught it and then they missed.
To make it more painful.
I want it to hurt more for that obnoxious, entitled fan base that really doesn't do anything to earn it.
When Pittsburgh missed the extra point, were you like, oh no?
Well, you think Baltimore's more entitled than Pittsburgh's fan base?
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh is kind of just
got to work for everything up there in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think Ravens fans are definitely more annoying than Steelers fans.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, right out of the gate, Dallas Mavericks guard slam dunker extraordinaire Max Christie will join us at 10:05, and then right after that, iconic tag team duo. I guess that kind of just insinuates it anyway. The Hardies will be live in studio.
Oh, Matt and Jeff, they're coming in.
Really?
But hold that up.
Lita gonna be here?
No.
None of the four. The Hardys aren't on that cover.
In the book.
Oh.
You get them to sign.
I was like, oh my God,
book,
you're getting one of those
Sean.
5 people on?
Is that the number one crowd pop of the last 10 years?
Them at WrestleMania
Yeah.
33.
The Hardys?
Yeah, when
the Hardys came back, that was
mystery tag team at WrestleMania 33. That crowd was pretty bananas.
Tell us about your security guard.
Oh, so I had lost my credential on the flight. This was a bad trip for me. Lost my credential.
And you
forgot
lost your
my
computer?
shirt. Did not bring my computer. I have my computer. I just forgot to bring it this morning. I've been scrambled all over the place. I got in trouble Friday night, and that's probably lingering. But
from our dinner?
For
leaving us high and dry.
The door.
Don't get him started.
I don't want to start because you're the most cowardly individual when it comes to confrontation in this building, so you can shut up about that. Now, the whole issue was we went through the loading docks. I go through security. I have to go back out after my bag's been checked. To go back out and go to will call, pick it up, and then come back through another security gate. So I go through, go outside, get the thing, and I come back in 60 seconds later, and I set my bags down, thinking, I got to run these through the scanner again. But those security people always get annoyed. They're like, this has already been tagged. Why is this tagged already? So I told them, I said, hey, I just went through security, had to come back out. This has been tagged. I was like, but I have to go through it again, right? And this 60-year-old security guard puts his hands on my bags, and he goes, you know what? MetLife Stadium is the safest stadium in all of sports. And do you know why? Because if you walk out of this stadium with a bag and you try to walk back in, your bag is getting scanned.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I anticipated that. I don't know why you're being a psycho about this.
Feels like you said that.
You're insane. So he was giving me big mall cop energy.
And the most dead Cowboy game you can remember? The
stadium was probably 60% full until halftime. Halftime it finally filled out a little, but people were not rushing to get in there. And then even when they were in there, it was like everybody was watching it the way people used to watch baseball games before the pitch clock, where half this crowd was talking to each other, like, oh, wait, something happened. Yeah.
What do you think about the fact that everyone from the Cowboys lied about how important this game was?
They got in fights over it.
Very important to us.
It was important. They
Everybody's
fought
out
over
at halftime.
Unless we're losing at halftime, but whatever.
You don't think Clowney thought it was important?
Yeah, Clowney thought it was important.
Yeah.
I'm saying
for his offseason, for his money making.
When's the head shave?
You won't even start contract talks.
I know, we got to figure it out.
When is the head shave?
We got to figure out who's doing it and when.
I'll do it.
Either Choppy does it. I don't really think we need to have Tommy Yarsh.
I'll get a tarp. I'll bring a tarp in.
But you have the equipment.
Yeah, I do.
This is not Buzz. This is full shave.
Oh yeah, I'll get.
You use that the one blade?
I could do the one blade.
It's your one blade.
I can do it. I can pick it.
Nobody knows.
It's January.
I know.
I saw some memes and some photoshops. You're gonna be good.
No,
you're
not.
good.
I'm gonna wear a hat the whole time.
No,
somebody
solid,
yesterday told me you're not gonna be able to wear a hat the first few days because it'll start like basically irritating the scalp. And I was like, I don't care. It can be irritated all at once. That's not going to
How
baby
hilarious
oil,
that
baby
they
oil.
took Ezraku's sack away and then ejected
Man,
it.
Diddy
They
has all
needed
of it.
4 sacks to save it.
That was tough. At least you would have lost either way.
No, they jobbed him out of a sack and a half already. I think it should be because they threw him out unfairly. I think we should assume he was going to get the 4 sacks.
All right, let's take it to the sports arbitration court.
The KNC Masterpiece is next. Moose Johnson tomorrow, and we need a Brian. Wow, we didn't even practice that. How badly did he want to win that game yesterday?
Oh, my God.
I was
He
like,
was the
settle
most
down.
fired
No
up.
one cares, Moose. He's like, calm him out. Why are you putting in Joe Milton? I don't understand. You're giving the Giants life and momentum. I was like, man. Moose joins us tomorrow. KNC is next.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. Oh, man. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. No time to dilly-dally today. We've got Max Christie coming up in about 5 minutes. Then in about 20 minutes, we will have the Hardies live and in studio. So, like right now, let's just jump into it. Go ahead and give me cut number 1. And let's talk real quick about the Cowboys game.
From the 31st and 10, Prescott got stepped on. Did the ball come out? It sure looks like it. And the Giants have recovered a fumble.
All right, so we were just talking about this somewhat in cross, and then definitely off of the air is the vibe and level of excitement. Now, I went out to the Bearded Monkey yesterday.
You did.
Because I heard Corey Majors was going to be there.
I was.
So I was there, and it was super fun. But I imagine for other people who were maybe just sitting at their house or with some of their friends, they were like, this game is kind of boring and kind of meaningless. Where did y'all fall on that spectrum?
It was a boring and meaningless game. I had a couple of things that I was intrigued, wanted to keep an eye on. Mostly the running back. Did they grow at all? Did they do anything different? That's interesting and room to grow on. Is what I'll look at. I wanted to see if the defense cared at all. They had said,
what are your thoughts about that?
They said, no, we would like to not care today. With your defensive coordinator's job on the line, you said, let's let the Giants go out there and do whatever they want.
Can I ask another question? Because the Cowboys told us going in, this game is so important for culture, for momentum. And
it means more.
Clearly that was not true.
No, it wasn't.
All right, so they did not tell the truth about that.
No.
All right, let's go back 3 weeks. What did they say? Jerry said it's fair to say that what happens in this last 3 weeks will go a long way in determining the future of Matt Eberflus. All right, fair to say these last 3 weeks have not gone well.
Yeah, they went poorly. Defensively, you opened the gates again. Three straight times, it felt like.
So?
That should mean...
What should it mean?
It should mean that you're moving on from another defensive coordinator, and then you are doing everything you can to load up the next defensive coordinator with all the talent that you could possibly need. And you're doing it quickly.
Yeah.
You're not wasting time waiting for the leaves to fall and let's see if the playoffs happen first. You're not doing any of that crap. You're saying, let's go ahead and do this immediately, get ahead of schedule so that we're the ones pushing the envelope out there and everybody else is chasing us trying to sign free agents. We're the ones setting the tone. That's what you need to be doing this offseason.
All right, and you just told me what should happen. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, 10 to 12 days is what Schottenheimer said for them to kind of look at the entire process of this, so they'll already be behind. And then they're going to wait on a defensive coordinator that's going to go get a head coaching job somewhere. Instead, he's not going to sign there, and they're going to have to wind up going with some random dude. They're like, we think that he's going to be all right. While Aiden Dirty's up in Seattle going to the NFC Championship game. So I think that they're going to wait on things, not do it appropriately, and say, you know what, we're going to keep our guy. And ultimately, we're going to say we're going to need to add some players. And then you're going to go out there and, as Brada says, bottom feed on a lot of these things and not have what they really need. Now, maybe they don't get Javonte Williams back. Maybe they look at their running backs and say, we're good there, and that gives them an extra $6 million to work with to add defensive players. But that's the thing that needs to happen.
So I got to tell you, I still think they're going to end up keeping him. Like I saw, I think it's Jordan Schultz put out the report, but just listening from Jerry, I just have a feeling they're still going to keep Eberflus, and that would be yet another thing that goes into the idea of, well, they told you one thing, but like they did a completely other thing.
No, yeah, and that's happened a lot. All in season that happened then too.
All right, Alec. Can you give me the highlight? Because right now, we got Dallas Mavericks guard and slam dunker extraordinaire Max Christie.
Roll into Max Christie, who's been marvelous tonight. And another slam dunk! More marvelous!
Good morning, sir. How the heck you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing very well indeed. Now, we were just talking about this. how cool is it to be the man of the moment when it comes to slam dunks? I know that's what you are obviously known for.
No, it feels good. It feels good to be able to be athletic and to get a little bit of recognition. But most importantly is we won against Houston, so that was fun. It was a fun game, and I enjoyed it for sure.
Do you ever go into a game with a goal like I'm going to get 4 dunks today, or like like Larry Bird, I'm going to just go lefty? Do you ever go in and go, I'm going to do this specifically today?
A little bit, in the sense of having a little bit of goals. I wouldn't say necessarily like I'm going to dunk 4 times today, or it's more holistic of maybe I'm going to attack the basket looking to try to dunk everything, or I'm not going to pass up any open threes or something like that. So there are some goals and some kind of reminders that I try to get myself going into the game. But last game there wasn't really any in particular. It was just kind of being myself, being aggressive, and those opportunities presented themselves.
Just the other day, Anthony Davis was, he was talking about you in the postgame, and he goes, hey, man, we have the utmost confidence in Max. We actually get mad at him when he doesn't shoot the ball. You've really picked up the shot count in the last 4 games and been shooting tremendously well in the last 3 games. Is that just kind of what each game has been giving you, or was the plan going in to maybe try to find a way to up the shot count?
Well, I think first and foremost, trying to get my threes up. Obviously, I'm shooting it well, and I think as a team right now, we're not shooting as many threes as we would have liked. So just looking for, more aggressive moments, like that in the game, just being able to be more aggressive to shoot the ball. And, those opportunities are presenting themselves, or I'm able to, be a little bit more aggressive, being able to get into the paint, being able to shoot more threes. And I don't think it doesn't feel very forced right now, which is good. It just kind of feels like those opportunities are there. And obviously I'm shooting it well. So just kind of want to keep that going.
And I know Klay Thompson would abide by this idea. How important is it to have short-term memory when maybe the shots don't fall early?
Yeah, no, super important. It's important. I'm big on, process over outcome, and I think the process for me right now is, again, being more aggressive, being more assertive, offensively and defensively as well. So, obviously, the outcome has been good for me recently in the last few games where I'm making shots, but the process has been there as well, where I'm just being aggressive and looking to score and looking to, play make for my teammates as well. And so, as long as I'm sticking to that process and continuing to be aggressive, if the shots don't fall, then, that it is what it is, that it'll come back around the next game or the game after that. So not being discouraged by a little bit of adversity or a little bit of failure is what's important.
When you talk about that process and that level of aggression, how important is it to be super active off the ball, offensively especially?
Yeah, I think it's important. I think being able to be effective both on and off the ball. I think, our team personnel as well. You got B, Will, and Ryan and Cooper, and, those guys have the ball in their hands a lot. They're able to set us up in our offense, being able to put us in positions where we can succeed. And so just my ability to be able to play off of them, obviously, when I don't have the ball. And even when I do have the ball every now and then, running a little bit of pick and roll or being aggressive in transition, still being effective in that way as well. So being able to be, a versatile player, being able to do both things. So, but both facets are important for me.
Well, taking all that you were kind of discussing there, do you think you're taking that next step offensively, or have another level you're trying to get to?
Yeah, I think for me, again, just focusing on the process, not necessarily thinking about taking a next step or, reaching another level. For me, it's just kind of just being consistent and continuing to try and just focus on the process of being aggressive and assertive. And if that means taking the next step will come with that, then that's great. But, I think right now just kind of focusing on that process of, focusing on what I can control, which is my aggressiveness, my assertiveness, my ability to make plays for my teammates. And the results will, show themselves on their own, but that's not necessarily something I'm worried about.
Yeah, well, we love seeing it. We love seeing this process taking place. The last week after I think it was the loss against the Sixers, you said in this league, offense is superior to defense sometimes. Would you mind elaborating a little more on that? Do you mean the league has better offensive play, or than defense, or that offense is more important? Where were you kind of going to there?
Yeah, it's just in the sense that, teams can play. You can play great defense on a player in any given possession, and they can still score, right? You can play great defense on Kevin Durant, and he can still rise up over you and shoot over you and score like you weren't even there. Or you could guard Joel Embiid from the Sixers, and, he's going to jab, or you can crowd him, but he's still going to make the shot sometime, And so that's what I meant in that sense where, defense, you can play perfect defense, and the offense can still get bailed out by a great player making a great shot. And so that's just kind of the way it works in the league sometimes, and obviously you see in the way that our game is being played now, and guys are getting really, really good at getting to the free throw line. Guys are getting really, really good at creating space for themselves. And so that's what I mean in the sense where offense is obviously, a little bit superior in the sense where if you play perfect defense versus perfect offense, offense is going to win most of the time. So, that's kind of just what I meant. And obviously defense is super, super important. I don't want to diminish that. But in the sense that, the question I think that they got asked there was what kind of happened down the stretch in that Philly game. Well, we were playing great defense, but they made some shots, that's just kind of how it works, So, both sides are obviously super important, but that's kind of what I meant by that.
Now, I know y'all are not satisfied with the overall record so far, but in the last month, obviously y'all just beat Houston. Second time you guys have beaten Houston in the last month, beat Denver twice. In the last month, you beat Detroit. How encouraging is it that y'all have really stood toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the NBA and picked up a lot of wins against them?
Yeah, very encouraging. I think for us as a team, it shows what we're capable of, obviously, being able to go up against, some of the best teams in the NBA, being able to go up against teams that are going to be in the playoffs this year. And so, obviously, that's a goal of ours as well, is to make the playoffs and obviously make a run at it. And, we have the personnel to do so. Obviously, we got guys that believe in our team. We got coaches that believe in our team. And obviously, it's been a little bit of a rocky start, and the record isn't necessarily perfect right now. But I think we built some momentum here. Obviously, getting a win against Houston, and we're going into SAC here today, and Utah and Chicago after that. And so these are all games that are very winnable. It's never easy to win any game in the NBA, obviously, but I think our mindset is trying. Obviously, we're a little bit behind, so we need to find a way to stack some wins.
Talk with Max Christie right here at 105.3 The Fan. We've heard about Cooper Flagg playing one-on-one with his mom, but both your parents played in college. Your brother was taken in the NBA draft. Where do you sit in the Christie family basketball rankings?
I think we can safely say I'm number one right now, and then we'll give mom number two. We'll give Cam number three, and then my dad number four. I think that's a good ranking right now.
Would everybody in your family agree with those rankings, or are they ready to go hit the driveway right now?
No, they wouldn't agree, but they can't prove it. It's too cold out.
Max Christie joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Now, you went to Michigan State, and you had some offers from, like, Duke. My co-host Kevin here, he loves Duke.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact,
that.
I'm told that he has a Christian Laettner and Coach K autographed 8x10. Do you still think he's an okay guy because of his love for Duke?
Yeah, I do. I think it's fair. As long as you don't hate Michigan State, then we're good.
There was a time in my life where Michigan State, Kentucky, hate probably would have been a good word from a sports perspective, but I feel like I've evolved as a human, so I think we're on the right ground now.
Okay, good.
Now, going forward, I know you've talked about aggression specifically for you on the offensive end of the ball. What do you think the team has improved at maybe over the last month, or you still, y'all still need to see more of going forward if you want to get back into the playoff mix?
I think we've been a little bit more organized offensively recently. I think, especially last game, getting 80 in a groove. Teams are doing a really good job of obviously throwing bodies at him, and I think us as guards and us as a team need to do a little bit of a better job of putting him in a position where he can thrive. And, he's really good in the post around that free throw line area. That's where he's obviously very effective. And I think last game we did a really, really good job of kind of putting him in those positions to succeed. So I think that's number one, getting our best player, the ability, giving him the ability just to be in positions where he can thrive. And then I think, for us collectively as a unit, continuing to be organized on offense, we have, personnel that can really score in multiple different ways from shooting. And Najee obviously can get into the paint. Clay is going to give you a couple threes. Cooper can do, a little bit of both. And, Ryan's going to get us set up and, and all sorts of things. So we got guys that can really do all sorts of things. And I think we can get organized and kind of use each other's strengths, to our advantage. And, I think we're going to be a hard team to beat.
Well, I know you got a plane to catch, and y'all got the game coming up against Sacramento tomorrow. Let's get that win back from last week, and we very much appreciate your time and info, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for having me. It was fun.
Absolutely. There you go. Max Christie right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, man, he's been on a roll these last 3 games.
Kevin, we do have a little bit of breaking news from Ian Rappaport. The Raiders are firing head coach Pete Carroll, according to multiple sources. He went 3-14 in this season with the Vegas Raiders.
So I think the question, and we can talk about this on the other side as well, and then we get the Hardies coming up. This is a stacked show today. I think the question becomes on Stefanski and Carroll are those the fall guys for just inept organizations? And I think some people might have that same question about Eberflus, although if that comes to pass, although plenty of people probably blame just Eberflus.
I think I can see a great situation where the Raiders are going, we have the number 1 overall pick, let's tie a new head coach to our new quarterback down the road.
Is there any chance? I'm not saying it would happen whatsoever. Is there any chance you would really want to see Kirk Cignetti take that job?
I want to see Kirk Cignetti take any job.
I don't think
every
that's
job.
That would be his biggest challenge yet. I don't know. Indiana was the craziest turnaround in college football history, so I don't think that's going to happen at all, but that's interesting. So another coach,
him and Mendoza together.
Yeah. I mean, it would be interesting to me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can talk more about that move. There's already been some firings, and I'm going to admit some surprising retentions this morning. Plus, one of the most iconic tag teams in wrestling history, the Hardies, are on their way. They will be live in studio next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ
from Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
But that was a good return.
And probably will be for life.
Yes. Handoff inside. Blue pops it to the 5. Streaking into the end zone. First professional touchdown for Jaden Blue. And the Cowboys have their first lead of the game.
Hey, guess what? That didn't last.
Hey!
And they lost.
Look.
Emphatically.
Happens.
Which is what we needed them to do.
I've watched you cheer and clap whenever the Cowboys would give up something.
And the people I was sitting by, you know what I said every time? Draft pick. From the 210, this person said that they are not a Mavs fan, but they did enjoy the visit with Max Christie, fun talk and fun guy. And then from the 972, Tom Brady is going to be the next coach of the Raiders. I do believe Alec told us the news that is Brady on site. I'm not saying he's the one firing people left and right, but is he on site with the Raiders right now?
Yeah, NFL Network is reporting that Brady is in the team facility for Vegas, and he is prepared to take on a bigger role in football ops. So It sounds like him and John Spytek, the GM in Vegas, will be working hand in hand to find their next head coach. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was a former Patriot coming in.
That's the fourth head coach since 21. And I know we just started 26, so take that into consideration. But John Gruden resigned in 21.
Oh, yeah.
And then Jim McDaniels, Antonio Pierce, and Pete Carroll. That is fascinating. Right now, the head coaching jobs that are open, Kevin, if you want to apply. Raiders, Giants, Titans, Browns, and Falcons. And the Falcons one's a little different because Matt Ryan is searching for the next head coach there.
See, with the Raiders and the Browns, at least, I feel like I would try to step in and be like, come on, what am I going to do? A worse job? I don't think so. I could pick a better quarterback in Cleveland than y'all could.
But do you want that job? Like, do you want the job where, like, the expectation is like nothing?
Yeah. I do, because they'd be like, who the F is this guy? And then I feel like media coverage would be like, well, it's not like he's going to be worse. So I think that they would support my candidacy, and I'm excited about that. But you're right. 5 jobs now open. I go back to particularly the Raiders and the Browns, and I think these are just the scapegoats for terrible management, much like we've talked about with the Cowboys. If and when Eberflus gets fired, I think it will be because of personnel issues. But as we've established many, many, many times, Jones family is not going to fire themselves. So there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Now, we cut off our discussion short, so I will ask you this question. I know what I was rooting for, just because I think it's in the best long-term interest of the team. Did you watch yesterday's game at all with the Cowboys and think this is a good thing, or do you just default to, hey, I always want the Cowboys to win?
The 214, such poor attitude, team tank. If a draft number is all you want, you've already lost.
Okay, fine. You know what? I'm glad that came up. Let me ask you this, because we had this discussion. I just started this conversation with Corey off air. What's the difference between rooting for that and what the Eagles did yesterday and what the Chargers did yesterday? So the Eagles benched all of their starting players and it ended up affecting playoff seeding. Why? Because they thought it was in the best interest of their franchise. The Chargers, they didn't play their starting quarterback because
he has a broken hand.
Well, and their offensive line is terrible. I get it. But they didn't play him because they thought it was the best interest of their franchise. That could have affected who the number 1 seed in the playoffs was. How is that much different from me being like, I like playing the younger guys on this team to see A, if we can save money, and B, it's in the best interest of our franchise going forward.
I don't have a problem that late in the season. Unfortunately, the Cowboys' season was over very early.
For sure.
Like that's one of the, now that you have 17 games, which is still amazing to me.
I really thought we'd be 8-1 because that felt like the most logical outcome.
Yeah, and now that you have 17 games, I really thought there would be a little bit more of an intense activity on the last game of the year. There wasn't. I felt like the last week just kind of like, okay, maybe one team I really care about and that's it. Even the Pittsburgh Ravens game I didn't care about that much because I hate that division so much. But the the last week of the season, I don't mind that for either one of them. For the Eagles, for the Chargers, for the Cowboys, do not care. Nothing matters. I don't stress so much about Jared Goff was out there playing for nothing yesterday, and he played the entire game. Why'd Dak come out at halftime? Because you're scared of injury? Well, I mean, there is an injury history there, and the Cowboys are banking everything on him next year again. So that's another reality. I don't mind that. I do mind team tank 8 games into the season.
I hear you on that,
but I don't.
For sure.
But the last week or last 2 weeks of the season, when you don't have anything going on, you definitely do need to see what Phil Maffa is capable of.
Yeah, and that's I'm with you on that. I agree. I'm not going to be running out I'm not going to be losing on purpose. We even talked about that with the Mavericks. That's one of the things that we've loved is you love to see contributions from Najee Marshall, the person that we just talked to, Max Christie, the improvements of Brandon Williams, Cooper Flagg. Like, I like seeing those things, and I think there's a difference between team tank and organically tanking. Like, I don't think, now let's assume that Javonte Williams could have gone yesterday. Not saying that was the case, whatsoever, but if he could have, putting Maffa and Blue, like you said out there, makes sense to see what do you have in a younger player. I do not necessarily think that that's the Cowboys saying, I hope we lose. In fact, the Cowboys clearly were trying in the first half.
You saw more of Joe Milton, and Kevin, unfortunately, it doesn't look like much has changed for Joe Milton this year.
Was it because, like, the second pass, he had somebody wide open and overshot him?
Yeah. No, and there were a couple of moments where you're just like, dang. Like, you know what he can do with his legs. You still have some fears about him holding the ball a little more securely. There are some things that he can do, but you're like, dang, I wish he had looked like a better quarterback in that game. On the defensive side, Kevin, you saw those players this year.
Yeah.
You saw them all. Shamar James was out there already.
Yeah.
Like, the dude that we needed to see the most of was DeMarvion Overshown, and we can't because we're afraid he's going to get hurt because we got to wrap him up in bubble wrap every year. So that's an unfortunate thing there. I agree. I don't think that my frustration is team tank midway through the season. End of the year, do what you got to do to check your roster out based on where you stand. Because for the Eagles, they need to reset that switch. Very similar to the Chiefs. The Chiefs have played more football in the last 9 years than anybody,
right?
And except for maybe the Bills, who are like always losing to them, but they consistently have been right there in that conversation, AFC Championship game, and so they're exhausted. This season for them probably was the realization of exactly what they've gone through. For the Eagles, they just won a Super Bowl and struggled all year long. They probably did need that. And you're right; it is the best for their organization. I don't think there's much of a difference that late in the season whenever things aren't really on the line anymore.
And I'll go back.
Other than seeding. Now, for them, it was seeding, right?
Yes.
That's all that was really on the line. They made the decision that seeding didn't matter to them.
Okay.
Ooh, because whether it's the moon or a parking lot.
Okay, I hear you, but for the Eagles, I get that then more than like the Chargers, for example. But I will also tell you that impacts other teams, and I'm like, that's fine, because you're taking care of your own business. I actually don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying, I think people, when they're like, that's fine, but this is the worst thing that's ever happened to football, I think that's foolishness on the other side. I do not think that they're that dissimilar whatsoever.
I think as the NFL organization, you're probably going, man, we'd love to figure out a way to have competitive games on the last game of the season also.
Sure.
And that way we don't see it half empty or half full, if you will, MetLife Stadium.
But don't you think the NFL goes, yeah, we did it perfectly. The very last play of the regular season ended up having a huge impact.
Probably
on the
so.
playoffs.
And then they're probably looking over at the stack of dollars and $100 bills and $1 million bills that they have, and they're like, I guess we're doing fine over here still.
I don't know about that last part. And I want to go back
Just
to...
you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
That is a very fair point. And I most definitely have not seen $1 million bill. All the presidents are hanging out on it. Like, that would be kind of awesome.
Throwing darts in a bar.
Yeah, that would be kind of awesome. And then going back to if it's a draft pick number, I feel like we have been very clear about this as well. I think that the Dallas Cowboys front office needs every advantage available to them because they are subpar. All right. And we have talked with the Jones family about this. We have told them this, and they're like, well, it ain't going to change. So here's the thing. That's why I think you need every dollar of salary cap money. That's why I think you need every advanced draft pick. You need every asset advantage, because I do not believe, and this is not a hot take, I do not believe that your front office is good enough. So to that person, again, I don't think it's a losing mentality as much of a, I can't change the situation I've been presented with, right? And that's the Jones family is running it. You're not going to be able to change that. So what do I need to do? I need to take advantage of every other single thing I can, and that includes getting a better draft pick.
Yeah, I agree with you. In the grand scheme of things, I also understand that there is a guy in there that's got to commit a room to buying into him every week. And I know Jerry Jones and Steven feel this way. This is not me defending it. I'm pointing out this exists. Guys, when we win a game, these 4 questions are never asked. And if Eberflus's defense looks good out there, nobody's asking about his job this week. So please go out there and do that so nobody's asking about this dude's job.
Yeah.
Because once you look bad, and you look as bad as they did yesterday, dude, there were moments where my mind started going into questioning Shoddy. And just like, he looked depressed on that sideline. And I was like, man, that's not a good look for that team to see him like that. Nobody wants to see their head coach being like, man, I don't have any answers for this thing right now. And so that's one of the things that does kind of stick in my mind when it comes to how do you figure out how to make that happen.
Yeah, and
because you got to intentionally lose a game. I know you're saying you're not intentional. You put guys out there, we never know. Those guys could be good enough to score the points that get you the win.
Yeah.
But you have to intentionally lose the game to get the draft pick.
And I do agree, for a fan that buys a ticket, it sucks. I will say, just in this particular instance, I always think it's more tricky.
Don't buy a ticket for the last game of the season.
Exactly. So it's kind of like the whole reason that they don't run, hopefully, we'll talk about this later in the show, your fantasy football championship in week 18, because you never quite know what you're going to get. Now, for the NBA, I think it's a totally different deal when you're like, hey, I'm going to go to this game on a Tuesday in February, like you think the players are playing, but they sit. That's hard to predict. But for this one, you have to kind of know if you pick up the ticket for the Week 18 game, it could mean nothing, or it could be the most important game of the season and a de facto playoff game.
Massive gamble.
So I do just want to point that out.
Point it out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, you know, Corey, I feel like it's about that. 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see TNA Wrestling at the Curtis Colwell Center on Thursday, January 15th. That's next week. Courtesy of TNA Wrestling. You can go buy tickets right now, or you can win them for free. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, more football, maybe the Hardies and baseball nuggets next on The Fan.
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you one of the most iconic tag teams in wrestling history. The Hardies are live in studio. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I heard our oppressive office staff downstairs would not let you guys up.
Yeah, they were holding us back. You know, they were protecting you guys.
Well,
they thought we were going to come in and twist a fate swanton on you guys.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to rule out that is a possibility. Now, I know you guys are getting ready for it. We talked with Mike Santana a couple of weeks ago, the debut on AMC for Impact, and then following it up 2 days later with the pay-per-view all at the Curtis Culwell Center. How cool is it when you get to have those kind of back-to-back big-time shows in the exact same market, in the exact same building?
That's a big deal for us, man. I remember back in the day when TNA went from a pay-per-view every week to Spike TV.
Yes.
I was back then with them, my first run in TNA, and to be here in 2026, debuting on AMC here in Dallas is amazing.
Yeah. How? Because you guys have seen this before with, back when you were in WWE, how big that cable fan base connection can be to growing your broader audience.
Yeah, I mean, well, TNA now, we are back in the game. We're going to be on AMC, which is a channel on every basic cable provider. It's in every hotel, so it's special and it's big. It puts us back on the map, on the level of WWE and everything else. And we're really to knock it out of the park. We're going to hit a grand slam on that Thursday, January the 15th, which is going to be the first ever live edition of TNA Impact on AMC, and then Saturday at the pay-per-view Genesis.
And I think that's a big deal starting off. How different is it when the show is live as opposed to not trying to run down a tape show, because I know that's a necessary economic part of the business, but how big of a deal is it to have that show live?
Oh, it's the best, man. If there's a mistake, it's going to be seen, and that's why it's so exciting. And I just know through Matt, like shows like, oh my gosh, Breaking Bad, The Walking Dead were on AMC, and that fires me up right there. But yeah, there's nothing better than live TV. Yeah, live is the best. I mean, obviously for a viewer, because they don't know what's going to happen. It can't be spoiled. They can't give stuff out. And because our representative, our agent just walked out of the room, I'm going to give you guys an exclusive spoiler. We're live, right?
Awesome.
Yeah. Hey,
awesome.
On Thursday, the first Impact, this hasn't been announced yet. I'm going to announce it here first and foremost. We're going to have a match. It's going to be the Hardy Boys teaming up with Elijah in a six-man tag against Order 4, Mustafa Ali and the Great Hands. That is going to be our debut match Thursday night at the first live Impact on AMC. Tell the world, everyone.
I love it.
I just saw Alec, our producer, light up in there too, so he's excited right now. That's awesome.
Did that make people happy?
Yes.
Let's do another one. Let's do another one.
Oh, great, because I already kind of pissed off Ross this morning.
No. I'm glad Ross is out of here. At the pay-per-view, at Genesis, we are going to have our match with the Righteous. We've been wanting it for a while. The Righteous, they've been very weird, cultish, kind of trying to creep us out, play all these mental games. We are going to battle the Righteous, the Hardys versus the Righteous. The GOATs, the greatest of all time, myself and Brother Nero, we're going to be battling the Righteous at Genesis on Saturday, January the 17th. Okay. And this match will be a new version of Extreme, man.
Oh, okay. So I love that y'all are making these announcements. Also, do you have any level of respect for the Righteous for those kind of mind games, since obviously y'all are known through different character iterations of doing your own mind games?
Of course, and I think that probably makes it a little harder for them to play those mind games with us, because we are the masters of those things. We've done them many times. I got to tell you, in a perfect world, if those guys could get on the same page with us, I feel like the Righteous and Broken Matt and Brother Nero would be a pretty unstoppable force if we were all, a unit. But these guys have came and they've been strange and they've done things that are inappropriate, and they are going to FAFO come Genesis on January the 17th. And on the way out here, I think they posted them doing the Twist of Fate and the Swanton Bomb, and then they compared that to us doing it, back in the early 2000s in Times Square? In 2000 in Times Square, So that was a pretty big deal.
Wow.
When we wrestled actually outside on Wall Street, it's when WWE became publicly traded stock.
I do remember that, absolutely. And so, in fact, because Corey said I could nerd out, here's my book from WrestleMania 16 that I may or may not ask you guys to sign off air. I'm just saying I'm going to nerd out just a little bit. Go ahead.
That was awesome.
Talking about what you did then, and I always looked at you guys. Y'all changed the game for me because it now became basketball. Y'all are high flying. Y'all are all over the place. And do y'all take credit for changing like the way wrestling looked?
You know, I think we're very aware because so many people have told us over the years. You know, we are in our 4th decade of doing this. We have held WWE tag team titles over the course of 4 different decades. I don't think there's a lot of people who can say that, which is pretty cool. We have been very influential. We have influenced a lot of people. And I think even more than that, as far as like being high flying and being the extreme guys and daredevils, I mean, that epitomizes Jeff. But I think we're also very inspirational that, you know, you can come up from anywhere. We come up from a small town in Cameron, North Carolina, middle of nowhere, knew no one in wrestling, and we made it, and we became big. And I think we're also inspirational, motivational characters as well.
Now, clearly over the 28 years that followed, y'all did so many amazing things, but do you look back at like 1997 Monday Night Raw when you're enhancement talent and you're like, we made it, we did it, we're here. And did you feel that way in the moment because you're on TV at that time?
Yeah, I think about that a lot, man, because I didn't know what I was doing that first match when I was 16 years old and I was in there with Razor Ramon.
May of 1994.
Yeah,
May of
1994. And I was a junior in high school and I just didn't know what I was doing, but you know, I was all in for whatever they wanted me to do, and now looking back at it, it was such a amazing experience for me because it kind of like made me go doubt myself a little bit. I don't know if I'm cut out for this, but then the next night I had a match with the 1-2-3 Kid, and it was, you know, he was more along my size, and it went way better, but I was still so green. You can go back and watch that match now. I've got the 1-2-3 Kid in the headlock, and I'm just like tapping it is ridiculous looking. I didn't know what I was doing. I think, and just like leading up to our match with the Dudleys last year, I never really thought about this so much, but like all the pro wrestling universe knew as far as ladder matches before we had our first tag team ladder match with Edge and Christian was that match with Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon. We had watched that match so many times and studied it and recreated it so many times on the indies. But it was what a jump into the future from like what they did and what we turned it into.
How much, I don't know, you talked about looking back. How much do you look back or think about the No Mercy 99? I mean, y'all had already won the tag titles at that point and stuff, but that feels like the match that was like, okay, now it's unquestionable that these 4 are the guys.
That was the match, man. That was the moment.
That was the match. And people ask us, like, what is your favorite match? And it is hard. It's hard. The significance of that match, that was the match that turned us from being WWE wrestlers into WWE superstars. Like, our reactions changed every night after that. The way people viewed us, they looked at us as legitimate stars because we'd done something so special and we'd kind of got to carve out our own niche. And then we just built upon that when we had the Royal Rumble 2000 tables match with the Dudleys. And then we had WrestleMania 16 where it was the triangle ladder match initially, which in essence was the first TLC, and then TLC and TLC 2 following up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you said something, Jeff, that was really interesting to me is you're like, hey, whatever you need. How important is it, especially early on, to just go with the flow and be able to say yes to whatever you're being asked? So the company, whatever company, is like, all right, this guy will go along with us.
Yeah, I think it was very important back then, especially. I just always had that feeling within me like, okay, this is what I was born to do. My first dream was to be a pro baseball player with the Atlanta Braves.
Okay.
And I got a dirt bike when I was 12 years old. I wanted to be a professional motocross rider, but then I was wrestling at the same time. And I just always knew, okay, I was born to be a pro wrestler, and this is going to work out for us, especially us being brothers. When they started calling us the Hardy Boys, I was like, okay, this is pretty perfect. But yeah, I don't think I've ever denied or said no to hardly anything over the years. I've been up for pretty much anything.
Yeah, and we've both been like that, and I think that's one of the reasons we have found so much success, too, because we're up for anything. And one of the things our wrestling daddy, Michael P.S. Hayes, that's what we call him, our wrestling daddy, he's the first guy that really took us under his wing and really taught us a lot. He said, like in wrestling, he said, sometimes you get opportunities, but they can be kind of a poor opportunity, but how can you make the most of it? How can you optimize it? How can you maximize it? And we've done that our entire career.
Okay, and so for you are a fascinating study in terms of, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but but it feels like maybe you had been kind of slotted by WWE at one point, and you were like, no, I got all these other things that I can do. How meaningful was it that everyone got in on Broken Matt Hardy, whether it was Ring of Honor, TNA, like so many different places? How much did that mean to you that it felt like you got put in this one spot and you're like, no, I can do other stuff?
No, it was very important to me, and it's something I love being at TNA because TNA lets us try out things. They let us experiment. It isn't micromanaged like a WWE is. The WWE is a $1 billion industry and it's much more micromanaged. Here at TNA, it's a big difference because like you go like, what do you want to do? You know, and I'll go, well, I would like to do this. Can I try this? And I told Jeff, I said, I want to do a throwback. All the young guys, the smaller guys, they were so athletic, so acrobatic, and I was like, wow, you know, we're not as young as we used to be. What if I did a throwback to a character like Papa Shango, like Undertaker when he was first magical? I tried to be a supernatural, tried to come off and get people to buy me as a supernatural thing. And I said, Jeff, I said, I want you to jump off the highest perch available, put me through a table. I'm going to say it broke my brain. My brain's broken, and I'm going to dye a streak in my hair, and I'm going to be different. And that's how Broken Matt Hardy came to be. And then I really was inspired from True Blood because I thought vampires are so cool. How they live for thousands of years, but you know they go through these different periods. They look different, and I was like, how could I do that? How could I be like an immortal character? Obviously, you can't be immortal. We're all mortal. But I said, what if I'm cognizant of where my soul has been in all these bodies? That way, I could claim to be 2,000 years old or whatever else. Yeah. But just playing that character was so much fun, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I'm so glad I got the opportunity to do that. The TNA allowed me the opportunity.
You know, one of the things I've always said about our show, we've known each other for almost 20 years now and worked together for all 20 of those, is it relies on our chemistry. That's what our show really does rely on. You guys have your own chemistry, me and brothers and everything, and then on top of that, you work with other people. How hard is it to find that chemistry with them, or how easy is it to find chemistry with other people that you work with?
It's pretty, I mean, it comes pretty natural for me, and us being brothers, especially all these years working with the young talent now. I've learned a lot, you know, this go around, especially like with a lot of combinations that these tag teams do, and there's a lot going on. It's somewhat intimidating for guys like us, but I'm starting to learn a lot and go with the flow, and it's just been super fun to still feel passionate and have that love for the craft of pro wrestling at 48 years of age, and Matt's, he's a little more than halfway to 100, and just to still be able to be in here mixing it up and to be going to AMC with TNA, man, and helping them evolve is just so special.
Did you ever have to convince people in the wrestling scene that you were actual brothers? Because there's a long-standing tradition. I remember my world got rocked when I found out Bart and Billy Gunn weren't really brothers. But like you hear that with obviously Edge and Christian, Undertaker and Kane. Did you have to convince people though? You're like, no, I swear we're like actually blood related.
Yeah, I mean there were a lot of people that were unsure, obviously, but you know it's one of those things. Like we're brothers. I've known Jeff since the first day he was born, first day on earth, you know, and we've been together ever since then. But yeah, it's always interesting with wrestling, and I like how wrestling, as time has gone on, people get to peek behind scenes a little bit. They see a little bit more of the reality behind everything else because it's really intriguing. I appreciate when people are interested in that stuff, but I also appreciate when people just want to sit back and escape from reality and just watch the programming and like take the characters for what they're for, and the matches and the issues and what. I mean, that's the best way to watch wrestling. That's how I want to watch wrestling. I don't want anything to be spoiled.
A lot of times people ask for twins, and that always kind of baffles me. I'm like, no, we're not twins. We're 3 years apart. Here's an easy way to tell us apart. I've got all the tattoos. Matt has no tattoos.
That feels unusual in the world of wrestling too.
Is that how twins work though? Like one gets a tattoo, and then the other one it just magically shows up on their body. That would
no, that's the G.I. Joe thing that you're thinking of. Yeah. I don't know y'all's schedule. Can you hang out for another segment to talk about the pay-per-view and everything like that?
Let's do it.
All right, and you also mentioned Michael P.S. Hayes, so we've got to talk a little bit about the Dallas wrestling scene. Of course. Thank you very much. Stick around. Hardies coming up next. More with them right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know there's a lot of football stuff happening today, and we've got plenty of time to get to that. But right now, let's continue with, well, Corey told me in the break to just admit it, the greatest tag team of all time. The Hardies are in studio. Now we've got a couple of huge events coming to the Metroplex a week from Thursday. Thursday night, Impact on AMC. That's going to be live at the Curtis Culwell Center. And then 2 nights later, that's Saturday the 17th, the Genesis pay-per-view, again at the Curtis Culwell Center in Garland. You get tickets at curtisculwellcenter.com or go to tnawrestling.com for more information. You guys have already given us match announcements, which is super cool. But you brought up in the last segment Michael P.S. Hayes. Now, around these parts, obviously, he's despised as one of the just no good Freebirds. But what's it like being in the Dallas area, which, I mean, maybe they don't match quite with Chicago, New York, or wherever, but I feel like we got a whole lot of great wrestling history here as well.
Yeah, back in the day in the 80s, man, he was in there with the Von Erichs, and he was juking, and he didn't even know it, really.
Right.
I mean, I got the juke from him, from his little hand gesture, the moonwalk, so that's where I got to give him credit for the juke, man.
I mean, and then same question for you, the history of, are there certain markets you go into, and if so, what are those markets that you're like, man, I love to wrestle here because the crowds are pretty consistently pretty awesome?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I'll say El Paso. We were just there. I mean, but Texas in general, anywhere in the South, I appreciate wrestling in the South. They buy in to more of what you're doing. You know, a lot of times you'll go in the Northeast, if you're in New York or Connecticut or Massachusetts, sometimes the crowd go, well, I don't know, the work rate isn't quite strong enough. I wish they would have done a lot more high spots in that match. You know, and just that's not what wrestling is in its essence, in its core. It's not about that. It's about storytelling. You have a good guy and a bad guy, and you're trying to get people emotionally invested in these characters, and that's what it is. We kind of, wrestling has lost its way in some ways when it comes to that, but that is what it is, and it will always be that. It's very simple. It's a simple formula. And sure, you do a few more spicy moves, you dress it up a little bit, and we're two of the guys who've created that, you know, dressing it up, doing a little more, Twist of Fate, Swanton, everything else. But, dude, I love being in an environment like you were talking about, world-class championship wrestling. It was such a heated rivalry between the Von Erichs and the Freebirds, Michael P.S. Hayes and crew. And it was great, man. Michael taught us more than anybody else ever has in wrestling. We do still call him our wrestling daddy. It's great seeing him, and we love being in WWE and bouncing ideas off him, and he would give us great feedback to things, and he would come up with ideas. He's a really great out-of-the-box mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he really
absolutely.
Thinks out of the box.
Absolutely. So you do not need Corey to give you star rating reports after your matches here in Columbus.
Yeah, one thing I would recommend is you don't have to give me star ratings, and you don't have to go on Cage Match to see what they rank me.
Okay, yeah. Do you think? And
it's absurd.
I know for some people that's the
but
end
no,
all.
for some people it's their thing, and I guess if that's your thing, that's fine. But like the way people have looked at that so broadly, like casual fans do not care about those things,
right?
Casual fans that tune in, and I think you want as many eyeballs on your product as possible.
Yes.
That's what we're going to go for with TNA.
Yes.
You know, that's what we're going to go for at AMC. We want as many eyeballs as possible. We don't want to, like shoot for just like a small niche audience. We want a broad audience. We want as many people as we can have. We want to expand the tent. We want everyone to come into the TNA tent.
Yeah, and do you think because of that, some companies lose sight of the basic, I'm here to see good versus evil, or some variation of that? Like, I'm here for the story, as opposed to, well, that was 5 stars, so I love the match.
Yes, I think so. I think that's something that gets lost in translation a lot in this day and age.
Yeah.
The concept of good versus evil, we kind of chatted about this in the break here just a minute. Do you love when you see the good guy say, I'm changing a little bit, I'm turning, I'm gonna go be somebody else for a while, and I might come back to that, or I might be this forever? Is that just, do you have to do that in the business?
I mean, it's like evolution. You know, we were talking about AMC and all their great shows. I don't know if you guys are Breaking Bad fans.
Oh, absolutely.
I wanted to know if your matches would be as good as the episode Ozymandias. That was my question.
We'll see if it gets the same amount of Rotten Tomatoes or stars. Rotten Stars, Rotten Tomatoes, Star Tomatoes. But I was just going to say the transformation and evolution of the character Walter White in the Heisenberg was so amazing and so good. And, even like him, the character of Walter White Heisenberg, it was 5 seasons, and season 5 was almost 2 parts. It's almost 6. But, I mean, we've been wrestling now. We've been on TV for 28 years, almost 29, and that's full time. And the fact that we have been able to change and evolve is what you have to do to stay fresh, because it's hard to go 6 seasons, or Dexter 8 seasons. The character, you kind of done everything. You have to kind of like reset and have a different environment. Something has to be different. Something has to change, and that's what we do in pro wrestling. And I feel like part of the mastery of this is being able to do both at the highest level as a good guy and a bad guy. Something that's very important.
Do you see that transition ahead of time, or do you get to a point and you're like, all right, we got to do something now? Or are you like, no, we're planning it out a year in advance. We know we're going to make this kind of move at some point.
Yeah, sometimes you do that. Sometimes it's just almost of necessity, I feel like. There was a point in time where Jeff and I, we reunited in TNA as the Hardy Boys, and we were kind of doing the traditional Hardy Boy shtick. We had this amazing series of matches with the Wolves and Team 3D, and we're finishing this up. And then I told Jeff, I think we need to change something now, because the people, they've seen this and they want something different or new. And we've done that a few times. Jeff had changed into the Antichrist of pro wrestling, and went all out to be a heel as much as possible. He is like John Cena. He's a guy that would really be hard to turn full-fledged heel. I don't think it would happen. But me, I said, I want to go a different direction. I said, I did Big Money Matt in Ring of Honor for a little while, and I think if we split and I do that, and I like freshen things up a little bit, and then I segued into Broken Matt, and that it totally gave our career, and he became Brother Nero, and it just totally rejuvenated us. Yeah. You know what I mean? It was like a fresh start, and we were popular all over again. And then people who had never heard of us before, like, oh my God, this Broken Matt, Brother Nero stuff's so cool. What did these guys do in the past? Oh my God, look at this. They had these TLC matches. They had this tag team ladder match, these table matches, and then they discover us that way. But the important thing in pro wrestling is you have to continue to stay fresh. You have to continue to put a fresh coat of paint on every so often.
Yeah, there's so much potential in me, somewhere in that in-between realm of good and bad, that I think I'm going to hit in 2026, man, because I'm very excited about that. But yeah, there's so many things that the pro wrestling universe and world haven't seen that are possible, like that potential that's kind of built up inside of me. So I'm excited to express that this year.
And that's got to be fun too, as doing it, coming up with new ways to do it. I'm a good guy. Kevin, you would say that I got this good guy quality. Yeah. One day I came on air and hung up on every caller on purpose, and everybody was like, "What's happening right now?" And they were freaking out. And I was like, "Man, it's kind of fun to be bad just a little bit."
That was my favorite day.
He's turned me on.
That was my favorite day, absolutely. Now, you mentioned Team 3D, the Dudleys. What did it mean for y'all to be able to have that match at Bound for Glory in their final match? They take off their boots and everything. What did that mean for maybe all 4 of y'all?
We had no idea at Slammiversary after, oh my gosh, I finally got to do the Fear Factor ladder, and we won the titles back, and we had no idea that Bully Bubba was going to come out, man. But when he does, oh my God, is this real? This is really going to happen? And leading up to it, man, it was such I felt like it was a flawless performance on both parts. I thought it was done extremely well, and super proud of it.
It was special, and Devon had health issues, and we knew Devon was going to retire. We knew this was going to be his last match. He trained, and he'd got cleared from his doc, everything else. He'd worked really hard to get as healthy as he possibly could, and we tried to protect him. Jeff actually ended up busting his head on the ladder trying to protect Devon when he put him through the table.
Yeah.
But long story short, we had a magical match with those guys. They went out on their own terms, and we did not know that they were going to take their boots off and give them to us in the ring. So that was an emotional moment, and we felt it as well, which adds to the emotion of the moment as well. I love the fact that they didn't tell us. They had that in their mind they were going to do it. So I was really proud of that match. The Dudleys are one of our great career rivals, and I'm really happy they got to go out on their own terms.
Now, of course, in the interim, Bully, being Bully, he said, legacy is very simple. We're the most successful tag team that has ever lived. How do you think the Hardys' legacy stands up to the Dudleys?
Well, that was part of the stipulation of this match. They had to shake our hands and say, you guys are the GOATs. You guys are the greatest of all time. So they did in that instant, and once again, I've said we are by far the most popular. We've sold the most merch of any tag team. We're the most influential, and the Dudleys, they can say they're the most decorated because they've held a few more tag team titles than us, but also we're not done, baby. We got a lot of time left.
That is a good point.
You were talking about those changes and those evolutions, what Jeff said, something in the middle of the road. I really think this this rivalry we have with the righteous. They're very unique characters, and they're saying like, hey, you can ascend even higher. You can be immortal. You guys are the greatest of all time. You are the GOATs, and we just want to learn from you. We want to ascend with you. I think this could be a bridge into myself and Jeff kind of buying into we are the greatest of all time, and we know it, and we're going to stand on it 10 toes. And I think there's something there that we could go into that could be a fresh coat of paint for the Hardies.
Yeah, it feels like going around telling everybody that you're the best is a good way to get people to buy. Look,
Puff the chest, dude.
Buy tickets to support you. Buy tickets because they want to see you get your ass kicked. Either way, as long as they're buying tickets. Now, we talked about this a little bit off air, and it's kind of funny the way you describe that is in your outside the ring life. Jeff, I was wondering if you would be willing to talk to us about your journey with faith, because you've been really open about the ups and downs. Both of y'all have throughout your life, and I bet the audience really appreciates that. What has the last year or the last whatever meant to you in terms of that life change?
Oh, every time I've through getting in trouble, been forced to have to get sober. Every time I've gotten sober, I've got closer to God, and this time we are kind of one. I spend a lot of time with God out in nature, man. I meditate a lot, and through prayer, I believe in, it's helped me along the way. It's always been there for me when I reconnect with it through sobriety, because sobriety is a superpower, and so is faith, and I'm using it to the best of my ability here today.
Now, and I wanted to ask you, for your fans that have been supportive, I'm one of those people who at times have been mad. I apologize for some of those things. I'm like, dang it, Jeff, I've been here supporting you. Do you get that? And do you find that people are forgiving over the years? So they're like, all right, I know you're doing your best. Good job, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think one of the biggest things I think I've overcome in 2025 is forgiving myself, because that guilt,
that's gotta be tough.
And that can kill you, man, if you let it. So I think I've finally forgiven myself, because that's a big part of it, but still you're going to have all those thoughts, especially me being a wrestler and all the mistakes over the years. But I think that's also a huge and powerful thing that connects me with so many people out there struggling, and there would be so many people that I'll never meet, and to know that I've helped somebody, man, is a superpower again within me.
Well, what would be, both of y'all, your other messages to maybe if there's somebody listening out there right now, they're like, yeah, but they're super famous, they can overcome it, I can't do it. Like, what would be y'all's message for people that are struggling at any level with any different number of things?
Go ahead.
Oh, I would just say if you have health, man, overall, just think about how blessed and lucky you are just to have good health, and just not complain about the smallest things, man. It could be a good way to look at everything from my perspective too is it could be so much worse. And I find myself saying that all the time when something bugs me. Oh my God, it could be so much worse. I am so blessed. We are so blessed to still be as active as we are in pro wrestling. And I think my faith over the years, we were young when our mother passed away, and she's kind of played a God role in my life ever since that day. And I remember looking at the sky at her funeral and going, knowing it was going to be okay. Like, I'm going to have a parent on both sides, in the spirit realm and here on earth. And our dad raised us to get to where we are now. And oh my God, I was with him to the very end. But now my human creators are together again out there in the stars, man, and they've helped us every step of the way.
And one thing I would say to anyone, I mean, we have both been through it, and if you have air in your body and if you are healthy, as he said, I mean, tomorrow's a new day, and a new day can be a new beginning for every single person. A new year just started. Make 2026 your year, you know what I mean? I believe as long as you're healthy, as long as there is air in your body and there is breath coming out of your lungs and your heart's pumping, you can always start anew. You always can. I mean, you can always come back. You can always change. Don't ever get discouraged that you can't change, because you can. You can make it happen.
I agree with that. Just a million percent. Now, new year, obviously looping it all the way back around to TNA. Just a couple months ago, I think it was at Bound for Glory, Chris Jericho said, well, this sure does look like the number 2 company in the country. And that felt like a big compliment. I know number 1's always the best, but it feels like number 2 is the goal right here, right now. For people that have maybe never seen a TNA show and they're like, oh man, maybe Garland's pretty close to me. Like, why would you encourage people, whether it's Thursday for the first ever live Impact on AMC or the pay-per-view 2 days later, Genesis, why would you encourage people to go check this out?
I mean, they're both going to be loaded with great matches from top to bottom. I can tell you that already. I'm familiar with the cards of both of them right now. And there's also going to be some guest surprises at both of these shows. And it's very cool that we have this partnership with WWE now, which opens up a lot of doors, especially considering we're on AMC. And, it's funny you said that. On my podcast, The Extreme Life of Matt Hardy, which drops every Friday, I actually just did bold predictions for this year. And I do think by the end of this year, by the end of 2026, I think the TNA is going in, especially from a perception value. I think it is going to challenge AEW for the number 2 slot in North America. We don't have the money they have. We don't have the media deal they have or whatever. But like, we have so much heart and soul, and we have people that are willing to work hard. And there are no egos in the locker room. This is an amazing locker room. Everyone's working for the greater good. It's going to be a big year, and we're back because we're on AMC that everyone can get now. And that is vital to our success.
I've got a lot of big ideas too, man. I think we need to get a Tesla robot to carry all of our championships to the ring because we've got so many. It's hard for us to carry them. And then we actually need to go out in goat pastures and start cutting badass promos, man.
Yeah, no, you're right. We're going to lean into this goat where people are going to go like, oh my God, are they being pricks? But then they go, hold up. Well, they are still kind of nice, so they're pretty cool. Sure. I think there's a very fun middle ground.
That's the middle ground. That's the middle ground that you're talking about.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Well, look, we're giving away tickets to the Thursday show, the first live Impact on AMC a week from Thursday. But if you don't win, we'll be doing that all week. TNAWrestling.com, tickets.CurtisColwellCenter.com. Thursday, Saturday, next week at the Curtis Colwell Center in Garland. It is a great venue for wrestling. That is so true. The 15th and the 17th, guys, go check it out. Man, we appreciate y'all giving us so much of your time. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, man. We had a blast chatting with you.
Love it. All right, there you go. Matt and Jeff, the Hardies. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will dive back into football. Dallas Cowboys, thank you, and no thank you notes after closing out the season the correct way. Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more
Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Now, we had a great opportunity to talk to the Hardies for a huge block of time. They were super great. And we talked about all kinds of stuff off air as well. We're going to remind you next Thursday, January 15th, Thursday Night Impact Live on AMC. And we're going to be doing the ticket giveaway for that all week long. And then the 17th, they're going to do the Genesis pay-per-view at the Curtis Colwell Center. But there's a lot of other football goings on. We're going to do some Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. But first, they call it Black Monday for a reason. Apparently, another head coach has been canned.
The Cardinals have moved on from Jonathan Gannon. So, I'm very interested in what's going on there because obviously their former number 1 overall pick,
right?
Kyler Murray, what's his situation with the club?
Can I ask you a question about that? Do you think this could be a scenario similar to the Raiders where a new head coach is going to come in and we'll have a new quarterback to boot?
As a coach,
maybe more from Oregon.
As a head coach, you want to tie yourself to a quarterback. Like, that's just the reality of it. And for the sake, because that gives you 3 years-ish. Whenever you tie yourself to a young quarterback that needs time to grow. Because what's going to happen? First year might be a little bit of struggle. They show some signs of, hey, they can do something. And then the second year, maybe they pop. And then the third year, all right, this is decision time. And so, that's where I feel that kind of goes hand in hand. So that's one thing. Kevin also tests today on Cam Ward's shoulder, showed he has a sprained AC joint.
Okay.
Doctors do not believe he needs surgery as he heads into the start of the offseason.
Because that feels like that would have been a real, not progress stopper, but slower downer is what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, and whoever their new head coach is going to be, maybe he can help slower it downer. But whoever that next head coach is going to be has to do work with him this offseason.
Right.
Get him in the right program, get them on the same page.
Now, people are asking, and Alec, thank you for going along with this. We did end up moving AM on the FM to 1240 today because of a different schedule we've already had Max Christie. We've had the Hardies. It's been a busy freaking day. So let's do some Dallas Cowboys thank you notes after, as I say, closing out the season the correct way. I'm sure a lot of people will not agree with that, but I think it was the correct way. It is crazy to think about how much people talk about this being a dysfunctional organization, and I totally get why people say that. This is the first time since 2000 to 2002 the Cowboys have had back-to-back losing seasons. And so that's the issue I always have when people say the Cowboys are the worst organization. I'm like, well, that's just silly. They're clearly not. They might be the most mediocre organization, but they're not the worst. For whatever that's worth. I don't know if that's like a ringing endorsement of the Cowboys, but I guess
they're mediocre.
Yeah.
But they're not the
Thanks
worst.
for not being the worst, but no thank you for being the most mediocre.
Well, and that's the thing is they've hovered between mediocre, sub-mediocre, and above mediocre.
Right.
But they've never gone full either way. Right? Like, they've always kind of been in this window of, yeah, they can beat the mediocre teams and the sub-mediocre teams, but not the good teams. Or, man, they can't even beat the mediocre teams. And that doesn't just go, like, that chart that I created this year, that chart's been out there for a long time on this Cowboys organization. And that's a frustrating thing. So I understand where you're trying to make it feel a little easier, but it doesn't. Because it feels like, was it Mike Fisher that created the treadmill of mediocrity?
Right.
It feels like you are kind of stuck in that place of how do we get out of it? And the leadership, you question whether or not they know how to get out of it. Because over their time, they haven't done anything but that. So you're balancing that act back and forth, and I don't love it so much. I'll say thank you to Jadeon Clowney for getting his 3 sacks. We'll talk about him at 1 o'clock also. But I have a question about him.
Is he going to be in the misses, Alec? I feel like Jadeon Clowney's going to be I don't like it. And it didn't even happen yet. I don't like it. Didn't even happen yet.
Hate it. My question, though, is, because I was listening to the post-game show yesterday with Woolchuck and Broadus, as everybody should do. And they were having that discussion of who's back already, kind of having that old Yeller conversation and everything. And And Jadeon Clowney, I've felt like for the last 5 years, he's kind of been a hired mercenary every step of the way. Maybe he's at a point where he's like, I'm tired of that. I want to find a home to finish my career. And the Cowboys is where I want to be. Cost effective wise, Kevin, we'll have to go through that. But did he show me enough leadership on the defensive side of the ball this year to say, I have to have that guy back? Or is it, he's a good player, and I like to have talent?
I think it's that second one, and I think it's the fact that he can rush the passer and kind of contain the edge or help stop the run, which you don't really have that.
Right. Yes. No, you do not.
Unfortunately.
No, yeah, you have a lot of work to do to get to that. And so that's where I liked what I got, but maybe it is one of those, I just don't feel like he's ours. Maybe I probably feel more like Javonte's ours than I do him.
I totally get that. Can I tell you, I'm going to go back 2 weeks to something Clowney said that might change your mind. Or it changed my mind a little bit, I guess I'll say, is he talked about maybe wanting to get it going a little bit earlier. And he was like, I feel like I had some rust in these first few games. I would love to knock that off. And now it might be a scenario where, being at camp and stuff like that. And I'm not saying you're going to be like, oh, Jadeon Clowney is ours. But maybe it could take a step towards the fan base embracing him even more.
Okay, I can get down with that. It felt like, again, not camp part. Feels like a hired mercenary. Feels like, hey, look, we know we need this. I'll wait until you're all ready. He comes into camp. He's like, look, I know where teams and organizations are built, and it's built in the relationships. First, you build those, and then you all get on the same page together. So maybe that could be a thing that I could root for right there.
From the 469, no thank you to the Cowboys. In my work pick'em, I ended 1 point behind the lead because I thought that even with Dak and the starters playing a half, the Cowboys would surely beat the terrible Giants. And then that kind of goes along with this. From the 832, Kevin, I'm a little bit behind, but I think it's crazy that teams like the Giants wouldn't work harder to lose. They could have gotten the number 1 pick and then traded out and hopefully built up assets for a Super Bowl powerhouse. That perplexes me too, especially since the Raiders won yesterday. You can go back, and now the Giants, I think, are picking 5th. But in the moment, it's kind of I think it was Max Crosby who said this. He was like, hey, man, I don't give a damn about the draft pick. I'm going out there and Jadeon Clowney, I'm paid. I'm a professional, and I'm going to go out there and play my best. And so I think that's the thing, is you can have all the ideas in the world. To me, it was playing younger players. All right. Well, Jaden Blue looked pretty good out there. Now, I know you lost the game, but what if you would have won because of Maffa and Jaden Blue? Well, I can't get that mad at it because I'm like, well, I wanted you to play younger players, and you did, and it turned out they played really well. I can't be upset with that, you know?
Yeah, and somebody said the ours thing doesn't resonate with me. Figure out a way to win, which should include free agents, drafting mercenaries. Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you on that completely. I do add in this, there seems to be, and that's not where I am right now, whenever it's your guy, you're like, oh, he's part of the fabric. He's part of the thing that we can build on.
Right.
And that's what I mean is I don't know if I believe that Clowney is a thing to build on or just a piece you bring in for 1 year at a time. But maybe he is a thing because somebody was saying he was the one yelling yesterday to decline the penalty so that as Raku could get the sack yesterday.
Yeah.
So, hey, he's looking out for that. I did love seeing the guys saying, hey, give us that football. We need the football. Jaden Blue got a touchdown.
Okay, how do you feel about Donovan as a Raku? Because I could see a no thank you note for getting kicked out, especially from Bobby. But on the flip side, do you give a thank you note to, hey, I'm glad that you give a damn?
Yeah, no.
You want players in Week 18 that give a damn.
I want to see some fire out of him, obviously. I want to see that growth. I feel like we did see the growth this year out of him. And, yeah, he did care. He was fired up about it. Kevin, I feel like we kind of set the bar at 4, somewhere in that number, and people were like, if he doesn't get 6, it's ridiculous. And I was like, he'll be lucky to get 3. And I think that proved itself yet again this year. Keep an eye on that. Don't rush these pass rushers into 12 sacks. It doesn't happen that frequently always.
You know, I don't know if you've ever heard somebody say
but
this.
I was right again. So,
But the great Tom Landry once said, you need to give a defensive lineman 3 years, unless you have a defensive lineman in his third year that is clearly not good, and then you could just move on from him like Mozzie Smith. I don't think Tom Landry said that last part, but the rest of it stays firm. No thank you note to the Cowboys for continuing to be awful with the penalties. So they came into this game with the second most penalties in the NFL. I don't know if that's gotten enough play this year because of how disappointing or up and down the Cowboys season has been.
You're already piling on.
Yeah, you got new players, you got a new coach, still lots of penalties. You were second most in penalties going into this game. And then what happened? You had 9 penalties for 94 yards. So no thank you to the general Cowboys organization for continuing to get penalized all over the place.
They're still a very undisciplined team. And Kevin, that was something we thought was supposed to be changed with the culture. And you're still hearing about culture.
Yeah.
Even though people say that it's not that important. But it's a real thing.
Yeah.
The discipline part of it. If everybody in that room slaps the dude that goes, hey man, you're the reason we jumped off sides. That dude might not jump off sides next time because he's scared to do it. The accountability part of it. It's still an undisciplined team.
I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm trying to decide how to phrase this right. No thank you note to the Cowboys for doing a sell job of smoke and mirrors about how important this game was.
Right.
I'm going to go back to CeeDee Lamb. This was before this game. I know CeeDee Lamb doesn't control the play calls and everything like that. I realize that. I believe momentum is real. I will say it's going to be a long offseason with a lot of different things going on, but I do feel like if we go out here and play in dominant fashion, it can propel into next season. All right, so does that mean that the Cowboys are already behind going into the offseason? Because you got your ass kicked, and then CeeDee Lamb had 1 catch for 4 yards.
Yeah.
And again,
catch,
yes, and I realize he's not calling the plays or necessarily dictating who gets all the playing time, but just across the board, this organization was oh, it's so important. You were losing at halftime, and they're like, that's who cares?
Yeah, I'm 1,000% with you. I didn't feel like they gave justice to what they said. They had a plan. They were just trying to keep you hooked for just a little bit longer. That being said, I will say thank you to the rookie running backs for both getting touchdowns.
Yes.
Congratulations to both rookie running backs for getting that. I have high hopes for Phil Maffa down the road. But as Jerry Jones has told us, he told Christy Scales, these guys, we got to see if they can block and protect that quarterback.
So on the fumble with the botched exchange, maybe stepped on foot, I didn't see.
He missed.
Okay.
He was not stepped on. He just missed his footing.
So I didn't see the play as it happened straight away. I had to watch a replay. I thought they handed the ball to Phil Maffa and he immediately fumbled. And I was like, son of a gun. But then when I watched it back, I was like, okay, well, Dak's not going to lose his job on the team. We're going to be just fine.
You know, I was curious about, and I know we got time here. I was curious, when he did almost fumble, was that Schottenheimer going, dadgummit, I can't trust this rookie, and then he finds out it's not a fumble, but it's now stuck in your head, right? We had to go through this, and maybe it wasn't. The forgiveness part of it, you got to go back and be like, oh, he didn't fumble, and I don't need to put that on him. I think that's something that I hope it doesn't play with him very, very much longer.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Look, there are plenty of other no thank you and thank you notes we can probably work in here or there, but we'll continue that in the next segment, as well as it's time for Gridiron Gravy. A huge NFL record goes down, and so does a more obscure one. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, our final
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
First down. Burrow, he's under pressure. He's sacked. And there it is. A record that has stood nearly a quarter of a century has a new leader as 30-year-old Myles Garrett records his NFL record 23rd sack of the year.
I don't know why, but is it weird that he said he was 30 years old while he's talking about setting the record? I don't know, because that doesn't feel like a weird age. If he was 42, I'd be like, wow, that's crazy. But
did you say the record was 30 years old?
No,
or 31 years old?
He said, so 30-year-old Myles Garrett breaks the record.
All right. How old was the record?
The record's just a few years old when it last got tied, and Strahan's was like 20 years ago, maybe?
I feel like it was 31 years, Kevin. He wasn't even alive whenever that record was started.
Okay, I don't think that's right.
We'll see.
But
we'll find out.
I guess we will. We will find out. Thanks a lot, Corey. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and sip it.
Ooh.
I mean, I guess it's a little early to sip, but
so
let us know if you're sipping right now.
5 o'clock somewhere.
That's a good point. He breaks the record, and then they stop the game. And Zach Taylor, who, by the way, we found out today, gets to keep his job. Maybe it was because of this rant. He said, quote, "There's 5 minutes left in our season. We're playing for our lives here. I was never told we were going to stop the game. In a critical moment like that, the refs just said they made a decision that we're going to stop the game. They said they tried to do it as quickly as possible. I didn't feel that." So the Bengals were behind 17-12 with 5 minutes and 16 seconds left when Garrett got the sack. Do you have an issue with the game being stopped in that moment?
Oh, man. I don't. It is a single season thing, though. Like, Cal Ripken doing the thing that he did, that was a lifetime career thing.
And it felt like everyone who showed up to that game was there for that exact reason.
Yeah, they were like, good gosh, we've waited this long. Jeez. And after all those things that you've done. I don't mind it so much. I do think that everybody involved should know. I think that the coach should know, hey, if this does happen, we are going to stop the game. Because now, dude, I would plan. I would be like, dude, in that time, I'm going to plan this.
Right.
You know, something like that. So I understand where he's coming from. I'd like to know for sure. But, you know, the NFL does whatever it wants.
That actually is very true. That's really difficult to dispute. All right, let's go from that to maybe a lesser-known record. Cam Little, the Jaguars kicker, kicked a 67-yard field goal. He now holds the longest 2 field goals in NFL history at 68 and 67. But also, 67 broke the record for the longest outdoor field goal in NFL history.
Whoa!
I don't know if you cared about that, but...
Does that matter?
Nah, I mean, if you're him, because you can go, I hold the record for longest indoor field goal, longest outdoor field goal, 2 longest field goals ever, and I'd be like, wait, aren't those the same 2? And he'd say, shut up!
Wow, yeah. I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, having the one is the only thing that matters.
Sure.
But being the dude that has both of those is kind of it's like having the, 2 different wrestling belts.
That's right.
You're like, not only am I a tag team champion, I'm also the Intercontinental
hey, that's happened.
Champion.
It's happened before. I think it'd be more interesting if it was somebody different and he's like, I did it. I set the outdoor field goal record. And just every time he's like, I did it. I have the longest outdoor field goal of all time in the NFL. But seriously, Cam Little, that leg is ridiculous.
Is it?
Yes.
Or is it these new footballs that they're allowing them to have for 3 weeks before they kick?
Man, listen to you.
Oh, man.
Are you usually the person who supports people's achievements and I'm here to undercut it? What's happening?
New year, new me, Kevin.
Oh, no.
That was the 2025 version of Corey.
Now in 24 and 23, it was the version I knew for a really long time.
He'll come back.
We've known each other too long for you to change.
Okay.
All right.
It's just like meeting new people. I was like, nah, I got it. I know enough people. All right. So, Alex, you're in a different phase in your life. You could meet new people now. Once you get to our age, that's I didn't need to meet new people.
Oh, geez.
My wife is always encouraging us to meet new people and make new friends. I'm like, why? I know enough people.
I know exactly the friends that I have. I love them so much. I only have so much love, I feel.
Sure.
And now if I have a new person, am I going to take away from the love that I had? But that doesn't...
That's a good point.
I will add, though, because this is interesting, because Alec has been working with us for over a year now. And he's made his.
Like.
That's what I said, over a year. Kevin, it's been over a year.
Correct.
What's wrong?
Technically correct.
And so, like, he's made his way into my heart. So this is a thing where I didn't expect this kind of love. This is new to me. So Kevin, maybe there is space for new friends.
Yeah, the way my wife and I describe it, we each love each other the same percentage based on our love units. She just has way more love units than I do because I have way more hate units in my heart.
So let's say she has 100 love units.
Yeah.
You have
4.
Okay, 4. But you maximize those 4 for her.
Yeah, but we love each other the same percentage of that number because she'll be like, do you think I love you more? And I'll say, yes, but that's just because you have so many more love units.
I'm glad y'all have had that talk.
All right, let's go from that to the Raiders. Now, the Raiders, they fired their head coach today, but they also clinched the number 1 pick in the draft, and people started chanting, "We want Mendoza." So, look, Fernando Mendoza seems like the nicest human being in all of college sports. I'm very concerned about his spirit and personality getting broken in Las Vegas and turning into somebody like me, who's very cynical and sarcastic.
That's actually fascinating because doesn't he kind of fit the mold of Tom Brady?
Oh, I can see that. And Tom Brady said he loves his game.
Yeah, like he does all these right things, the work that he puts in off the field, the work that he puts into the group that he's working with. He fits Tom Brady perfectly to be like hey, I'm going to take my soul out of my body and install it into yours so I can continue to live, is what Tom Brady's going to try to do.
I feel like I saw this movie.
Yeah.
It's on Peacock right now. It's not very good. It's called Him. That's a general outlay of...
I've heard of it. I didn't know that was the way that it went.
It's not exactly like that, but that's kind of the idea.
Let me install my soul into you so that I can continue to live. But I could see Mendoza being the same kind of guy. They just got to find the right coach.
It's not great. Hey, the dream scenario, well, probably not for the Bucs, that we talked about a week and a half ago did in fact take place. The Falcons defeated the Saints 19-17. So even though the Bucs did beat the Panthers, it didn't matter because there was a 3-way tie atop the NFC South, which means the Carolina Panthers win the division. They are going to be in the postseason for the first time since 2019 and claim their first divisional crown in 10 years. Are you proud of them, or the fact that they had a losing record, does that undercut that success?
Well, somebody always gets bucked in a 3-way tie, Kevin. That's what's always true there. I'm actually proud of the Panthers, even though it is weird to have that record. But nobody expected them to be at this point right now.
Agreed.
In the playoffs.
Agreed.
With this, and I think that the combination of Bryce Young and Tetairoa McMillan is going to be something that people are like, oh, why didn't I watch more of this year?
And it looks like McMillan is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. By the way, we've talked about some of the firings, but Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard will return to the Colts in 2026, which I think makes sense. I mean, they were on a roll. They hit injury with their quarterback. But what's really fascinating about it is you hear more and more that they think Daniel Jones is the guy. Mm-hmm. They're like, if not for that injury, we would have kept rolling on. So there's that.
You should go back and look at how things were going before.
Hey, tell them. Don't tell me.
Yeah, not you. No, I'm saying them for sure.
And then also, word is NFL teams are reportedly interested in Phillip Rivers as a potential head coach. So when we talk about all these other things, take a look at Phillip Rivers maybe transitioning from coming back after 5 years to just jumping over and being a head coach.
Well, I mean, he's a high school coach, and he runs that Indianapolis offense. Mm-hmm. So he's still in practice, but man, that's going to be so weird to see like Shoddy out there dropping F-bombs and then him dropping dadgummit and shoot.
I changed my mind. He should be the Raiders' next coach, because if you listen to the way Mendoza talks, it is very similar to that. You'll have the most G-rated NFL team you've ever seen. If
in the Raiders,
in the Raiders.
How brand would that be?
So I don't know if the fans will embrace him if they're like, "Well, golly, fellas, we got to do better." I don't know if the fan base would embrace that, but I think they should. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola. Plus, nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but maybe if you have a foolish commissioner, today we do. So let's hear those triumphs and tumbles next right here on The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got this earlier. Is it true? This is the first time the Cowboys defense has ever given up more than 500 points. Yes, indeed it is true. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. Sorry we had to push things back, but there's been a couple things going on at 11 o'clock today also.
Mickey, there are 6 head coach openings. You don't have any news to break there, right?
What?
What, to fill one of those?
No, everything's good with our head coach, I'm assuming.
I want the Giants job.
Okay.
You know what? They do want a Spagnola up there. Like they are fans. So.
Yeah.
When you look at these openings, just tell me who has the best quarterback in place.
Well, I guess that might depend on what you think about Fernando in place, because we might be okay. I got you in place. Different deal. Now we were just talking about it. I know this is not surprising given the defense that we've watched all year, but to finish the season, even with an extra game, as the first Cowboys team to ever give up more than 500 points, feels pretty, I'm going to say, depressing.
Well. And I think the depressing part about it, it's not so much the 500, because you played, a 17-game season now, right?
Yeah.
But I went back and looked, and this is the worst average per game. And it didn't matter if it was 1960, the first season in, franchise history when there was only 12 games, or 61, or 89. You name the season. Even when they went 5-11 for 3 years in a row, they didn't give up this 30 points a game like this year.
Okay.
And this was just another continuation. And guess what? One team contributed 71 points to that total, and it was your New York Football Giants.
As predicted, right?
Yeah, no. I would not have predicted that. All right. So then on the surface, it would seem as though someone has to pay for that. And I know Eberflus is the easy, I don't know if you think candidate or scapegoat is the right word. What is your read on that? Because from hearing from Jerry, man, I think he was going to keep him.
Well, if he does, he better get some players.
For sure.
Do you realize until Clowney got his 3 sacks yesterday, he and Houston were sitting there at 5.5, right? In 16 games.
Yeah.
The fewest sacks a Cowboy sack leader has had since '82, when the sacks became an official NFL stat, was 6.
That's rough.
6. They were at 5.5. All right?
Wow.
So you're sitting there going, okay, well, I guess I need defensive end help, right? Well, then you look at the linebackers, and you're going, I really need a middle linebacker too, right? And then you look at the cornerbacks, and you're out there with a 7th-round draft choice rookie who got cut in Minnesota, and a 5th-round draft choice who'd been hurt most of the year. Those were your starters.
Okay, Mickey,
and you had 2 other starters who combined for 13 starts, and they're not even on the team. So when you start repairing this defense, where are you going?
Okay.
Can I get all those things?
I mean, yeah, because you don't have 4 first-round picks. But I want to jump in on the cornerback bandwagon because obviously, one year we know Trayvon Diggs had 11 interceptions. Another season, Deron Bland had 6 interceptions returned for touchdowns. This year, the Cowboys total had 6 interceptions, the lowest they've had in a season in franchise history, and their last one was caught by a defensive tackle. So that's pretty bad.
Bland turned into a pretty darn good find in the 5th round, right?
Yep.
Diggs was a 2nd-round pick, right?
Yep.
Played at Alabama. Those are pretty talented guys.
Sure.
Name me the most talented guy that played the most at cornerback this year.
Reddy Stewart.
Yeah, okay. He played the most.
Yeah.
Right? And he was an undrafted guy that played special teams with the Bears a little bit and then went to Minnesota and got cut.
Right.
And Kalen Carson was a late pick, so...
That's what I was talking about. He was the 5th round pick.
Yeah, man.
So you had starters that combined for 13 starts that are no longer on the team. So, yeah, Eberflus, why don't you get some more interceptions?
Yeah, okay.
Well, okay, well, we struggled getting pressure on opposing quarterbacks. They went into this game with only 31 sacks. I think I counted up, they were like 27th or 28th in sacks in the league. And then Clowney explodes and saves the day, and it finishes with 8.5, so they didn't have to sit there and go, well, our sack leader had 5.5 sacks.
So all we really need is at least one pass rusher, at least one linebacker, at least a corner. Okay, 2 linebackers, probably 2 cornerbacks, a safety, and then maybe a left guard.
And then you would like to spend money to re-sign Pickens, right?
Yep.
You would like to spend money to try to re-sign Clowney, although he's going into his 13th season. So you're not going to sign the guy for a 5-year deal, right? And give him a big signing bonus. So can you do it? Is he willing? And then who's playing middle linebacker for me?
And then I got a lot of questions also, and I know Tyler Smith kind of discussed this a little bit. He's going to be talking about it with Schottenheimer and them during his exit interview, but his potential move to left tackle, how would that affect things going forward there too?
Well, then you have to find a left guard. And then what are you doing with Guyton?
Maybe moving him to right tackle?
Maybe that.
Okay, maybe. Can he stay healthy enough to make you feel good about that?
Don't know about that.
Got another question mark.
And then you got to ask yourself, am I going to use 3 years in a row a first-round pick and an offensive lineman?
Right.
Especially when you have so many defensive needs.
Free agency has to come into play, right?
Yeah,
sure.
But again, how much are you willing to spend? And they don't have a portal in the NFL.
We could really use that right now.
I've been telling you we need a portal. I said that last time, dude. I was like, let's get a portal going.
Well, Mickey, this sounds very much like but aside from that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? It really feels like that's the information we're getting right now.
I mean, we talk about scheme for defense. Well, if you're leery about my guy lining up and playing man-to-man, well, then you're going to play zone. But to play zone...
We're going to reconnect with you in just 1 second. Sorry, Mickey, we're having a little bit of a phone issue. Let's try to reconnect real quick on that before he gets too far into his answer.
Somebody said Eberflus is responsible for personnel on the field. I don't know that he's responsible for the personnel he's given. I think he's responsible for how it performs whenever he has them, and being able to get, something out of something that's just not going to work. Mozzie wasn't going to work.
Sure.
Everybody they brought through couldn't get the best out of him. Sometimes that's just the case. But I do believe, I agree with you're given this. But whenever you're like, hey, this is what you gave me and it's not good enough, I need better. You have to be vocal about that too.
All right, we got Mickey back there. Sorry, we were starting to chop up when you were starting your answer, so go back ahead and dive into that.
I was trying to remember where I left off.
We were talking just too about the personnel if you're going to run zone
that's right. Yeah. And so you've got so many needs. You do have 2 first-round picks, which, basically tells you I better not trade one of them to get, use 2 of them for one guy, right?
Yeah. True.
I need 2 players out of that.
Yes.
And then, and then in free agency, all right, but remember, you spent a lot of money to re-sign Lamb and Dak. So now where do I spread out my affordable funds? You can't just snap your finger and say, okay, I'm going to solve every one of these in the offseason. But they got to try, right? They got to try. I understand there's free agency, but my philosophy on free agency. Why is the guy a free agent?
Right.
if he's so good, why didn't that team re-sign him and keep him? Now, I understand cap problems, but again, to me, if it's a player that I just want to have, I'm going to do my best to be able to try and keep him. You got one franchise tag, so, you may have to use that. We'll see how that goes, and then try to keep everybody happy. And we saw how that went last offseason. So it's like I understand, but I just seem to think that, scheme. So everybody kind of fell in love with this idea of a 5-man front on defensive line, right? But then how did teams counter that?
Yeah.
Why do you think Tracy was catching all those passes? Because when they were in a 5-man front, you're down one linebacker. And then who's covering the wide receiver basically in man, because you're not zoning that guy. When you're deficient in talent and you can't get corners that can play man defense exceptionally, I think you have to look there, and middle linebacker. And, you got Shamar James and DeMarvion Overshown. I don't know if any of them are a prototype middle linebacker. They're kind of outside linebackers. I mean, James finished with 13 tackles, and some of them were out of necessity because no one stopped them up front at that point. They got a lot of things to work on, but just to say, well, that guy doesn't know what he's doing, I just don't know if that's fair or not. But then I'm sure there's some coaches that got fired yesterday that thought it was unfair, too.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. Did you pick up anything particularly interesting in the locker room? I know some guys boogie out ahead of time, but did you get to talk to anybody that had anything that you wanted to share with our audience?
Actually, that was part of the collision. I didn't get a chance to explain to you. Our podcast got moved to 11 o'clock on Mondays now.
Oh, no!
So I had 3 things I needed to do.
Man.
And unfortunately, I just did one, the podcast.
Sabotage.
Not to push you guys to the side.
I'm going to have to talk to Derek about this for sure.
Yeah. We're going to fix this up.
We'll fix it.
All right. Could we chat again tomorrow to maybe put a bow on everything?
We can chat all week if you want. Because, I don't think we're going to get shoddy until Wednesday. I think that was kind of the plan. We'll see if it works out then. So we're going to have stuff, something going on. Although I don't think hopefully I don't have an exit interview.
Well, I was actually going to ask about another person, but if push comes to shove and you have to make a pick right now, do you believe the Cowboys are going to retain Eberflus?
I think they are.
I do too.
Just from the way Jerry was answering questions.
Yeah.
Don't think, he's scared of not doing what the popular opinion outside the star is, right? He's big enough and strong enough to do what he thinks is right. So we'll see where that one goes. Remember the big stink everybody made because he went up into the coach's box?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not so much, right?
Yeah.
It didn't make much of a difference. And sometimes, you look at the coordinator, but, I think, he brought some guys with him, but you got to look at the rest of the staff, too. And I think that's got something that they got to take a hard look at for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. If maybe we could just cut a deal where he says he can stay, but Kenneth Murray cannot, I might be okay with that deal if we can cut that. Thank you very much, Mickey. We will talk with you again tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds good, and I'll try to get somewhere where the connection's better.
Thank you very much.
All right, see you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, there's a few things that I saw some feedback on this, and they said from the 469, we need a few spots filled on the defense, but our biggest need is a defensive coordinator. If we fix that, personnel needs aren't as dire. It's just...
And they also added that coaching helps out mediocre players. I don't think you had mediocre players.
You think you just had bad players? I think you had
bad players that didn't belong on this team.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in the we need to find a defensive identity, what Steven said on Friday.
Yeah.
And all right, so you need to find that identity. Do you think Eberflus has the identity in mind and you can help him fulfill that? Or what you saw this year, did it tell you that he doesn't have a clue what he wants either? He's just trying to say to CYA, well, I need this, I need this, I need this. Well, what do you need them for? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Because I need to see what your identity is going to be.
Yeah. Look, and then there's this from the 682. There's absolutely zero chance Eberflus is back next year. I think you're wrong about that. I fundamentally think you're wrong about that. I know Jordan Schultz said yesterday, like, the thought is that Eberflus is going to be let go. And I'm not saying it won't happen, but the chance that he comes back is not zero. At least that has not been my interpretation of this situation. I still am not sure if he's coming back. There's just so many things that Jerry has said and Steven has said. But then again, they also said this game was super important to win. So take that for what you will. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some Dallas Cowboys overreaction or reality? Just the Cowboys and AM on the FM as part of a stacked expressway next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework.
3rd and 16. Dart back looking, and here comes pressure, and he has to dump it off at the 30. 2 tackles missed. Bellinger to the 20, 15, 10, into the end zone. Touchdown Giants.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan after the Cowboys get drubbed by the Giants 34-17 to finish up their season at 7-9-1. I've got some Cowboys overreaction to reality.
I dare you.
Okay, overreaction to reality. You are glad that the Cowboys lost yesterday.
I mean, yeah, ultimately in the post-mortem part of it, yes. What would the difference be, 12 or 18?
It depends.
There's a sliding
I didn't look
scale.
at the tiebreakers once they lost.
I'm not quite sure how much further down they could go, but yeah, that sliding scale there, yes. I'm glad that they have 12 now. In the process of it all, as you're going forward with it, I don't want to see crappy football, and I feel like that's what I got.
Yeah.
And listen, man, I was at the Bearded Monkey. That place was very, very busy.
Me
Yet
too.
again, Kevin showed up to the Bearded Monkey yesterday.
It was packed.
Alex, you showed up to Taco Bueno, so I appreciate that. That was your day off, so I'm not gonna knock you for this one. All right.
Besides the fellowship, one of the reasons I did show up yesterday, fellowship, but also I was like a little worried about what the turnout, because like this game didn't mean anything.
Right.
But then I was like, damn, there's a lot of freaking people here.
That's because that's how the Bearded Monkey rolls, and it was an awesome event, man. I love it, but like, I don't want those people to have a crappy game to watch either. But those people were all there because they love the fan, they love the Bearded Monkey, and they love football. So they were there for all the other football games too that you saw going on. But that's you ask. Yes, I am ultimately, but I hate watching bad football. Alex said that a couple weeks ago when he was asking about the snow game, and he was like, "No, it's stupid." And I was like, "Yeah, I agree with him on that."
Alec, overreaction to reality. You are glad the Cowboys lost yesterday.
I'm right there with Corey. It's a reality in the fact that, yes, I care about this team's long-term success and future, so I do want the better draft capital, but I hate watching my team suck at football.
For sure.
It's just tough to watch, and it made it just that yesterday. I found myself wanting to not watch the game. I still did because I wanted to talk about it and whatnot. And I was kind of intrigued because it looked like the Giants offense was finally kind of figuring things out with guys that they found on the street playing wide receiver for them yesterday. So it was kind of intriguing. But at the same time, it was everything I expected. Oh, missed tackle. Oh, missed tackle. Oh, missed tackle. And I think it was on the first Giants possession. I saw one missed tackle in the open field. I think it was in the linebacker level. It might have been Shamar James who whiffed on a tackle. And I was like, yep, kind of over this already, and there's no points on the board yet.
NFL overreaction to reality. Dak not playing in the second half with the Cowboys trailing when